I've always been a big fan of Seraph. I think he's top 3, top 4 top laner in the league right now.
He's like picking like really fresh champions. He's just playing really well, damage champion.
Seraph in the back line deletes Apollo. Oh wow, Seraph destroys Swooshi.
I was the strongest top laner in the beginning of Spring Split.
And a pentakill for Huni.
Huni, I think he has a better mechanic than me, but I think I play more smarter than Huni. If I just work hard, I should be just the best top laner in the NA.
Welcome everyone out in Streamland to the LCS studio in Los Angeles, California, where we're coming to you live with a packed house full of eager fans who can't wait to get this Saturday of league action off the ground. We got plenty of action-packed matches coming your way. First up will be Envy arriving at the studio just a short time ago before they go up against Immortals and Huni, who will be in that top lane against Seraph. That's going to be quite a matchup between those two powerhouses in the top lane. Next up, Echo Fox arriving to the studio. They'll be playing in the Battle Theater up against our defending champions, Counterlogic Gaming. Darshan here looking to help net his team some more wins, with CLG sitting a bit further back in the standings than they'd like, in all honesty. But the season is young. Hello, friends. I'm James Dash Patterson, and lending his analytical expertise to the desk today is Mark Zimmerman. Just you and me. You think we can hold it down?
Yeah, I'm excited to be back. The desk is back. Orders restored. Everything.
I know you were terrified, Mark.
Yeah, on Twitter, I was like, oh god.
He's hitting me up all day yesterday. Is the desk coming back?
Yeah.
Do I have to? I don't know what to do with my hands if I don't have a desk.
I have paper now. I have a desk. I'm comfortable.
We're good. All right. As long as you're good, we're good. Last night, TSM won their 5th straight match, placing them at the top of the standings. TSM has always competed for the title of North American champions, and this split has been their best start ever.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a really dominant streak for them. They look like they know exactly what they're doing. In a lot of these games, it's not just that they're outplaying people, they're making really good macro decisions. Specifically in that game 3, pretty much all their advantages came from making good team strategic decisions. And obviously they're playing mechanically well too. You see it in a lot of these team fights, they're just playing these so well. Like, their Honesters going in, beasting up, taking a ton of damage. They're playing incredibly well.
Yeah, as a team, only dropping 2 games, but undefeated when it comes to matches. Each and every member of that team stepping up at different times to prove, rather, that they can carry the team. Biofrost seems to have just kind of slipped into the team without any issue. I mean, for the most part, it's not that we haven't seen minor mistakes from him as an individual player, but his assimilation into the team and the way that they're playing with him as a whole unit has been very impressive compared to past iterations of TSM.
Right. When you bring in a new player, especially a rookie like that, you're just hoping that they don't blow the team up and like make huge mistakes all the time. But he's actually playing really well. He's contributing in huge ways. His Bard has looked phenomenal. It's like pulling bands, which is something that as a rookie, if you're bringing that kind of stuff in, it's huge.
And Double seems to be very happy playing an aggressive bot lane once again. Now, though, it's time to take a look at the other undefeated squad in Team Envy. Now, this is one of our rookie squads, one of our newcomers, but they have done nothing but impress since joining the league.
Right. I think this is going to be their first real test, really going up against Immortals today. Obviously, at 4-0, they're looking dominant, but it's against lower tier teams that haven't really performed yet in the season. So this is the first true test. We know that they perform as a team very well. They have Seraph leading the charge, but their next 4 matches.
This is their previous 4, showing that kind of strength of schedule point here, in that the only team that has a 500 record or above that they've beaten would be that Apex squad. Their next 4 matches, as you mentioned, being Immortals, CLG, TSM, and Cloud9. That's an insane gauntlet of games that these guys are going to have to run through in order to continue to compete for that top spot. Now, though, it's time to take a little talk about the champions we're seeing around the Rift. So my question to you, which champions have caught your eye so far this split?
I think Aurelia is the one that I'm really excited to see. She's a bit of a playmaker, a damage dealer in the top lane as opposed to the traditional tanks. And I think what's really interesting is her coming back has brought in other champions too. Like Shen is a very popular pick into the Aurelia, which, you know, if it was still just purely tanks, I don't think you would have seen him. But with the Aurelia coming into play, it is something that we're seeing a lot more. So not just with Aurelia, but all the things she brings.
And of course, we've seen the Trundle pop in as well. And given the QSS changes, he's seen a lot of success just because, all right, now in the 1v1, I'm not going to lose my ultimate every single time.
Right. I mean, that was definitely something that, like, once people started realizing I can just build QSS and I negate his entire ultimate. It's 1,200 gold to get rid of someone's R. It's pretty good trade-off.
Now, that being said, do you have any thoughts on Fiora? We haven't seen it too much here in NA, but did see it last night in Korea, used by Someday on KT to some serious damage.
I think the thing about Fiora is she always looks like either amazing or horrible.
Right.
Like if you get ahead and you're like crapping on people in the split push, taking turrets, solo kill, get into a team fight, blow up a backline, looks crazy. You fall behind, you can't push people in,
Right.
You can't go into a team fight, you're too squishy, and it really is this kind of like hit or miss pick. But when you see someone who's an expert on the champion going off in a game, it's a thing of beauty. So
Very sink or swim, but no doubt the top lane meta has been exciting to watch. Now, before we get into today's games, let's take a recap of the standings. TSM, once again, has sole possession of first place, but Team Envy is close behind, followed immediately by Immortals and Cloud9. Apex and Liquid are just ahead of the 3-way tie for 7th, and Phoenix One is going to round out the bottom of the league. Let's see which teams are battling today on the Rift. NALCS 1 starts with Immortals and Envy's match, and stay locked in for Liquid's clash with Energy right after that. And over in the Battle Theater, defending champions CLG take on Echo Fox before Phoenix One looks for their first win against Apex later in the day. That's NALCS 2. Looking at these matchups, we've already touched on the Envy Immortals matchup. Of the other 3, which teams are you looking at to prove something today?
I like the Echo Fox CLG one. Both at 1 and 3. CLG is struggling. Echo Fox is struggling. One of them is going to get a win here. And with that 3-way tie at 7th place, I really want to see it start breaking up a little bit. We've seen TL grab a win. They're going against Energy, another 1 and 3 team. So there's a lot of these. You know, we'll start seeing some differentiation in the bottom, like we've seen in the top already.
Yeah, Team Liquid coming off of 4 game wins straight, however, against lower tier teams. So this will be another test for them. See if they can kind of keep that streak running. We're always on the lookout for the day's biggest plays, but we need you to help us out. Whenever you see a massive outplay, crazy team fight, or awesome moment, be sure to tweet about it, using hashtag LCS Big Plays. We'll be monitoring the feeds to highlight the biggest moments from today's games at the end of the show. Now, last week, we announced that Canada would play host to the North American LCS Summer Finals. On August 27th and 28th, you can watch the best teams in the region battle for the crown at the Air Canada Centre in Toronto, Ontario. Tickets go on sale Wednesday, June 22nd, so mark your calendars. And for more information and purchasing details, head over to lolesports.com/tickets. And if Toronto is a bit too far for you, the regular season tickets for the Battle Arena and Battle Theater are also available at lolesports.com. So grab some friends, head on down to LA for your weekly dose of live LCS entertainment, and come hang out with us. Anyway, that's going to do it for us at the desk, so let's send it over to the casters to get us into the games.
Thanks, Dash. Hello, everyone. I'm Julian, Pastry Time Current. Today, I have the pleasure of casting with Sam Kobe Hartman Kenzel. It is always a pleasure.
Yes, you're welcome.
Well, a good stuff there. As Catalogit Gaming and Echo Fox are on stage getting set up for our first best of 3. These are two teams who've been slipping a bit lately and are looking to put some distance between themselves and middle of the pack, really break up that bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams started out 1-3. They actually had high hopes for this split. If we start with CLG, these were the guys that came in after MSI, great performance, made all of North America proud. However, very rough start to the summer split here. And the excuses about, they had to take a week off after MSI, didn't quite practice up on the patch. I think those are a little bit old by now, and we're seeing more mistakes from these guys than we're used to seeing. They're not playing as a team anymore, which was the main focus of these guys during last year when they refocused the entire team. Plus, the CLG duo lane, which has always been a strength for them with Aphromoo and Stixxay now, they actually died 5 times, just 2v2 to the Cloud9 bottom lane. So they need to clean it up as well. Meanwhile, Echo Fox, they're not exactly having an amazing start.
Not just yet. They also do seem to be regressing. They have improved in spring, but honestly, they're just losing games here at the start of summer after a lot of those high hopes that you mentioned. And the way they're losing is just really bland.
Yeah. So
it's really boring.
People do keep complaining. Oh wow, Echo Fox, they don't do much in the late game. They're not very decisive or proactive. But that does come a lot from this early game deficit that they're working with. They're actually the second lowest as far as the gold difference at 10 of all the teams in the NALCS right now. So they're starting off slow, getting this gold deficit, and then they're having to try and play from behind, and they're not really setting up plays, making advantageous moves in their favor, and they really needed to turn around. Froggen right there on your screen. He is doing his best.
He is.
He has the highest damage percentage of any one player in the North American LCS, 33% of the team's damage. But he's actually not even topping the creep score.
Oh,
because
wow.
KFO, his top laner, is even above him as far as creeps per minute. But these guys, definitely got to clean up the play pretty much across the board and focus on more proactive play. Get started a lot earlier.
Yeah, it's going to be true for both these teams. Then Dashan hasn't been having the same impact we've come to expect from him on CLG, and he says the issue isn't quite isolated to the top lane.
There's always mistakes I make, and I think, I'm looking worse now, but I think it's because we as a team are bad, and I think I could definitely be playing a lot better, but I think I could help the team be playing better and help us play better as a unit, and I think that's our bigger problem than my own performance. And I'm definitely going to do everything I can to put more time into my own individual growth, but I think what's more important is that we play as a team and we're always working together, and I think that's lacking more now, more so than my own individual play.
And that is the mentality that this team had even when they were winning. They were saying, yes, we win as a team. Now they're losing. Wow, we're losing as a team.
Which certainly seems to be the case. They'll live and die together. But we are about ready to start this series. So let's go over who is starting for each of these teams, beginning with Catalogit Gaming. The MSI runner-ups, the spring champions. They are struggling, but their lineup remains the same. The top lane, Dashan, jungler Xmithy, mid laner Huhi, AD carry Stixxay, support Aphromoo, and coach Ziggs in the back line.
And their competition will be Echo Fox. Up top is KFO. In the jungle, Hard, mid Froggen, AD carry Keith, support Big, and Coach Cop up on stage with them.
And we've heard about it. Does seem like a test for these two teams. A good breakpoint, if you will, early on into the season. As always, it's not so much if you win, but how you win or lose. I think both these teams have a lot to show in this series.
Yeah, definitely. One of the other stats I was looking at pre-game is the Baron control, which is, the amount of Barons that you've secured in your games compared to your enemies.
Have a look in.
These are the two worst teams as far as Baron control in their games. And that does speak to both of these teams having the problem of, working together. And as a unit, you have to set up vision for those types of plays. You have to be very aware towards the late game, and both of them have been lacking in that area.
Talent definitely there for both these sides. Feels like Echo Fox, Froggen, and KFO just can't quite juggle everything. If a CLG, again, it's sort of the soul in as double TP is missing, honestly, in a lot of different cases. Missed times here and there. Definitely going to see if they clean it up here. But things haven't changed too much from last week. Patch is still the same. We're on 6-11 for at least one more week. Curious to see if the teams have learnt anything. CLG especially, feel like have been a little slow out of the gate with the meta. We'll see if they've had 2 weeks to adjust now. What they're doing here in this particular week.
Yeah, I mean, these teams have had a pretty decent amount of time to get adjusted. The only problem is, there's so many different, picks for the top lane right now, and that's something that CLG really rely on. It's a lot of top lane centric strategies. So I think that's why it's also affecting them a lot more. And Darshan, as he said himself, off to a very slow start in the summer.
Yeah, it seems to definitely be a struggle, but I believe we are shortly into Champion Select, so should have that for you guys relatively soon. Again, really curious to see what happens here. We've seen individual performances definitely show up for these teams here now and then. Froggen, like you mentioned, has been going off, yes, on the Signature Anivia. His Swain looked very good in week 1. KFO, we've seen him on the Fiora. I think it's just the rest of the squad for both these teams. Like, it's funny. I see great moments from both these sides, but they never seem to kind of do it all together. Someone's always slacking, Kobe.
Yeah, I like the week 1 Keith highlight of the Sivir Ricochet reset, auto attack on Sivir. But he's been kind of up and down as well. The Lucian performance is not quite as on point. Yeah, I think we did have a problem in Champion Select, so I think they're remaking it right now, and we will get up and running as soon as possible.
What are you expecting then, Kobe? Let's have a little chat before we get into the actual draft. Predictions at all? Anivia getting banned? Probably.
So Anivia right now, yeah, she's strong, but I don't see it necessarily needed to be banned against Froggen. People have beaten him with it already. Maybe, used as that counter to Vlad that we've seen a lot. However, Bjergsen kind of dispelling that myth, I guess.
I feel like there are no real counters.
It depends on, the level of play, if you can bring it up.
Well, we are now officially into Champ Select. Game number 1, CLG hanging out on the blue side.
Yeah, there you go, Pastry.
Over on the red.
First ban.
It's almost like I saw something earlier. Anivia and Zara, the first
yeah, you were
from
cheating.
CLG.
Zyra going to be right behind him, though. So that means that CLG, to me, these two bans, these are two very good counter initiation champions. So CLG looks like they really want to go hard initiation, I think. They're going to try and run at Echo Fox. This is just looking at the bans, though. We'll see, how that draft phase fills out. As far as Echo Fox, though, ban out that Trundle, which I think is the best top laner right now. I'm just one of those guys that likes to win lane, though. So I'm big on the Trundle and transitioning into split push. But the Ashe as well, going to, be one of those tools of initiation that's been really popular lately.
Yeah, almost every AD carry is picking that one up. There is Vladimir, the last ban from CLG. Ryze actually the last ban from Echo Fox, so attention towards some of those majors. But Azir will be the first pick here. Always a contentious champion for Huhi, but he's made it work time and time again.
Yeah, and the nerfs to Azir recently slightly hit him, but people not shying away from the champion at all. Just his ultimate lasts a little bit shorter. Maybe if you miss your ultimate on Azir, then it will last less time, and people will remember that you missed it a little less.
Some positives, perhaps. Echo Fox, Aurelia, and Rek'Sai, 2 very standard picks there for the top lane. And jungle, in fact, they're cooperating. KFO and Hard effectively picking their own champions here to start their side of the draft.
Yep. Everybody in the top lane is a carry top laner nowadays in the North American LCS, and Aurelia extremely popular here. I am curious to see what the counter pick will be from CLG, because we have also seen a resurgence of Gnar. And a long time ago, Gnar actually was quite good against Aurelia. You just have to be wary of your positioning and don't be close to ranged minions, which you can use to reset and then close the gap after you jump. But other than that, he has been another champion that's been used. The Shen that everyone's talking about, I'm definitely not sold on. It's lost every single game versus Aurelia so far, and I just have not seen why people are really considering that a counter, or if they even are. It very well could be coincidence, and people are just connecting the dots there, where it's just correlation.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the theory, maybe not so good in practice. Shen not doing so well so far. Kindred and Alistar, though, the picks for CLG.
Yeah, I actually like the Kindred pick here from Smithy. A lot of people have been shying away from it. Competitive, it's really dropped off. A lot of people letting it through bans as well as not even picking it at all in the game, but still think Kindred is extremely strong. And I'm excited to see, what Smithy can do with it. Last time I saw him have it, they got 3 early kills. Rek'Sai, though, much more reliable, so you can see why Fox early round pick that, and Fox with some more long-range pits. This is actually a combo that I love. Bard and the Jhin. So much long-range pick. You have a lot of crowd control from your bottom lane and the ability to set up plays if the enemy team especially does not have, true tanks.
Yeah, definitely seeing Ashe Ryze and then Jhin sort of behind her slowly as people have discovered, hang on, it's pretty good, especially into the likes of the shorter carries like Sivir. Jaxo will be the pick once more for Darshan. Played it a few times already as Stixxay goes back to the Trist.
All right.
Real classic CLG.
Yeah, I was going to start talking about the Jax, but the Trist lock-in getting Rage Blade flashbacks here. I don't think it's going to do it with the new Rage Blade. It'll be more of a standard build, Trist, going into crit. But this CLG lineup looks like, you know, classic. They want Darshan to split push. He's taking the Jax. Jax into Aurelia is kind of a similar idea to Shen. Shen, you're trying to use the dodge zone to dodge when Aurelia pops her W for the extra 2 damage. Jax also has that dodge that he's going to try and use, but this much more contentious matchup between Jax and Aurelia, and I do expect either lane swap or a lot of intervention from junglers in that lane. Man, would a Katarina make this match hype, but I very, very seriously doubt it.
Teasing us a little bit. I think he's going to play Victor. No! Locks in Brand.
He's one of those guys. Froggen has played a lot of Brand, right
In his lifetime.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Before the reworks, you know, after the touches to mages, yeah, he's this big fan of the champion, and I really want to see if he can actually bully this Azir because Brand, yes, you can get in there for the harass, you know, and you want to make use of the passive, you know, get a bunch of spell penetration and try and keep Azir burning down, but you have to walk up to do that and put yourself not only in range of the soldiers, but also in range of, you know, early Kindred ganks. They still are very potent if you don't have your Rek'Sai there to help guard you.
Certainly can see it all coming together perhaps for Echo Fox. We got some juicy potential between Bard, Kindred, and Brand, all with a bunch of AoE. We'll see how Froggen navigates it, so he's not going to take a standard matchup this time.
Yeah.
I like it.
That's the other thing about the Brand pickup, you know, so much AoE for those team fights bouncing around. I do like that against Kindred because you just get everyone low instead of bursting one single target. You know, then the Kindred ult goes down, but everybody's scrambling for their lives.
Well, we'll see if it works out, but we are looking for you to show your team colors on Twitter. Let us know who you're rooting for with the hashtag CLGWin or the hashtag FOXWin. What a fun way to start the day. CLG with Echo Fox game number 1. CLG, we've seen it a lot, going back to basics a lot, kind of playing the champions they were known for in spring at MSI. Echo Fox, though, they needed something a little different. Jhin and Brand, definitely some standout picks here as they're sort of moving more comfortably into 6-11.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see, you know, how this Echo Fox combo works out. There are a lot of plays that can be made with the Jhin Bard trying to set things up, and they've got plenty of damage from their solo laners. Something you talked about in the intro to the game was solo laners for Fox trying to carry the game. Aurelia and Brand definitely have pretty good mid-game power spikes to try and do that. You know, Trinity Force and then Rylai's for Brand.
Well, everyone's going to move out. CLG actually full-man strong on top of a ward. There's the last auto. It's Smithy. First blood. The Trinket Ward. I'm going to move through and get some vision down. You mentioned lane swaps in Champ Select. Could see that here, so I'll get that vision down.
Looks like they are trying to get the deep board to check it out at least.
Let's get some surveillance going.
Everybody gonna mirror though. Now we got to see, you know, how do you try and sneak them past the wards to walk to lane. As of right now, Aurelia already passed the line, so KFO will just stick up there probably.
Yep.
Minions
Chilling out.
spawned.
It's on the wrong side of the jungle too. If there is going to be a swap, but CLG hanging out mid lane for now. KFO is going to wander towards that top lane.
CLG won't be getting any more information, so they just have to make the call right now to try and go for it. I think they are going to make it, and Stixxay, actually they're waiting dead middle until they see the information to try and go for it.
Looks like Stixxay's going to head there.
They can try and assume top and send them up there.
KFO doing a good job hiding. Stixxay actually going to help Smithy, so the hitty carry helping the jungler early on.
Jax is going for an early gank mid. They have 3 people surrounding mid lane.
This is very cheeky.
Does Darshan have stun? I mean,
no,
he
he
can
doesn't have
layer that
anything yet.
stun. Yeah, he can level up the dodge if Aphromoo wanted to combo, but they give up. Froggen playing too safe for their likes. They thought he would try and bully early with the Brand like we're talking about, you know, get that passive burn, but he does not go for it, and CLG a bit slow to this lane swap.
Hello! Darshan visits KFO. He's going to hit him! Takes a tower hit, and KFO's like, I don't think so. Blade Surge is on top, but here's Aphromoo. This would be quite an ambitious dive. KFO, where do you go?
Cornered him. He's got nowhere to go.
And Kindred's coming as well.
Even if he tries to teleport.
Peace!
Okay, they're going to let him go. It would be very risky to go in there with the level 1.
Yeah.
Flash for the knockups to get it, but CLG, let's see what they do with this teleport advantage, because they were a bit slow in the lane swap since they went for the mid lane play there, and they're going to be slightly behind on tempo just because everyone's a bit under leveled.
Yeah. Normally see this between 3 and 330 as far as the first towers go, so we'll keep track of that. Triss, though, pretty good at knocking them down, so CLG not having too much trouble. And Echo Fox, very cute from CLG early on, but they do escape with no kills so far, just the KFO teleport as Froggen happily farming under this turret for now. Smithy, though, jungling on his side of the jungle now.
Yeah, and you know, teleports this early on to lane swap games, they're easily recovered, usually. So we'll see if CLG can actually make use of this window, because it's just a level 1 Jax that has the advantage for the teleport, but might not get a chance to use it. And fervor for everyone.
Yep. Wow.
From on CLG, yeah. Jax, obviously, you know, those auto attack based champions, they've got 3 of them in CLG, so it's nothing crazy, but the double death fire is also common for Fox just because Jhin, pretty much the lone AD carry. I guess you could put Varus in there as well, but he's more of a mid laner as far as AD carry champions that take death fire touch.
Taking that blue. Doesn't give it over this time. Froggen actually busy recovering from base. There's a second Doran's in a ward and potion now, so making sure he stays nice and safe. Doesn't want to get roamed on again. CLG did beat Echo Fox to that first turret by about 30-40 seconds, but Echo Fox not too late on the rest of the play.
And Darshan actually gets to stay up in that lane a little bit longer, so he's got a tiny gold lead over KFO. However, he's down on experience because of the mid lane play. Even though he's been able to collect that gold by sticking around a little bit longer, being down to level early stages can really hurt sometimes. He's able to soak up the rest of it right there, though, and since they're sending Aurelia top, it looks like it will at least be an attempt at the second turret being traded. Darshan can use the teleport to join, remember? He's evening everything back up, so CLG doing just fine. There it is, the teleport. They gain some extra time on the turret with it as well, making it vulnerable, so all is right for the top laners, and everybody pretty much even after the lane swap.
Yeah, nice early game plan from CLG. Didn't seem to cost them too much. That sort of ironed out that early game. So Echo Fox did a good job of not taking the bait and getting themselves killed. Tristana, of course, always good in any sort of turret push. As Stick say, doing work as Echo Fox. Looks like they'll have a pretty similar time.
And we always do have to mention there's a Kindred in the game. In a lane swap, Smithy was able to get his first mark, so he got 1 mark early on. That's always good for the Kindred team, and even more necessary for Kindred after the nerfs to they, because you get extra damage on your Dance of Arrows with every Kindred mark, trying to make up for the base damage that was taken off from it. And we'll keep track of that. Next one that spawns is in the Wraith camp of Fox, so it'll be a little bit more difficult for him. And we'll see if Hard, goes to clear that out early or actually leaves it up to try and delay that stacking for Kindred.
Yeah, on the Wolf camp right now as everyone's just kind of gonna reset. CLG did push through the bottom lane, but didn't dare try and take that tower out. So it looks like we'll swap back to standard lanes, although Echo Fox are missing a turret. Did not get the top lane out of.
Yeah, we saw them, get chased off of that turret on the last push, and they decided not to stick around. They actually swapping Jhin down bottom lane, keeping him to catch that wave. So it's gonna mean turret advantage translating into gold advantage for CLG. And that is also going to mean that Darshan has a turret at his back, making it a little bit safer, but the minion wave pushing away.
We'll take these creeps as they come in, try and last hit them as late as he can. But KFO not too worried, actually just gonna hit the recall button, go back, probably get himself a few more early items and then return to the eventual 1v1, although it does have to be careful because Darshan will have a lead right now. Aphromoo looking to maybe get himself around Summoner's Rift. He's on the bottom side river right now as Big's gonna clear out a CLG pink ward. Cloud Drake, sorry, is up. But no team's leaping straight for it, and looks like we are just settling in for a few minutes of farming. Perhaps CLG, they're sitting up 1,000 gold. Can't be too disappointed with how this game has started.
Yep, no, and the top lane might be the only place for CLG that they're a little bit dangerous. That's why Smithy, he went up and he walked through the brush on the side of the top lane to try and back up Darshan, as Darshan's making a push to try and get this minion wave all the way into turret. They don't want to let it freeze. Here comes Smithy for a little extra damage. They see an opening and get a flash.
Yep, good Equilibrium Strike flash from KFO, but easy summoner force for Smithy. Level 6 on the Kindred right now. He's been power farming in the early stages of that lane swap. Aphromoo threatening Keith and Big. They'll pop through the magical journey and get themselves back to safety as Stixxay can't really help but push the lane. Does have that pickaxe though, but probably not.
Yeah,
The item work.
it's actually such a smart move by CLG, committing up to that top side. I mean, the turret was really low on their side to almost go down, but they get this minion wave all the way into the turret, plus some extra damage on it. Aurelia is amazing at CSing under turret, but even so, KFO does miss out on a couple there.
Pretty impressive display though. Surfs through a bunch of minions in top lane. So it should
Always
be
fun
okay
to
to catch up.
watch.
So Huhi just pushing in. Froggen not able to get too much traction in the mid lane so far as Darshan and Xmithie gonna go for this red buff steal now. Hard though in the area. Looking to maybe contest, but Hui's rotated up. That's a smite down, and Xmithie nabs the camp for himself, continuing to sort of get a tiny lead in this jungle matchup.
Yeah, all of this control really snowballing off of that fact that Echo Fox were not able to take down the top side turret in the lane swap as well. It will go down very quickly if they're able to push back out and just get one person over there because it's at low HP, but CLG are not giving them the opportunity to do that. They push in really hard, take control of that red quadrant jungle, and there's no opportunity for Hard to go steal the CLG red quadrant either. So they're actually making a move right now. And they cancel it. They're not even going to attack the bottom lane.
Yep, looking for blue buffs right now. Froggen though going to clear out that Kindred mark on the Scuttle Crab, so Xmithie will miss out on 2 and 3. Lost someone at the Raptor camp will lose that one now as Froggen takes it. Blue buff also getting traded over to both his mid laners. Froggen going to collect his, who he got his about 20 seconds ago. See the brown passive burning down, able to take that. It's Hard going to take a trip back. See what he can collect for himself at the shop as once again settling in for a bit of a longer one here, at least in the early laning phase.
Oh man, this is such a good situation for Darshan. Look at the position here. There's no turret for Fox. They have to send up their duo lane to shove this in, or else Darshan will get a freeze indefinitely up in this top side. He already has the lead, and now he can just prune this wave right in front of his turret. And Echo Fox are going to have to force CLG's hand somewhere on the map. Either push in on this lane or try and make a play somewhere else. But CLG are beating them to the punch. They take the dragon and they have a top lane freeze.
Well,
this is actually ridiculous macro play right here. Even though nobody's dying, CLG are crushing Echo Fox in the macro play right now. And they're just stalling out, stealing away a couple of measly jungle camps here. Very, very big pull away here from CLG in the mid game.
Well, Afro spotted Hard. Might be enough. No, just collapses the tunnel. Hard gonna fire his way out. Actually burns the flash. Afro stunned into the wall by the Bard.
So all they get is Gromp, and they have to burn a flash for it. CLG get the first Drake. CLG have a freeze for Jax. Here comes Jhin, and they're gonna try and push it up to the turret, but it's been done a lot of work for him.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, down bottom lane, you know, Aurelia is pretty threatening right now, even though KFO doesn't have the Sheen. Just with the Phage right there, poses a lot of threat to a single AD carry, but Afram is going to join Stixxay, and they'll clean that wave up as well.
I think that's
This turret's going to go down.
that's diver boarded. Yeah, looks like turret just needs a few more shots. Keith, one more bullet. Does do it. And that's the trade that Fox was looking for earlier. So kind of riding that early wrong. Now everything back in balance, and gold certainly reflecting that straight back to even.
Yeah, everything back in balance as far as gold is concerned. But remember how big of a play that was for CLG to get the dragon while they were freezing. A whole Drake up for CLG at this point. Won't mean a lot as far as in-combat stats, just because it is that Cloud Drake. But they're still feeling pretty good about getting that one without any real cost to them.
Yep.
Both minion waves being pushed into the turrets for the top laners.
They'll take it. As Keith and Big still pushing. Darshan hanging back. Doesn't want to get towered over here. As Hard's actually in the area. Slowed down there from Cosmic Binding. Is that the way the magical journey out of there? And Infernal Drake is the next one. So combat stats certainly available from that one. See if CLG are able to get it quite as easily as the first one. So do have a look once again into mid lane. Froggen with the Morellonomicon finished already. Huhi trying to dodge out, but there's the ulti in. Xmithie taking a look for a gank on mid lane. Froggen gonna try and turn it around, but the exhaust is down, and first blood goes to Kindred.
What a clean Azir Sec from Huhi. You know, he got a lot of scrutiny at MSI for those plays, but he makes it on Froggen. Froggen doesn't even burn the flash as he sees Huhi coming in. I think you just have to respect an Azir flying at your face at this stage in the game, you know, especially as Brand. And Huhi makes the move first with the soldiers. As soon as you see him come in like that, I think he just popped the early flash. Froggen does not respect him, and he pays the price as Smithy on the Kindred gets the first blood. That's going to do a lot to Snowball. Aphromoo gets caught, and he's only level 5.
Yeah, no ulti, that's not a good time. Unbara's there, but Afro gonna turn things around. Like Smithy and Huhi here as Stixxay jumps in. Everyone's here as Darshan gets a stun down. Huhi claims it onto Hard.
Everyone from CLG is here. 3-man invade there from Fox. They're going to pay the price with the death of their jungler, as well as a Rift Herald buff in this 1-versus-1 split push top laner matchup that will probably be given to Darshan. Oh, Keith wants to harass them while they're on it. Better block Aphromoo. He is low health.
Ooh! Gets out from under it. Rift Herald does go to CLG.
They accidentally, I think Smithy accidentally walked over it. Darshan had paused on it. Accident, sorry, not sorry. Jungler stole the Rift Herald. It is good on the jungler. I definitely like it a lot on him, just because it helps, clear. You are alone as well, and you can come in for ganks with it. But I really expected them to give that and put more of an effort into giving that to Darshan, so that he can go versus the Sorelia, who is pretty even in CS and just going for the Trinity Force rush. This race towards Trinity Force for both of the split pushing top laners, but Smithy's going to take it away. He got the first blood. He's got the Rift Herald. He's set up to carry this game. But last time he had Kindred, he did just that. So we'll see if he is able to take this into his own hands, or Darshan will be berating him after the game.
I think he was just a panic with the Jhin ulti, but...
I mean, you could just walk over that buff and oopsie, took it.
Oh, sorry. Popped over it accidentally. It's okay, though, as CLG are going to 4-man push down this mid lane. Stixxay, good damage there with the Berserker and the 2 AD items early on. Darshan, though, getting chunked out. Brand passive. Not going to tick down, but good damage onto the Jax. He's going to have to back away and return to farm another lane. CLG not done just yet. Going to try and knock this down, but looks like enough members of Fox here are ready to defend, although that tower getting too low.
Tristana and Azir, 2 of the best tower taking champions. Azir, this is the post-nerf Azir.
Yes.
You can't quite drop the soldiers on there. He's still decent at it. And Tristana will make up a big portion of that turret destruction.
Certainly not the poke still, because Echo Fox got chunked out a little too much in that siege. CLG actually cleaned the mid outer surprisingly easily as Smithy. That's very stylish.
Slick.
Yeah, vaults over the wall.
Backflip over the wall for the fadeaway steal. And a pretty calm game, honestly, for CLG. If you're here in the studio, everybody's listening to them. No yelling going on from either side. It's been pretty calm macro decisions where CLG have come out ahead. Besides the early mistake there from Echo Fox where they got caught out.
And this has maybe been a good moment to have a look back at Echo Fox's games already earlier in the season. They've definitely felt like if they haven't got a lead or stayed even towards that mid and late game, that they do struggle a bit to move around the map and make some plays. We'll see if they can change it. They've got plenty of playmaking champions.
Yeah, we're hyping up this bottom lane of the Jhin and Bard for their long-range playmaking abilities. Echo Fox still very much, only 2,000 gold. That's not the widest of margins. That is bordering on the very difficult to come back from area this early in the game, but they still can easily make a big play, especially around a dragon if CLG converge. Big gets caught out a little bit, but no commitment.
Just a combo there from Afro. Does not ulti out of that. Takes a big chunk of damage there from Froggen. So we're going to take out the pink wards here. CLG are in position to defend for this Infernal Drake. Looks like they just want to shove mid, get a bit more pressure going down that lane. And Smithy actually now moving into that dragon area. He'll start cleaning out all of Echo Fox's well-earned wards. Looks like a tricky defense here around this Drake. Smithy's actually just going to straight up start it.
Yep, CLG in the driver's seat here, going to start it up, and Smithy, because he has Hunter's Potion ticking as well as being Kindred, it's to tank it by himself without taking too much damage. Hard won't even go in for the steal. And it will be Mountain next as well. This is a pretty good Drake curve, if you look at it. Starting out with the extra move speed right into Infernal, and then the end game Drake of Mountain for the Baron control that we talked about both teams kind of lacking.
Does feel like maybe Echo Fox want to contest a bit more.
Right.
Here's ulti out from Jhin just to poke him out from under the turret. Afro tanking bullets to the face.
So it looked like they were trying to zone with that ultimate, but then nobody was really hitting turret during that time. So either you go for a long range snipe, somebody low, or you try and zone them off and hit the turret, but nobody has really stepped in for the turret damage, and really nothing getting done off of that mid lane push from Echo Fox. So they not having that Jhin ultimate, that's one of the big tools we were talking about, hoping that Echo Fox could set up some sort of long range play. CLG don't have to worry about that one for a little bit longer. Bard's still pretty threatening on his own with the ultimate to catch someone, but that has to be kind of a mispositioned team-wide mistake.
And again, no Bard ultis yet from Big. He's only level 6. Hasn't been level 6 for that long, but feels like Echo Fox again sort of struggling to beat CLG around the map. Darshan in full flight right now with that Trinity Force ready, although KFO does have his own, so with Smithy here on the top side, probably the real difference here in that 1v1, and I say that very loosely.
Team game. Tristana back to work. Destroying turrets once again. There's your Bard ult.
Oh!
Good interrupt right there.
Nice knock up. Stixxay gets did as well by the Cosmic Binding, stunned up by Big. Aphromoo forced to flash out of the way. Magical Journey gonna take it in, but Darshan diving topside does take out KFO. Lamb's Respite pop there by Smithy, but that's Aphromoo blown to
Death
pieces.
everywhere here. Aphromoo goes down as well, and it's a 2-for-1. Echo Fox do come out slightly ahead in bounties off of people's heads, but they did lose the mid lane turret as well. So overall gold exchange in favor of CLG. And they leave around a bunch of wards as well after they're done. So the wood line moving out very deep here for CLG. And they should be able to see the next set of long-range plays that Echo Fox try and set up. With the Bard Jhin, we did just see them, collapse on mid lane with that Bard ultimate, and it worked out. But KFO dying up on the top side. You may get to see that in this replay. Here's the mid lane play. That was a great interrupt on the rocket jump there. Here's the top lane. It's just Smithy going in for that dive. He's going to use that Kindred ultimate to negate that last tower shot so he didn't go down. That was the execution on Aphromoo we saw after Stixxay went down. So Echo Fox strike back a little bit, but they're still losing territory.
Yeah.
Even though they're getting kills back, they're losing a lot of real estate on Summoner's Rift.
And that's the nice thing about these sorts of games. Yes, low kills so far, 5 kills in 20 minutes. Certainly not breakneck pace, but the amount of intelligent macro play we're seeing and trade-offs that these teams have to make is actually very elegant. And CLG, especially right now, in complete control for the first 20 minutes.
Definitely is encouraging for CLG fans who remember all these games where CLG had such strong macro play, great lane swaps, and this is where they were earning their advantages in the mid-game objective trading. A bit of a return to style here for CLG, as well as a return to champions, as you mentioned. And it looks like they are feeling much more at home.
That's important. They need to play more like a team. They've said it themselves. Certainly looking on the same page in the early stages of this game. Echo Fox, though, not even close to being done here. And starting to, I think, warm up a bit, make a few more plays, realize that, yes, we do have some big ultimates. We can try and contest around the areas. But with the way we've seen them play, especially in their wins, they do like to play the map first and everything else later. And with CLG sort of beating them at that game, it'll be interesting to see what points we hit either in this game or in this series, where if that changes at all. Because they are enabled to try and make some plays here. And right now, CLG only getting stronger. Stixxay still back to work with that Runa's Hurricane. Almost getting that nice 2-item spot.
I kind of feel like Echo Fox were thrown off a bit by the lane swap, or maybe would have preferred the standard lane to try and get going a little bit earlier. Because we haven't seen them work around Brand very much. There was the CLG gank on Froggen really early, and after he didn't burn his flash and they took him out, it's been a lot of defensive play from Echo Fox and not a lot of lane control for them. So they've been struggling to set up those long-range Jhin Bard plays. KFO in the side lanes doing fine in the 1 versus 1, but as soon as it turns to the 1 versus 2,
all the 1 versus 5.
Bit more difficult, yeah.
Certainly can be. It's Darshan with the red buff actually might be enough to challenge
Oh yeah, he's definitely gonna scare off KFO. If not, go for the kill here. Does get the slow from Cutlass.
Yep, shot him already. There's the stun. Red buff's there. KFO gonna try and turn it around. The minion wave's there. KFO doing a decent job, but Darshan stands his ground.
Woohoo! That's how close the matchup between Jax earlier. Yeah, if he didn't have that Cutlass there.
Oy.
Hey, they're gonna do for the 2-for-1. This is once again CLG going for the objective on the other side of the map. They just had to play on 3,000 health.
Bard ulti's good. Hui goes in.
Oh, delaying it. Hard could do it.
Hard going back in for it, but the Lance Rustbite gonna keep the power alive. It's Smithy turning around for the damage. Who's gonna win the smite fight? It is Smithy that gets it, but Froggen gets pulverized by Afro. The rest of Echo Fox, though, leading the charge forward. Stixxay gets himself out of there as a magical journey to chase in. Flash on Burrow for the knockoff. There's the double onto Jin. CLG, it cost them for that Baron.
It was a little bit greedy for CLG to go for the 2 plays at the same time instead of waiting for the kill and then starting it off. But, you know, the split second there is the only reason really Fox came out with an extra kill. But you'll still trade Baron buff for a 2-for-1 kill trade there for CLG, and they're happy to come away with that Baron buff. It was so close though. You don't want it to come down to one of those 50-50s. Everybody's seen this Smithy play from MSI where you Kindred ultimate the objective you're trying to kill. Card held onto a smite, I believe, but Smithy still got it in the end there with some quick counter.
Keith, that's a bad time. Darshan
He's gonna get another one.
That's
Oh!
gonna make it through the portal.
Darshan with some stuff to prove this game. Stepping up in the team play for CLG as well as stepping up individually. Darshan on the Jax now gonna take over. They also have the Baron buff.
And Mountain Drake. Oh, Hui takes out Froggen. Now looks like Hard's the next target. Hui gonna chase in. There's the double. The Rylai's is good. KFO gets a look in, doesn't really like what he sees, and CLG gonna crack mid.
Yeah, this is gonna be inhibitor down for sure. Let's see if they continue to press. Keep
going.
up in 8 seconds on the Jin.
Gonna keep going for it though. Stixxay, the demolitionist on Trist. Knocks down that first Nexus turret with just a breeze pretty much. Keith's back.
Keith is.
Hui again!
Oh,
Gets
Keith is
his zigzag.
down!
Keith goes down. Timid Fate's late there. Gold's up Darshan, but Afro move.
Oh,
Found Kempo
man,
with a
it's
pulver.
murder.
Flashes in back in CLG. Certainly biting back in week number 3. They'll take out this Nexus turret. Stixxay rocket jumps forward to take out Big. That'll be another kill. He eats a fountain laser, but CLG will take the Nexus, and in less than 25 minutes, game 1 is over.
Well then, CLG cleaning up at the end there with Echo Fox marching in one by one. And that was a very clean 24-minute, 45-second finish on game 1 for CLG. Looking better in the team play, looking better in individual play. Not only Darshan there in the end game, you know, getting 1 versus 2 double kills, but Hui came up. He had a great Azir sec. Froggen wasn't able to flash it. Plus, he was able to cleanly finish out the game as well. I think CLG all around, this is a good game for their mentality. You know, recovering in this split. As for Echo Fox, it's pretty much the exact reverse situation where we're seeing the same things that we saw from them last week, and they're still being. It's a very trepid style of play. They're very cautious here. And playing from behind once again, not able to make that comeback play.
Yeah, I just love it. You know, first 20 minutes, slow macro game, everyone's chill. 5 minutes later, the game's over. CLG really decisive enter that game. Just so many good moments. The macro game's definitely on point. Xmith is Kindred, still really good. Probably merits a ban at this point, given how many plays he's made on the champion. He always pressures the map with it.
I love how we have 2 plays named after Smithy. There's the Sejuani ultimate play, and then there's the Kindred objective play. He's got one, and then one great one.
It's the objective, man. He just can't do it around the Dragon area, but he's got the Baron control under wraps, despite the fact that these 2 teams still struggling a bit in the Baron control statistics. So curious to see there, but that is game 1 done, and our teams are resetting to go at it again. In the meantime, let's go over what we saw. What we just saw with Dash.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. CLG off to a good start here against Echo Fox in our first series of the day over on NALCS 2. This is a lot more like the CLG that we know and love. Playing the 2v1 correctly, coming out ahead there, setting Darshan up for a solid 1-4 split, and playing it out almost to perfection rather from that point.
Right, I think this is one of the first like pop-off games we've seen for Darshan in a while, where he's on his split push Jax and he's actually just solo killing people, gets a double kill, just completely hulking out.
Right, so speaking of earlier in the day, we were talking about top lane meta. You brought up the Aurelia, who's had a major resurgence, but we've seen a number of champions picked into her. This time, the Jax. I mean, the 2v1 obviously helped him avoid that straight-up lane match for the earlier portion of the game, but it didn't take too long before he was able to solo kill Aurelia in a side lane on his own.
Right, he was able to get a nice advantage. One thing he did that was really interesting in the 2v1 was he stayed in the lane a little bit longer. I think he might have lost his flash, or he just like got a little panicked when the Echo Fox bot lane kind of collapsed on him, but he was able to get the cannon minion low enough that it died. So when Echo Fox pushed that wave in, they weren't able to take the turret. Whereas CLG had a nice fat wave that when they push it in, they take the turret, and they force Echo Fox to recall because they can threaten taking the second one. So that was also set up by Darshan, where that was just him basically getting his team an extra turret advantage. So that was really well played by him. So.
Yeah, that ultimately had been a product of getting the teleport out of Echo Fox early in the game as well. I do want to push this ahead to our replay, which is going to be Darshan's solo kill in the bot lane, plus the Baron that CLG picks up on the back side of it.
No, this is the first play.
All right, the first replay is going to be actually, yeah, I take that back, tier 2 mid. This is Echo Fox attempting to make a move to get back into the game, and as they do pick up a kill or two, it's not without losing a turret, and of course Darshan picking up some gold himself.
Right, and that's kind of the point where Darshan kind of hits that critical mass where he's starting to become a monster threat. A little bit later, we're going to see that where he's able to transition that advantage into some solo kills,
Right.
whereas that one was assisted initially.
Now we're going to see Darshan solo kill Aurelia, and then the Baron that they take off the back end of this one. But with the red buff, this doesn't feel good. If you are already losing the 1v1s at this point in the game, you know you're not in for a fun ride.
All right, this was pretty close, and this is why you can see it's a very skill-based matchup, but with the red buff and the early lead that Darshan has, he's able to get the solo kill. You saw that pulled the Bard down. He was moving down there. The Jhin was kind of moving down, and it's kind of late that they start running up top and realize this is a real threat. They actually had a ward in the pit this entire time, so it's kind of surprising it got this far, but I really do like the way Echo Fox played this Baron situation, getting the Bard ult onto it, which then forces the Kindred ult onto it, and you get into this crazy situation that, you know, Smithy's able to secure the smite. But this actually could have been a huge turning point in the game if it had gone the other way. You see they barely get out. If they didn't get the Baron there and the other team did, this could have been, you know, a huge turnaround. But luckily it works out for them, and they are able to close the game extremely quickly after that.
Right, yeah, even with a few deaths, still able to push through. Our player of the game honors is going to extend to Darshan 6-0-1 on that Jax solo kill versus KFO. And KFO, no slouch of his own. We've been looking at him on his carry top laners that he's played throughout the split, saying this is a guy who stepped up between spring and summer. So in terms of performances that we've wanted to see out of Darshan, because he has been relatively lackluster, both through MSI and the early portions of the split, this is much more what we want to see from him.
Right, I think he was put in a really good position to succeed, and he capitalized really hard on it. CLG had an excellent 4-1 comp. They got ahead early in the macro game, and then from there they're able to just extend their leads. And then once Darshan's big enough, he's, you know, killing Keith and Hako, not Hako, excuse me, Big. Just under the turret by himself. It was just a dominating performance, set up through a good comp and some good early games.
So once again, player of the game going to Darshan on that Jax. Much deserved, of course. We'll see if he can continue these performances. Consistency is key, especially when it comes to those top laners being on the island that they are, and when they're ones that you want to set up for the split push. Now, though, it's our time to check in with NALCS 1 and what's happening on in the game between Immortals and Envy. A quick replay of what happened there. 28 minutes and 45 seconds into the game. A 5-for-2 for Envy, plus the Baron off of an Immortals face check. So we'll watch this as it happens with you guys. Unfortunately, we missed it because we're here talking about CLG and Echo Fox, but the Immortals face check there. Pobelter getting chunked out a little bit. Does get the heal, so this is a bit of an extended fight, but the double kill picked up by Ninja pretty cleanly. So that's a huge swing for what was an Immortals-controlled game, it felt like, for a large portion.
Right, if people hadn't seen it, for most of this game, it was IMT kind of running their usual plan with Huni kind of on the Aurelia making some plays. They were pushing up mid a lot, winning fights, taking turrets, and then this face check happens. They get that ace and then apparently a Baron after, so I really think that's going to be probably the turning point in the game. I can see Envy taking that game after that.
All right, well, they are now 34 minutes into the game, 5K gold lead for Envy. We're going to toss you over to that stream to get a closer look to see how this game might finish out. Enjoy.
Nails the ult. Law just playing that fantastically. And Turtle, nowhere really to go. That pillar slowed him down so much, and just great stuff from Envy. That initiated Doll, nets them uninhibited.
And now it's time for Elder. It'll be very nice for Envy with 3 Drakes, but Immortals has 2, so that's going to help buff both teams as they grab it. And we're getting to that point where all the core items are finished. It's getting down to that. Who is going to play the fight better? And we've seen Envy come out on top a few times here, but by the element of surprise, the face-to-face fights have been in favor of Immortals.
Yeah, Envy has been rotating extremely well.
Yeah.
Though. They're setting up these fights. They're setting up these fights minutes in advance, and I'm extremely impressed with how they're playing.
Yep.
Also have to say, as Huni builds more and more tanky, as he's going to need to going into later stages of the game, that Trundle support becomes more and more annoying because he's just going to ult you. You're losing so many of those stats, but you're forced into doing it anyway, and it's kind of this double dipping effect where Huni loses all his armor and MR, and Hakuo becomes the super tank because he's stealing it all. So it's very frustrating as a tank dealing with a Trundle support because it feels like, hey, they didn't really even commit that much to this pick.
Again, trying to control the jungle before they get themselves into the lane, which Seraph is already in the bot side of. Gonna go ahead and get himself some wards, and his team is also warded if he needs to come over. But right now, they have so much control over the map. They're kind of just playing a great game of yo-yo with Immortals right now.
It's fantastic, and Seraph is kind of the shot caller for this MB team. He understands the macro movements. He understands the wave control so well, and you can see it reflected in MB's play. Seraph draws them down to the bot lane. He has his TP. They can look to pressure this turret, and I think it's going to be hard for Immortals to actually hold here with only 3 members at that turret. MV could perhaps look for a dive.
Seraph looks like he wants to kind of route the team here and come just around the backside of pressure. Wild Turtle very, very low.
Has that healing, though. 2 healers here on the back of him, and he's going to be picked back up pretty quick.
Oh,
but he needs to be
takes
careful.
another Q to the face. Eagle Eye Lod on this Ezreal right now. Like we said, he switches between Lucian and that, so he is feeling very comfortable right now to be on the front line for a few of those Mystic shots and getting a lot of help from Ninja as well. His aggression is very supported by that mid lane. It looks like they're going to just take a few more seconds and pop this turret down.
That is one nice thing about having the mid lane Karma is the shields are actually enormous.
Nice.
It's like 500 plus on that Ninja shield.
And you're zooming.
Yeah, and it's only a 4.8 second cooldown, so you're non-stop getting shielded. You're actually almost shielded at a 90% uptime or so because it's a 4.8 second cooldown, lasts 4 seconds, and because he has so much AP and CDR.
So Envy just under 6K ahead there, a little past 35 minutes into the game, and this only serves to the point of, Envy likes to play slow. For an undefeated team match-wise, to be the 2nd longest average game time in the entirety of the NALCS, that's kind of an interesting comparison.
Right, especially when you look at how the rest of the league is playing, where the other top teams are these super aggressive, like fight-heavy teams. Immortals, TSM, even C9 to an extent. When they have their Bard, they seem to blow games open. And so, it's interesting to see Envy have this totally different seemingly approach to winning, and it works for them. I mean, they get that, they're losing for a lot of the game. They get this great bait brush. They get a kill. They get Baron. Now they're looking like they're in control of the game. So
yeah, and that's what makes this matchup so exciting. Is Immortals, we know, as a very aggressive team. They were aggressive in the early game here. Didn't build quite a large enough lead, obviously, to secure it. And one false move, Envy capitalizes, and here they are ahead of the pack. But that game isn't finished just quite yet. So if you are interested in how it'll close out, tune into NALCS 1. For now, over here on NALCS 2, we've got to take a commercial break. When we come back, Game 2 between Echo Fox and CLG hits the battle theater. You won't want to miss it.
Who was the fart? Who was the fart?
I wonder if the audience can actually hear him just screaming, who is the fart? That's how he got his name. Who's fart?
Trying to go down, but there's the ulti in. Smithy taking a look for a gank on mid lane. Froggen going to try and turn it around, but the exhaust is down, and first blood goes to Kindred. But Darshan diving topside does take out KFO. Lamb's respite pop there by Smithy, but that's Aphromoo blown to
Death
pieces.
everywhere here. Aphromoo goes down as well.
Yep, shot him already. There's the stun. Red buff's there. KFO going to try and turn it around. The minion wave's there. KFO doing a decent job, but Darshan stands his ground. Oh, Keys. That's a bad time. Other one! Oh! And in less than 25 minutes, game 1 is over. And welcome back. In Game 1, CLG put the screws to Echo Fox and are closing in for a 2-game sweep. Kobe was not pretty on the Echo Fox side.
No, I mean, kind of the same issues that we talked about. You know, early game is going to be the biggest thing for them. They need to be more proactive. I think they need to just draft and try and set up to have a strong early game because they're getting this gold deficit and that transition into this mid game where they don't have many options and they just kind of bleed out from all sides. And that's why people get this feeling that Echo Fox don't really do anything because they don't really have a lead to do anything with.
Well, we've seen this before. Teams changing things up and adding something new to the team because they're actually going to substitute a player here. So Hyde will be out and Grigny will be in for the jungle position here. So again, we talk about early game maybe needing a little bit more there, a little bit more aggression. Subbing in a jungler, pretty good for kind of tuning up that early game.
Yeah, very well could be. We'll see, you know, what kind of moves he can make and if they can get standard lanes to showcase the jungler. Junglers are much better showcased in standard lane setups than they are in lane swaps. The other thing is transitioning into the late game. Baron, I have to say, we said at the beginning of this, both these teams were one of the worst 2 Baron control teams. I might still say that, even though CLG got that Baron, it was very risky.
Yeah.
They were ahead and they went with the basically 50-50 smite. Smithy there did end up securing it in the end, but that very well could have been, you know, a big mistake for them that people look back and criticize them for. You know, that could have been Echo Fox's way back into the game. So we'll look at both teams actually to try and do better on that area.
Definitely maybe a bit too aggressive, and it has been a slow start for Echo Fox. Froggen tells us why Echo Fox is dropping game and what they can do to refine their form.
I think it's because we are like not really doing anything, more so than we are just getting outplayed. I mean, obviously we're getting outplayed, but it's mostly because we just don't do a lot and we are playing very far back. I think we just have to like practice a lot more, adapt more to best of threes because it's something we have 4 players that has never tried before. So it is very different, and I think we will be good once we get a lot more practice, but we need to put a lot of effort into it.
Well, Froggen pretty much sums it up there for us.
There you go. He echoes our sentiments. Pretty much exactly what we're going for. Look to do something.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Froggen's general style, a great player. His numbers are good so far. He has been playing well and we've seen him, but he doesn't really play like huge, aggressive playmaking, let's do stuff champions.
I was hyped up for the Brand. I was like, all right, we haven't seen much Brand. We're going to get an early Rylai's, slowing people. He's going to counter gank, get you know, the double kill. Brand's pretty good at actually turning around ganks if the jungler's there to, you know, to have his back, if you get that ultimate bounce back. But he just got annihilated early with the gank. He was not able to bully Azir much, and Huhi definitely had control of that lane. So look for something else there from another surprise pick maybe from the mid lane there from Echo Fox.
I think you said it at the end of game 1. Echo Fox probably just wants standard lanes. You know, look to find an edge early, maybe set up some sort of tent near the mid lane for Froggen. Grigny, we'll see what he brings to the table, but we are back into the draft for game number 2. Echo Fox banning away Ashe and Trundle once again, and Anivia Vlad gonna follow for CLG.
All right, same bands, so far.
There's a difference.
Huhi's Azir, definitely deserving of respect now. He was very clean in that game, and Froggen has found out that Brand does not counter Azir, indeed.
Not what he wanted, perhaps, out of the pick.
I mean, anytime you go in for harass, you're in range of the soldiers, so it's pretty hard, especially with, you know, junglers being a very big part of it. Regardless, we will see a different mid lane matchup this time around. See what Echo Fox go for. All junglers are available for Grigny. See what his specialty will be, subbing in and, you know, changing up a player. That can be good. Grigny, he does play a lot of Rek'Sai. You know, he's even a Lee Sin player. He's one of those guys that can go, you know, with some playmaking, early game, surprise picks. Let's see here. Nidalee and Kindred both still available. We'll see what CLG decides to answer with. I think that they will probably look for another counter pick here for top lane. You know, Jax isn't actually a counter pick to Aurelia, but
certainly got himself into a good spot, but careful, stick to what he knows. And Aurelia once again.
All right, maybe we will just get to see them dueling it out again on Trinity Force skill shot or skill matchup champions.
I wonder if Dashan's like, okay, I guess I take Jax again. Maybe the lanes are different if it's an actual 1v1 and we get standard lanes. Dashan did a great job controlling the lane and the map from his position after the early CLG lane swap.
Yeah, and again, it was through the lane swap and through these mid-game objective trading. You know, that is the hallmark of CLG over the past few seasons, where they earned a lot of their advantages up into the mid-game where they could pressure it. Echo Fox definitely need to change that up.
Well,
Coaching staff, you know, leadership in game as well. All areas they can look to do that. Froggen said they just need more practice. They need to play together more to figure out, you know, what to do. But definitely sending the team into the game with an early game plan is going to be crucial. There it is.
Yep. I was kind of expecting this. I was like, well, we kind of know what's going on one side. Same picks are open. Darshan, I imagine he doesn't mind the matchup if nothing else. And Xmithie had a great Kindred game.
Yeah, I mean, they're not worried about the early game of Echo Fox. As we said, you know, the second lowest early game gold difference rating for Echo Fox. Not really putting out a lot of pressure at the moment. So CLG happy to again go. Same champions so far. Still waiting for the Grigny curveball.
Or Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
You never know.
or just Rek'Sai again.
20 seconds for Echo Fox. Lock in their picks 2 and 3.
Whenever you do see the early Kindred, you know, you get some thoughts. You start thinking of, oh, Elise maybe, you know, get the combos on him. Even the Lee Sin that I mentioned before, if he gets, you know, an early lead, he can 100% Kindred, you know, close on him pretty easily. But all right, maybe we'll get a little flavor from the other stream. Karma could go mid lane.
It could.
It is a flex pick, but might well just be a poke bottom lane here. Jhin Karma for Keith and Big.
Yep, Big going to take more of an enabler. I guess on the Bard wasn't too impactful, at least from the little we saw, at least in that one game on the Bard. So we'll take maybe the more standard, very popular support. Good at enabling KFO and maybe Froggen as well.
I do like, I do like Karma in, you know, 4-1 comps, because you can enable your 4 squad to disengage if your Aurelia doesn't, you know, have the pressure or have the, you know, early TP timing advantage over the other top laner. You know, plus if you do have the advantage, she also doubles as a poke champion. So decent in the siege as well. For answering that, CLG may look for some hard engage here.
There's one maybe, not Warwick. Braum perhaps the pick there.
Hey, Warwick, he's hard engaged.
Okay, whoa!
Straight suppression.
Misclicks on the vein, goes back to Tristana. Tristana Braum the bottom lane there for CLG.
All right, now that's a lane I like to see go for more kills. You know, Afro slightly changing up here. He's still going to be frontline. Changing off the Alistar onto the Braum though, you can block a bit more. Braum actually I do like a lot against Jhin. Since Jhin only with those 4 bullets, you block a couple of them. That's a pretty big percentage. But I also really just enjoy Braum Tristana kill lanes. Rocket jump forward. Aggressive rocket jumps are always encouraged.
Well, it's good to see Aframu sort of moving back to some playmakers as well. Obviously known for Karma, Janna, who's not that popular right now, Soraka, these sort of champions, but I think he's maybe at home right now on the team, where he's able to make big plays with the likes of Alistar and now Braum. So CLG is pretty much continuing with a very similar looking draft to game number 1. We'll see how Echo Fox finish this one.
That hover, I think they'll probably lock in the Elise. As I talked about earlier, it's a good one into Kindred.
All right, Froggen, what it'll
combos. And it is also going to be some disengage. Okay, so those are still swappable.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, could be mid lane, could be support, either one of those. Karma, Zyra. Regardless, though, that is great disengage, or at least counter engage if we do get those aggressive rocket jumps.
You mentioned it already, that 4-1 style. Yeah. It's a pretty good 4 on the Echo Fox side. You see how the 1 holds up this time. KFO was not able to get a foothold in top lane. See if that changes.
It is going to be very poke heavy here for Echo Fox. They don't have a tank on their team, so they're going to rely a lot on coordinating their ranged abilities, you know, for the snares. They have a lot of snares, but they're going to need to hit them. If CLG get around these skill shots from Echo Fox, then they will collapse, you know, like paper.
Yep.
Nobody on that team is very healthy, so they're going to have to use that Karma speed and try and land all their skill shots here for Echo Fox. This is a dangerous comp to run. It can be very rewarding if you play it offensively and you do get that lead. But Echo Fox has struggled to get an advantage in the game and try and set up their 4-1. See if CLG can pressure them. They do have the Zillion for a revive.
I love the last pick.
Yeah, it does make sense there for the early engage. You know, you send in your first wave of engagements and just revive them after they get countered by the 4 range champions.
Yeah. Zillion becoming actually a surprisingly popular pick. Certainly in the NALCS. Coach is going to shake hands. Great drops once again from both these two. Curious to see how it works out, but we all want your opinion as well, of course. Get your Twitter fingers ready. Send out the hashtag FOXWin or CLGWin as we get ourselves into game number 2. A few changes here already for Echo Fox. Comp's different. Rocket's playing Karma. We got a new jungler.
Yes.
It's all sorts of crazy.
Yep. There's a high potential to take over a game when you run a comp with this much damage like Echo Fox and this much crowd control. So a lot of offensive abilities here for them, but low on defense. So it's going to be a very skill-based composition for them. See if they can execute.
Yep. And on the other side for CLG, very similar look to the comp they had in the first game. Just Azir being banned away means that Hui actually falls back to Zilean, which is a pretty different champion. But he had a good Azir game. He'll have a very high impact on the Zilean. We'll see if he can play it to a similar effect. But he's certainly making sure that Darshan, especially if he gets ahead, and Stixxay can now play just without fear in a lot of team fights.
Yeah, because, eventually, both these teams are looking at the 1-4 setups, but eventually those do collapse into team fights very often with one of them teleporting in early. That's when you really will see the benefits from the Zilean. Also, it's always nice to have these big zone control abilities when you're playing against a comp like Echo Fox are running that we say relies on precision and relies on them to coordinate a lot of their target swaps and CC abilities. CLG now, they have the bombs from Zilean. They also have the Braum for a big area of zone control, so they can try and make it so Echo Fox aren't able to coordinate their skill shots.
Yep, and I don't think CLG are going to be deviating too much from the plan. We saw effective lane swap in game number 1. They're back on the Triss. They'll probably look to that again if they get it. Echo Fox, should they force standard lanes here?
Yeah, I mean, Tristana, she excels. I don't think there's any way that Jhin can catch up with that, no matter what support you have, because Jin's one of the slow ones with the 4 bullets, and Tristana just annihilates turrets. So CLG, once again, they are going to try and pressure with the mid-game objective trading, eke out that early to mid-game gold lead in that area, then look to pressure in for the team fights.
Well, we're out into Summoner's Rift for the second time between these two teams. CLG up a game. Now out on the red side, Echo Fox so looking to equalize here and force a game number 3. We'll see if a change of junglers and a slight change in strategy can maybe get that done here. But it does start here at level 1. CLG navigated the first 10 minutes of game 1 wonderfully. See if Echo Fox can change things up here, because it's the early game that we keep questioning. Where is it? Seem to have lost it in the spring.
Well, they are going to spread out, and it looks like they're trying to play defensively, and they do want standard lanes. However, CLG, once again, they group up, standard invade from them, press in S5. They're going to try and get those deep wards down to check out for the lane swap.
Yep. Volatile Spiderling did spot a few. And that's Grigny just going to be scouting out the area. I don't want to face check too far though. And here's some wards from CLG. I do like that the teams are now proactively warding again. We had a lot of blind lane swaps in the first 2 weeks. CLG kind of actively seeking information here as Keith and Big will trade wards here on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and Echo Fox, once again, they're forced into trying to answer with lane swap wards of their own. However, it's going to be difficult working someone up to that top side of the map. KFO on the ward, seen out. And now we have the game of chicken where they wait to see CLG reveal themselves. However, it's not going to happen. Since CLG have this information, they get their lane swap very easily. They call for the duo up top, and this is set up nicely for them. Meanwhile, bottom lane there for Fox is split, and Big is going for the early mid lane play. You have to be careful about overextending in that play.
It's the counterplay. Big actually flashes into the tower, gets exhausted now. Darshan going to leap on top. Exhausted is down, but Big getting a little low. Grasping Roots lands onto 3, but he's still tagged in by the
Pull
Braum
down on
passive.
Leap Strike.
Looking for it again. There's the Q. Leap Strike in. Darshan wants it. He's going to get it. First blood.
Yeah, so Fox, you can tell what they were thinking this time around. CLG last time, they went that 3-man play around mid. Froggen makes the call. You know what? That's our time. We're going to do it this time. However, Big really overextends. You have to be so careful in lane swaps when you go for that, especially as a support. Zyra, you are one of the squishiest champions in the game, and he overextends onto the CLG half of the map. Lane swaps, not only junglers have to respect the lane swap dividing line where you divide top and bottom jungles, but supports as well. Got to be very careful about doing that, and a big mistake there gives CLG first blood. This is not the way Echo Fox wanted to start game number 2 and try to get back into the series.
Probably in the worst possible spot as well. Darshan going to start with a lead. in what will eventually be another 1v1 matchup. For now, though, we are just going to trade some structures. Who he hits level 3.
Yeah.
Showing a lot of respect here to Froggen. Gets snared up, though. Froggen in there, but the bomb's not quite enough for the stun. The Q's going to mantra back up.
Yeah. Great trade there for Froggen, who he doesn't get the other bomb quite on top. No stun, but Xmithie comes to equalize.
Yep, does have Flash and Cleanse. Froggen cleanses out, flashes out after as well, but Xmithie chasing in.
Thought about going to Flash in there, but one more auto. Probably wouldn't have got it since Froggen did have health potion ticking. I don't know, would have been very close with the red buff burn, but Xmithie doesn't make the risky play, doesn't flash in for it, so there's no counter gank from Grigney, and he's going to have to just go back to farming.
Very explosive exit there from Xmithie. Just rocket jumps over the wall as Darshan will be left to his own devices with the turret. And most importantly, all its delicious local gold. KFO, though, similar spot.
Yum, yum.
Looks like both laners able to bounce highly effectively.
Yep, both of them going to set up the freezes, so the lane swap will be pretty close. The big 400 gold lead for CLG is sitting all on Darshan pretty much with that first blood money that he's still holding over KFO right now.
Hasn't spent it yet, but again, they'll eventually meet. Right now, though, it does look like Stixxay is swapping himself down to this bottom half of the map, so time to push a few more turrets down. Looks like Fox are answering in kind. They'll do the same.
Yep, smart from KFO. You know, as soon as you see the duo lane, try and get as many minions as you can before they chase you off.
Whoa, that Q barely missed from Aphromoo.
Necessary dodge there. We talk about the kill lane and the pressure that Triss Braum can have with aggressive rocket jumps onto Winter's Bite, but very good dodge and stun from KFO. He's able to walk away without having to burn summoners, and he was able to snag a couple extra minions on the way out. Everyone does help trying to even out that first blood money that Darshan does have over him.
And a Sheen first here for Darshan as he goes back and joins his duo lane. Fox and Keith already busy in that top lane. Looks like Aurelia is going to join them as well as Grigney goes for a wander in towards CLG's Raptor camp, but does not spot either Xmithie or the camp itself. Already taken away by Kindred, who's looking good once again in the early stages of the game. Could be looking for a revisit here onto Froggen, but
he's looking at that mark. You got eyes. Anytime you are Kindred, boom, big target right on the Raptors. Juicy. It's on about half of the lane swap. And that's going to be number 2 for Xmithie. So even quicker start to the mark stacking this game around. Now, after you secured that, okay, now I can turn your eyes toward Froggen, maybe. Maybe you get your repeat game pastry.
Maybe he just goes to farming, which is also fine. Froggen going to play nice and safe, so not this time.
They might actually go for the early Mountain Dragon, or Mountain Drake. Yeah, they are going to stack that one up. Grigney is going to be the one trying to answer mid lane, though. He wants to make a name for himself. New guy on the map here. Jungler got subbed in, and the game started out pretty rough, trying to make up ground here. It's really rough as Elise, especially if the early game goes that poorly for your team without really getting a chance to have a meaningful impact. Because she is going to slowly fall behind in farm. Having spent time on Dragon, though, for CLG means that should actually be able to keep up in farm this time around. But at least with no early kills, no early ganks is going to be rough.
Yeah, and Hui's level 6 now, so this gank even more difficult for Elise. Froggen getting the poke in, but Grigney is going to have to leave that particular area. CLG moving the duo lane back to the top lane. Bombs are up, though. Peace.
Yeah, even up those CS numbers. Oh, Stixxay misses a couple under turret, though. Okay, got
He's got it. It's okay. Aphromoo is going to cover him as well with the Targans. Order is restored.
Those Tristana last hits with explosive shot.
Tricksy, to say the least.
Say Stixxay. All right, deep ward's actually going in from Fox. You know, even though Grigney didn't get off his early gank, he was able to get those tracker knife wards down on the top side. Maybe that will allow them to set up a play. As of right now, Fox are doing a decent job, climbing back in that gold deficit, trying to make up for that first blood money.
Just a ward down. KFO also going to do the same. Needs to make sure he has eyes on CLG because 2 members top with Xmithie cheating towards that side means KFO correctly assumes he was maybe in danger. Looks like team's actually just going to keep pushing down and actually keep these 2v1s alive for a little longer than game 1.
Yeah, pretty much mirrored here. Both top laners waiting to receive their big wave at their turret. Just eyeballing that giant line of minions. Echo Fox sending over the Elise. One good thing about Elise, especially the ranged jungler with a lot of threat here when you come up for a siege, means that they can zone Darshan completely off the turret, completely off the minion wave but he goes in with Smithy.
Smithy's here as well. TP in. They're going to keep going down. Classic by going to keep Darshan alive. And now Green has to get out. The ulti from Jillian there as well. But Hui flashes forward, gets the double bomb.
The counter here. Smithy shows up, and Darshan goes offensive with the double stun. They've got not only the Kindred ultimate, but Hui threw the Zillion ult on there for good measure. Just in case, I guess. And he lands the long range double bomb for the second blood, excuse me. So CLG, they counter that push. They also get this bottom turret. Echo Fox, again, very terrible early game. Gonna have to play from behind. Gonna struggle to create proactive plays. This is already looking like it might be the same story for them. But yeah, Darshan got his Counter-Strike on early, so he's able to block a lot there. Smithy well-timed ult, and Hui just threw it on just in case there's any kind of stray burn damage or something, I guess, gonna come through and kill him. Didn't want to take any chances. They get the kill, and that cooldown comes up very quickly for Zillion, so not a big deal there. CLG sitting pretty with that early game gold lead.
Yeah, they got the tier 2 in top lane as well, so third tower going for CLG means that once again, they're in the driver's seat here. Frog going to go ahead and get blue buff for himself, which is always nice, but a clutch teleport there from Hui, saving that play on the top lane and giving CLG another great start to this game. And Echo Fox, once again, will be caught chasing CLG, which is not the spot they want to be in. Darshan actually challenging Keith right now. They're equal in level. Yeah. I would not feel particularly comfortable without my Zara. Big going to return to this lane, but Darshan taking farm out from under the duo lane of Echo Fox is not a good sign.
Yeah, and he's sitting on 1,000 gold right now in pocket for Darshan as well. If he had a Cutlass, maybe we would see him try stuff as soon as his dual lane gets here, but I think we'll just see him backing after this wave and going to recall and purchase instead. Yep. Safe play from CLG is all they need now, since they do have a pretty good handle on this early game. And Smithy's stacking up very nicely on the Kindred as well.
Reflected in all the early itemization. Stixxay, Zerkiri is BF sold, so good for a few sieges. Rod of Ages already done for Hui after picking up that assist and kill the TP in that top side. And Darshan, the aggressive component of the Trinity Force plus the Phage to spare. That 1v1's going to be real nice, especially with Xmithy tracking in that top lane.
And speaking of Xmithy, he is a full level above Grigny. Both of them are almost to their next level, so this is a full level from 6 to 7 here for Smithy over Grigny, who's been waiting around a lot, trying to position himself for counter ganks, which have not worked out. Plus, they made that failed dive up top, which cost him a lot of time. And Smithy is cruising to another very easy game here on Kindred. He had a good ultimate already for Darshan, and stepping up to be a big damage threat in this game as well.
This wanders by into his own jungle. Happiest jungler in the world, because as he cruised past mid, Hui just gives him a bit of extra XP for level 8. Grigny trying to clear out this ward. Stixxay gonna trade. Oh! We got it. Stixxay gonna take the most precious of CS, the enemy green ward. Smithy actually on top of a ward as well in that brush, trying to get a little tricksy. 4 members of Echo Fox here right now.
They did kill the pink ward, but Smithy got the Gromp, and so that boosts him up to that 2-level breakpoint. If, you know, Grigny does get 1 camp, he'll get up to 7, but as of right now, very big discrepancy there.
Hello. Keith just eating damage. That's a lot of damage early on. Jhin is not particularly durable.
Yeah.
CLG countering everything Echo Fox are trying to do here. That was 5 men mid lane.
I'll be careful too. You can tell Echo Fox are just like, you know what, we got to do something. But it's very dangerous right now with the item difference that they were facing. There's a lot of completed first items here over on CLG. Even though Rod of Ages is a stacking item, even though Blood Razor is percentage health and gets better as the game goes on, still pretty scary for Echo Fox to try and force something. They went into that blue quadrant. They didn't quite find their fight. Left some wards behind. And Smithy's here for the 2v2, but
assist.
Just kidding. He's here for the alley-oop escape.
Darshan calls back his jungler. Smithy actually looking for his mark, but his Rift Herald, I don't think he's gonna mess it up this time.
Well, was it a mistake?
I don't know.
Or was it intended? Yeah. We'll see. Smithy is gonna accidentally walk over it this time, or are they actually gonna give it to Darshan?
He's gonna flash out back of the pit.
Give him an edge. Yeah. Okay. So it was an accident last time. You
I'm getting juked towards it. He's like, you got it.
You can only pull that off one time as a jungler, where you slowly saunter over the buff as you walk away from it and quote-unquote accidentally take it. If you do it multiple times, then their top lane is going to catch on. Darshan does get it this time, so we'll see if he's able to use that against the Aurelia. He's also first to Trinity Force completion, which is the real big differentiator in this matchup. So maybe he will try and pressure. As of right now, KFO going to try and hold this freeze, though, for as long as he can, as Echo Fox are going to struggle to get back in this game. You know, he's got teleport, so he can try and answer if there is a play from CLG across the map. It's just Cloud Drake, so some people might decide to just give that up in favor of Aurelia free farm. But Darshan going in deep to enemy territory here. It's a lot of Fox wards as well as the Wisp walking around.
Yeah, you got spotted, so Darshan going to walk the longer way around, but clearing out vision. See CLG grouping towards that Cloud Drake, although fresh off some back, so spend some of that gold they've earned, holding that 2,000 gold lead still. Although again, wanting to play carefully in these long lanes. Don't have quite the same lead that they had before. They kind of got it off a nice Baron play earlier on, as Afro ding 6 there from who he's extra passive.
Yeah, much needed 6
Feels
too.
good.
Supports in lane swaps.
Ooh.
Oh man, yeah, they're already on Turdio. That's red buff on Kindred too. Had the heavy hands from Krugsmite, and they're just destroying this turret. There's no answer from Echo Fox.
Slapping it.
We gotta do something, boys.
Oy, that's rough.
Oh no.
Fox again pulled around the map, and CLG just walk up slowly to the turret and take it. It's a huge open space, and now the blue buff's gonna go down as well. Oh, it's just all going downhill.
Oh man, they're falling off a cliff here.
Yeah.
Very steep downhill. CLG just waltz right into the base. Casual 14.5-minute inhibitor turret there.
Can't be caught sleeping in the macro game. CLG really tightened everything up, it feels like. Froggen anchored in the mid lane, busy dealing with bombs there from Hui. Darshan and Smithy going back in. Careful, you are absolutely not safe. But they're just going to walk into the inhibitor now.
Yeah, there's no turret here, guys. We still have 3 people here, and Fox are in the mid lane with 4, sending only Elise back to recall right now.
They're going to get it, I think.
Are you kidding me?
Right.
They get the mid lane wave, but that's it. Can CLG get out here, though? Because they're going to die. Someone's going to die for this.
Yeah, Darshan might, but he's trying to get out. Leap strikes way up to the stun, but big flashes in.
Yeah.
Good crash swing roots as KFO gets the reset in and moves towards Smithy. Is Smithy going to pop the ulti and buy some time?
Yeah.
Does save Afro, but he's dead.
They sacrificed 2 for the inhibitor at 15.5 minutes down for CLG. Now, if you are Echo Fox and you're going, oh my god, we got crushed early, we have to farm for late, we're struggling. Maybe, maybe they can try and hold on to this wave, because there is going to be a steady stream of income from that top side, because it's going to be pushing with super minions. The problem is then holding on to anything else on the map, though. If you have to have somebody hold the super minion line on that top line, it pretty much forfeits the other side of the map. KFO does have teleport, and they're trying to sneak away this Cloud Drake before CLG flows in, though. And they're going to get it. Oh, the recall from CLG. This is actually pretty good for Echo Fox. They're going to take one bottom side objective, which CLG would try and use in conjunction with the downed inhibitor. So maybe they can buy themselves some time here for Echo Fox and hold out.
Well, this is how this all started, but Darshan's just ignoring everything.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell they made that call. They're like,
Yep.
You know what? We're dying for this. Let's get that inhibitor.
Good play from Big, though. And then KFO able to follow up nicely. He did reap all the benefit as well. So as far as investments go, KFO with the double kill. Now getting quote-unquote free farm in the top lane. He will certainly be a beast if the game drags on. But
Yeah. Not so free when CLG are pressuring mid and bottom.
Yeah.
It's what you have to do when you have that downed inhibitor. It just means you have to keep up pressure. You cannot relax. So CLG going to try and make it count. You can see that first super minion double wave on the top lane is going to head into the base now. So that double stacked up super minion wave this early in the game will take a Nexus turret if left unattended by itself. All the CLG have to do is keep up their pressure. They do have the turret destruction of Tristan in mid lane and Jax down bottom, so time in their favor. Jhin goes to answer the super minions and see if CLG can get anything else.
Maybe contemplating a dive here, although a little tricky to kill these two. CLG not done. Gonna keep pushing for a little while
Mid lane,
longer, but
dive.
yep, there's big. Gonna get stunned up by Braum. Passive Stixxay. Rocket jumps away. Good damage there from the explosive charge. Nails him the kill, and Tower should fall shortly after. Need to get it. Can't get out though.
Pretty fancy footwork actually, and they still have Kindred invulnerability if they want to try this. Oh, gonna have to juke these. He does juke too. Keith misses all 4. Doesn't even fire off the last one
Takes
actually.
the cooldown.
Oh my goodness. CLG should claim that mid turret after that then.
Yep, they do. Bomb goes down. Now this turret getting assaulted as well. KFO trying to run interference on Darshan. Good leap strike out from under the W of Jin. Does not get himself snared, but now diving in. Hui ults himself. Froggen trying to do something here, but Stixxay's here. Straightening with the rocket jump, but Froggen going to maybe blow him up here. Buster shot almost enough. Stixxay's out of there. Flashes to safety. Keith does not land the snipe, and he gets away with it.
Heal from Keith there is able to save Froggen, and Grigney's going to try and answer, but CLG get out after that play. So they claim 1 outer turret. That's actually an okay hold from Fox. It could have gone worse. They did give up some kills, but it actually, yeah, could have gone worse. CLG actually looking to make it worse now as they teleport in, but Fox wisely do not stick around. And the Gold League kind of holds stable at around 3,000.
Inhib almost back up as well. So KFO going to clear this last super minion out, and we will kind of reset the situation. Baron also up because the Echo Fox took the Scuttle Crab, being like, they're pretty crazy, they might go for it. Wanted to make sure that doesn't happen. But pressure's still there. Darshan still farming away on that bottom side, creating plenty of space for CLG, which is all they really need right now.
Yeah, trying to keep up the pressure. Inhibitor's still down, so they're still trying to work on the secondary bottom, as well as keep up on mid. Secondary bottom has been taking a couple stray auto attacks. There's still a decent amount of work to be done though, about a third left on that turret.
And they're just trying to trade objectives here. Keep Echo Fox busy between mid and bottom lane. Stixxay sped up, does decent damage there as he pumps his Q. Rapid fires down the turret. But again, CLG just bouncing between these lanes, hoping someone makes a mistake. To Echo Fox's credit, a good defense so far. Although super minions, again, Keith has to go back to deal with those, so pressure not done just yet.
Yeah, they send Keith back once again to try and defend that Nexus turret and clean up these minions. That is going to be a good source of income, but it's going to cost them pressure.
KFO tagged, activates Transcendent Blades, but there's the stuns in. Zara ult is good, going to knock up 2. Make it 3 actually as Smithy gets tagged.
That's going to be the turret at least though. CLG going to claim the bottom one, plus the mid one as well just went down, so 2 more. And CLG have cleaned up all outer turrets on the map, increasing the gold lead. And the exposed inhibitor being back up is actually just fine for CLG. That's just another point they can force a fight at if they want to continue with the 1-4 split push.
Yep, timing seems good. As Darshan finally goes back to spend some money. Vamp Scepter right now, waiting on nothing else. Actually just finishes the Cutlass, grabs a Warden. We'll head back out, maybe towards that Baron pit. Stixxay almost up to 2 items, and Hui working on his second. Starting to hit some breakpoints here. Echo Fox have answered with at least 1 item now, building in towards their next few, but almost 5,000 gold behind. Blue buff here for Froggen. It's a good start to things, but as nice as that hold from the inhib was, they'll need to kind of weather the next few minutes as CLG look to make their next play. Ward down from Smithy in the back of the Baron pit. Have to think that that's the most obvious place to go, particularly with the next Drake in 50 seconds being that Cloud Drake. CLG not going to rush to that one maybe.
Yeah, no need for them to rush. They've got an exposed inhibitor to work with, full control of the map, decent sized gold lead. And once again, it seems like we just keep telling the same story for this Echo Fox squad. They had such high hopes for this summer split. You know, as soon as they got, in spring split, they got KFO and Froggen in. They won a bunch of games at the tail end of the split. We're looking a lot stronger. They were like, you know what? We're going to be a summer split team. We're going to come out strong, try and get those playoffs. But it has not come together here in the summer split. And even Froggen himself kept saying they need to just do something in these games. Everything they've tried has failed. And that speaks to some in-game leadership maybe, as far as direction for shot calling once you get in here for the mid-game, but also coaching, sending the team in there with a game plan. It just seems like it goes off the rails so early for them in the game. Early game deficit from like 8 minutes for Echo Fox, and CLG just looking to close in. They keep the pressure up. actually not even going to the exposed inhibitor, heading down bottom instead.
We've got new work to do, and it is on this bottom side inhib turret. Oh, it's good snare. Hui actually forced to ult himself. Stun lands in. They don't want to do it just yet. They have to time it right. Last bullet. Oh, big! Flashes in, but they'll save him. Last shot goes straight from Jin, and Hui somehow lives through all that. The CLG claiming Drake on the exit.
Yeah, they take a couple shots on the exit, but they got about 20% of the turret health. They get the Cloud Drake. It's not going to be the best Drake for ending out the game for them, but it will add extra 2 damage if we do get all the way to the late game. Elder Dragon, basically though, it's going to allow them to run back down to keep pressure on a little bit quicker. And maybe now they do actually go either towards the exposed inhibitor, or I would say set up some vision control around Baron. Because we talked about this Echo Fox team, there's no tank on it. It's very difficult to contest Baron if you have no tank line, nobody to soak up, nobody to face check anything. Anyone from Fox that gets close, if they get stunned up, you know, Braum is great at chasing people down, as is Zilean for, you know, AoE stunning people who come through the jungle corridors. CLG, if they just clean out the vision around Baron for a while here, they could force Echo Fox's hand and try and end the game that way, just baiting them out onto the map where they can try and clean up low health targets.
Yep, so many avenues of attack here for CLG. Echo Fox really just at the whim of whatever plan CLG decide, at least for the next 5 minutes, probably a few more. Darshan still working on that play of the Ruined King. Didn't get there in the last game, but has the components now completed, really looking to solidify his position in that 1v1. Wants to make sure he beats KFO consistently, and KFO actually changing it up. Also has one. He's like, all right, let's do it.
Yeah, it's the arms race between solo laners here. The only difference here, Darshan's slightly ahead in the arms race, plus he also has, again, the Rift Herald buffed, Glimpse of the Void, like we talked about, last 20 minutes long. And he's also been having a member of CLG trail him at most stages in the game when he pushes up. It's usually been Smithy. This time around, it's Hui though. And he might go for this sneaky Zilean play where he speeds himself up, allows Darshan to go for the dive.
The unseen Zilean is the deadliest. Hui touch it in. Double bumps flashed out by KFO.
Surprise bomb! Almost gets him, but they do at least get the flash from KFO. Now they're pressuring the turret as well. Here's a collapse from Froggen, and they chase him off.
Yep, time to peace out. Darshan leap strikes away back to Hui. And CLG will exit the area. CLG now going to take control of that Baron Pit area. Damage on the KFO as he does get stunned. Eats the first bomb there from Hui. First pass. Not successful there for CLG, but...
yeah, you got a flash again.
Yeah, it's not the worst.
And there's that vision work we talked about. They're putting down the pink wards, clearing out Echo Fox wards. And Echo Fox lose sight of the Baron Pit and the river. Game gets so antsy right now. If you're on the Echo Fox team, you've been in that position, you have no vision on Baron, the other team is ahead. Scared if they're starting it, but you don't really have anyone who can face check.
Yeah.
Brittany actually is the one who's elected. Does barely get out. A couple of his spiderlings go down in the effort, but again, the 2-man push down bottom for CLG.
They might get it on this push. Darshan has to be careful. Pretty low. He gets sped up. Oh, minions! Do the work. Caster Creeps MVP there for that one. CLG going to take a blue buff on the other end. Double TP really making this exceptionally difficult for Echo Fox. Froggen forced down there to try and push them out of that bottom lane, and Cleanse Karma's just not doing the work he needs to.
I actually really like the adaptation. Instead of 1-3-1, which has been classic basically
3-2
for the last year, yeah, 3-2 split push. CLG say, oh, they're always a split push team. They always do the same thing. Nah, they're reinventing it. You know, our double TPs will put them in the same lane here. It actually really works out because the extra speed from Zilean and the revival allows Darshan to play even more aggressively, and they force down the second inhibitor turret for themselves.
Yep. Credit him for 1v1 play in the last game, and from macro play, Darshan has had plenty of help all series long. CLG once again uniting to play the style they were known for so long. Makes sense given their early struggles in the split. I imagine this will change here and there, but like we always said, CLG play a certain way. They know how to play this style. They feel like they can pull it off. There's no reason not to do this while they sort of learn their way and kind of experience those growing pains, I guess, through this particular season, because there have been some pains here for CLG and their fans. But faith slowly but surely getting restored with every CS that Darshan collects.
Yeah, this series relieving a lot of that pain for them.
Fills up the faith bucket every CS.
Here comes the gank from Zilean down bottom while the 3-man squad does Baron. Two-pronged approach from CLG. They actually get caught in both prongs.
Ooh, Grigney actually CC'd out, but the Baron goes over to CLG. Big getting aggressed on his KFO and Darshan having a fight. Hui lives though. Darshan takes that KFO, and now Grigney's straight in there. Big's going down already. Grigney gonna follow soon, and now Froggen chased in by Afro move. Fox, they did something, but it's gonna cost them. Froggen down.
Nobody gets got actually. CLG win the war on two fronts, and they absolutely demolish Fox. This is gonna be the ending as well. Baron buffed up. Split push here.
First flash out. That was absolutely unsafe. Darshan just gonna carry the minions in, start whacking down these turrets. It's very satisfying on Jax and CLG. Two very clean games. Gonna close this one out.
Quick series.
Yeah, very. For what started as very slow macro games, the Nexus will fall and CLG will collect a 2-0 victory. Very measured, very calculated, but they end together in efficient style.
They meet up at the end. Hey, you guys, how'd that Baron fight go out? Great. That one was awesome. How'd the fight bottom go? That was good too. We had a great time. Only one person went down, destroyed everything in the face though. Yeah, CLG very happy. This is their first step on the road to recovery, I guess. Rehabilitation for CLG in summer splits is in effect now.
They got addicted to team fighting.
Yep.
Gotta win him off it. Back to split pushing.
It was a very spectacular and convincing set here from CLG. See if they can keep it up as the split goes on, though. Some encouraging improvements for them as far as the team play does go and the individual play. For Echo Fox,
struggles are real.
Struggles are real. The concerns remain.
You can see Rick Fox patting the back of his team, always there with some encouraging words. Froggen head low though after that game. And it's hard. Yeah. He talked about it, like the team just needs to do something, but it's just not there yet.
Yeah.
And it must be frustrating as a
They're going to put in that practice time though. They still have time. It's a long split.
Yep.
With a lot of these best of threes, they're going to have a lot of games to work through. And Echo Fox still going to put in extra practice time.
Credit to Hui though, I will say he's had a rough few weeks to kind of start things off, but those two games on two different champions, Azir game 1, Zilean in game number 2, really clean, really solid play. And Froggen, he has been showing up in that mid lane, so an impressive stuff there from Hui, who was maybe having a rough start to his season.
Yeah, the team in general. For CLG though, as we said, pretty happy about this one. So they can, they're still 2-3 now, I believe. So they still are below 500 in win percentage for summer. As our Echo Fox going to knock them one lower, and going to be still a ways to climb for both of those teams.
But again, definitely the good early signs there from CLG. But we're going to get the players' perspective on that game instead. So let's head over stage side where Dom Roma is standing by with CLG's top laner.
Thanks, guys. I am joined with Darshan in the top lane. Congratulations on that win. Another 2-0 for CLG. How did it feel to get that sort of quick 2-0?
It feels better to just be playing more solid and more as a team. I feel like we're regaining a lot of our form that we had at MSI and towards the end of the spring split. And I'm really glad that we're finding our groove back in the meta, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a little bit of difficulty. I think Julian said it the best. There has been some pain for CLG and their fans, and getting that groove back, what's that been like?
Well, I think whenever the meta shifts, it's pretty hard for us because when it went from late spring to the end of playoffs and MSI, it went from split pushing to playing tanks and AD carries and mid laners being stronger. So we kind of had to adjust to that for a while, and we weren't doing as well. And then we found our groove with that at MSI, and then summer it kind of goes back to carries top lane again, and we kind of have to figure out what to play, how to play the game again a little bit, and kind of figure out like if we're doing the right thing. And then when we figure out exactly how to play the game again, I think we focus on just being a really, really solid team and not making any mistakes. And then when we get to that point, we just crush teams at like 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's why we're starting to see those wins, and we'll see if we can get some more of those 20-minute wins. But now you're back on champions like Jax once again. How does it feel to be back in that sort of fighter meta?
Well, that's always why I love playing League of Legends. Like, you know, I don't mind playing tanks if that's the best thing to play, but carries are what makes League of Legends a lot more fun for me.
More fun experience overall. Now, you are going to be playing against another very good top laner tomorrow, Seraph against Envy. Got any thoughts on that matchup?
I think Seraph's always been a little underrated. I think he's always been a good player, but he hasn't always had the team environment that he needed to thrive. And I feel like on Envy And with Ninja, he kind of is with players and people he wants and a team he wants to be on. So I think he's looking really good, and I feel like he's always been that good, and I'm pretty excited to play against him.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to that matchup tomorrow. Again, Darshan, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. We're going to send it over to Dash and Mark to break that down.
Thank you very much, Dom. Before we do dive into the analysis on CLG's dominant 2-0 victory over Echo Fox, we just have to update you on what's happening over on NALCS 1. Immortals versus Envy. Immortals took game 1 in what was a very back-and-forth game. Here in game 2, Immortals is sitting pretty about 6K gold lead up at 24 minutes. We are going to take a live look into that game. Before we do that, we're going to hit a replay, which is... this is Echo Fox and CLG, so not quite what we were looking for. Although a good one, this is CLG picking up first blood with Darshan picking up this first blood here on Big. It's going to kind of set him up to be that monster split pusher that we saw in game 1 once again. And net them eventually that 15-minute inhib kill.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty crazy series of events that led up to it. We're going to take the live look now? Or?
Yeah, well, that's what I want to get to. So hopefully we have a replay that's going to show Immortals picking up a 4-0 plus Baron at 22 minutes into the game. Prior to that, it was only about a 2K gold lead, even though they had a significant turret advantage. And so it kind of showed that Envy really managing to stick in this game, even though Immortals had control up until this team fight that happens. It kind of blows the game open. Hopefully we can get that for it. We don't have the replay. We're going to go to it live and just check in with it as it happens. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
A few more shots. Oh, they're taking aggro from hitting. Getting some burns and some extra attacks. Oh, they take a few turret shots, but they're well off to get out.
This dragon, that's a pretty nice turn for them. Picking up the turret, picking up a dragon, but Immortals wants to contest. Here comes Rainover. We'll see if he can steal it.
Oh, he does not. That's going to be Proxins. Is there a resulting fight? There's the ultimate up for Wild Turtle. They may have some chase potential here, but it looks like Pole Belter's actually too far off. I thought I saw his coin over at the red
them
buff.
a lot. They could be in some trouble as Adrian's going to catch up.
They did clear that pink ward out that was down here. That could have been huge coming in. And we'll see them continuously, slowly walk out. Seraph saying, team, give me some help. Hootie does make it in. That's going to be Proxin that's hit up. He's pretty tanky, and he's able to body slam out. We return to the scene of the last crime, and it looks like Immortals is going to start throwing down some kills of their own. 2 members of Envy drop just like that. We just saw 2 of the Immortals go down. They come back, hit the batting order again, and get 2 of their own.
Yeah, look at the top lane wave as well. Immortals going to go run straight up there. Envy's kind of a bit of desperation mode here. They need to clear the waves as fast as possible. If they can't clear out that wave, they will not be able to defend the turret, and Adrian's already blocking.
Oh, Seraph. Oh my God, Seraph is going to take out Turtle. The rest of the team goes to the back for Envy, and I think they've made a huge mistake on the side of Immortals. The Q's hit coming in from Lod. They can't finish that kill, and everybody from Immortals is limping away. If they can make it, those members fall, and the tankiest left alive of Rainover and Adrian.
Really uncharacteristic mistakes from Immortals. Huge.
1 and 2.
Yeah.
Bot and top.
Twice in a row. Big overcommitments. Looking a little bit not on the same page there. Half the team tries to dive. A turtle gets taken out in the back, and then they collapse. And yeah, sure, they picked up the kill on Ninja, but Huni is overcommitting big time, and it's kind of one of those trends that he does have, where if he makes a mistake, he tries to make up for it. And Huni is going to go deep. And
it's like nobody even looks at Seraph.
Yeah, he's just able to kill Turtle for free, and now it's all of Immortals behind enemy lines, very low, no way to escape here, and pretty easy cleanup for Envy, but thankfully for Immortals, the Baron is not active. There's nothing really for them to take off the map right now.
So plenty of action happening there over on NALCS 1. It was the 4-4-0 plus Baron from Immortals, then Envy gets a couple back. Immortals going a little crazy there.
Yeah, they caught some bot lane, then go top and decide that they're going to go way past that turret. Turtle gets soloed out,
All right, so only a 3K goal lead at 27 minutes. Envy very much still in this game. We'll see if they can continue to extend it and maybe take a later game team fight, as is the way that they like to play. So that's happening all over on NALCS 1. Now go check in if you'd like to see how that game closes out. Now it's time for us to turn our attention back towards CLG and Fox. CLG taking the series 2-0, very dominant in both games. And honestly, that Jax, that 4-1 split push, Darshan looking a lot cleaner on that champion.
Right, I think this is a return to form in a sense for CLG. They're always best at their split pushing style, map control. Both games that they come out really ahead early with some kind of 2v1 or level 1 in this game where they get that kill early, gets on Darshan. So it seems like they're really firing again on what they're good at, but it would have been nice to see them kind of pick up in a different style. But at the same time, a win's a win. They needed a win. They got it convincingly.
You talk about them being at home in this 4-1 strategy. That was showcased 14 minutes into this game. Darshan putting a bunch of individual pressure in the top lane, but Xmithie making a very intelligent decision to join him in the top lane, to take the inhib turret while Fox is posturing around that dragon.
Right, if you just look at the minimap here, it's almost comical the way that they were around Dragon. They all realized that, oh crap, we're gonna lose an inhib turret top. They all recall. It's too late. They're like, okay, they're taking the blue. Let's go back to Dragon. And you see here, they're all kind of heading back to the Dragon. And so CLG are basically like, oh, well, you're going to go back there. We'll go back to top again. And once again, they just show up top lane and start taking the inhib. And you can just feel this confusion on Fox, like, oh, we don't get the Dragon. We got to respond to this. And eventually, you know, after this inhib goes down, Fox is able to kind of collapse and pick up 2 kills. But losing an inhib at 15 minutes is kind of tough to deal with.
Yeah, that makes map control even more difficult. In a situation where it was already clear that Fox was not playing the map as well as CLG, losing a side lane inhib at 15 minutes just makes your job so much more difficult.
Right, and a little props to CLG, because there's times where people take an inhib super early, and then they don't know what to do with it, because you're like, wait, we're just missing a lane now.
Right.
It's always pushed in, so you have to play a little differently. But CLG did a good job going mid after that and getting a dive off for a kill and like take that turret. So they didn't miss a step with that turret going down.
Absolutely, they do just that. All the members of CLG in this game performed very well, but our player of the game is going to go to Stixxay, who is 3-0-1 on that Tristana. Very clean game, deathless. And in terms of the way that they needed to play this game out, yes, there was the split push pressure from Darshan, but the sieging game from Tristana, the other element of the 4-1 split push was Stixxay on that Tristana.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a staple. You know, it's not necessarily the most obvious thing to look at when you see this crazy 4-1 going on and Darshan's mowing stuff down, but he does arguably the most important part of providing pressure on the rest of the map so that Darshan's freed up to go do these crazy plays. Because if your group of 4 is weaker or getting caught out and playing badly, your split pusher can't get anything done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously was not the case.
No, without a doubt. So again, this is only one series. CLG looking a little bit better. What else would you like to see from them before you would be comfortable saying that this is more alike the CLG that we saw in spring and at MSI?
Kind of the same way we were treating Envy. You know, they had a bunch of wins against some of the lower tier teams. I want to see CLG play against an upper tier team, which, I mean, they have a match against Envy, which would be a good one to look at. And then also see a little different style. Like it was 2 on Jax, 2 with Tristana. It would be nice to see. I mean, there's a lot of split pushers available, but if they ever, you know, had a good win against a top tier team using a variety of strategies in like a close best of 3, that would really impress me.
All right, we have some evidence. We need a little bit more from CLG. Needless to say, they'll be happy with that match victory. Fox still struggling a little bit. That's going to do it for our coverage of CLG and Echo Fox. But the show's not done yet. When we come back, more League action hits your screen with Phoenix One versus Apex Gaming.
Okay. Great carry. True
guys.
carry, you know?
What, it was a team effort, man. I
No,
just jumped on
No,
at the end of the game.
you don't play Swain, you won't be fighting the game, but...
Guys, I'm not farming.
Darshan.
Looking for it again. There's the Q. Leap strike in.
He didn't
Darshan wants it. He's going to get it. First blood. And now Greedy has to get out. The ulti from Jillian there as well, but who he flashes for gets the double bomb.
Jump over. Really? Oh, baby. Oh, wait. They're all there. Can we fight? We can fight. Yeah. I got him.
I'm
gonna exhaust Karma.
I'm going to team you back.
I got Karma. You guys get in him. One.
We're getting the inner.
Good shit. Alright, you guys in the game. Oh, shit. I thought we could fight there, guys. Holy moly.
And CLG, 2 very clean games. Going to close this one out.
Welcome, everyone. I am Dominic Romer here on the cast. With me returning from last night is Aiden Zyrene Moon.
Yep, made it through the night, I guess.
Yeah.
Returning from last night, yeah.
Now we're on to round 2, but we're proud to bring you our second series, where Phoenix One is going to take the action against Apex Gaming. Now, Apex started off strong with a 2-0 start, but lost consecutively last week to bring their score to an even 2-2.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind that they played against Envy and TSM, who were both undefeated at the time and look like they're playoff teams at the moment. So Apex, though, they have to prove that they're a playoff team. They'll look to get some momentum back against Phoenix One, and I do want to see them bring out some more diverse strategies. Apex likes to put a lot of resources into the top laner Ray, but as teams start to play around that, Apex will need to change up their game plan to keep an edge over their opponents, and coming into the ultimate goal of playoffs, have more strategies.
Yeah, on the other side, though, Phoenix One has struggled to put together a stable lineup since their inception. Last night we saw Slushy subbing in yet again, and this time for Pyrion in the mid lane during Game 2. And you can see as you're on your screen, he's actually going to be starting in this game right now. On top of that, we even saw Mash come back as an AD carry as well.
Yeah, and there's some other things going on as well. We can't forget that P1 still has Inori waiting in the wings. They scrim with Inori, they play on stage with Sentinel. It's not ideal for them, and definitely we had Gate talking about the communication with his jungler. It's different. It throws them for a little bit of a loop, but apart from all those roster shuffles, this team does need to improve some of their macro game as a whole. We've seen in past games that P1, they struggle at keeping Zig relevant during lane swaps, which puts Phoenix One in a tough spot, especially against an opponent like Apex that prioritizes that top lane very heavily.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a weakness that we could end up seeing between those two. And coming into this matchup against Apex's top lane Phenom, we wanted to get a sense for how Zig thinks it's going to end up going down against Ray.
If I'm like looking at online stuff, like what people are saying, yeah, people definitely are saying like everything's stacked, and I think I'm rated like 10th of 10, and most people's like me, Quas, and Lorlo, I think are like, people are like, yeah, those guys blow. And it's funny how we're all like XTL top laners too. I'm generally not scared of anybody though. Like, I think I had the hardest two opponents pretty early on in the split. Like, I played Impact and Huni, and I thought I fared like okay for the most part. In Korea too, I got to scrim against a lot of like pretty good top laners also, and yeah, it's like a team game in the end. Like, I think the mismatch isn't so big that like I'm like losing games for my team or anything from like underperforming or something. So as long as, yeah, like I'm still building my team up and we're still making constant improvements, I'm not like too worried, I guess.
Yeah, he actually had a fantastic game-winning play against Cloud9 in the one game that they've actually won, where he took out Sneaky at the Baron Pit after a piercing arrow went by. So I think that when he's talking about how it's a team game, that's the excuse a top laner uses when you're 0 CS at 7 minutes, but it's actually the real reason.
It is true.
It's the real reason. Your team is not setting you up for success. They're pushing minion waves in a very awkward way, and then they're leaving you with nothing. But he's been working with that. It's a little frustrating to do so, but up against Ray likes the one-on-ones. They don't like to lane swap Ray away. They like to give him that Rift Herald buff.
Well, yesterday they did get lane swapped on twice in a row, so we'll see if they can handle it this time. But players on stage are ready to lock in their champ, so let's check out the starting lineups. For Phoenix One, once again, it's Zig in the top lane. In the jungle, returning is Sentinel. In the mid lane, Slushy, AD carry, Mash, support, Gate, and their coach, Charlie.
And starting on the side for Apex, Ray in the top lane, Shrimp in the jungle, Keen in mid, Apollo at AD carry, support, Xpecial, and coach Saint Vicious. And also, I got a little confirmation on it. Last week when I asked why is the P capital in Shrimp's name, and people were like, oh, it's Shrimpy. It's actually still just Shrimp. And I had them ask him, and he was just like, doesn't know why he has the capital P at the end of his name.
You see everybody else on the internet doing uppercase, lowercase, uppercase, lowercase. And you just got to match it out a little bit.
You don't want to fully commit, so you only put like the last one.
It's what shape the mathematical equation that I don't remember. I wasn't very good at math back in the day. Yes. Hey, it's a parabola. We'll see if their growth will be parabolic. I don't think that actually works in this situation as we get into Champion Select. Between Phoenix One and Apex, you can see the first bans on your screen. Rek'Sai taken away from Shrimp, that very high mobility jungler. Very capable of enabling Apex to make strong plays. And again, another jungle ban on that Nidalee.
Yeah, demanding a lot of attention here for the champion pool of Shrimp. And you can see on his face, he was a little bit happy, but also those were the the chuckles of a man who's a little dead on the inside because they took away his best champions right now.
Yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's like, oh, I'm so good that they're banning my champions. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, they're banning my champions.
You're like, I'm pulling bans, guys. This is great for us, not so much me. But
yeah.
still.
Again, it's planned for the team. And now the next ban is going to be Rise, taken away from Phoenix One Vladimir. Despite getting the chance to play it yesterday, Slushy specifically, this time decides not going to take it. Hopefully we'll see some more interaction from that mid lane this time around.
Yeah, this was the matchup that they went ahead and picked the Vladimir very early on yesterday for P1, and Slushy played it pretty comfortably. It wasn't his fault that the game got out of control. He's actually had one of the best scorelines on his team. And so the Jace that was banned away by TL yesterday was not at Gate. It was actually at Zig. So TL knows Zig's champion pool, and they're like, yeah, that's what he loves to play when he's going to try and dominate the lane. Not seeing it first pick there, though.
Yeah, instead, it's going to be Karma locked in for Phoenix One. This is the third time in a row we've seen them take that Karma, and it hasn't been to great success. We kind of get the idea of the Karma to enable Phoenix One to make plays happen, but so far they've really only committed to plays when they know that they can Zerg with superior numbers.
Yes, yeah. As soon as they get that Karma to use the Mantra Inspire and they get to all run forward, they're looking for a composition that may involve something like a Swain.
Yeah.
Looking for these types of champions that are low mobility that she really enables.
And the answer on the opposite side from Apex, Evelyn locked in for Shrimp. Ray is taking Caitlyn for Apollo.
So Shrimp is a very gank-heavy player when he plays Evelyn, and he'll most likely build full AP on her. We do see sometimes a mixture of the Evelyn going for a bruiser build. To my knowledge, though, Shrimp really likes to invest in damage, even back in the day on his Rek'Sai when if everybody's going like second item Randuin's or Sightstone, he's like, no, Black Cleaver is the way to go. So really likes to be a carry for his team.
Yeah, he's going to be up against Sentinel, who we know to be aggressive in solo queue, but hasn't been able to convert it on stage with the team of Phoenix One. But Kindred is again locked in for Phoenix One. So they're committing to what they tried yesterday as, yeah, it's actually going to be Shen as well. So far, 3 of the same picks.
Yeah, a lot of the same here for Phoenix One. Going for apparently what's comfortable for them. This means that it's going to be a very bot lane focused game. Of course, Karma could be for Slushy as well. It could be a mid lane pick, depending. We saw that in the Envy set, where Ninja picked that up. But they need a hyper carry here, and MASH has not been delivering the damage with the gold that he's been getting. He's been getting a ton of gold, a ton of CS, but the fights, he's always really far on the back line. Even when he has a frontliner, people are diving him. He's got pressure on him, and even when he doesn't, his distance is just too great. I feel like he needs to play something like a Jinx or something that has backline with a lot of damage.
MASH definitely feeling the pressure to perform in this match as Apex look for their 3rd and 4th pick. Trundle being hovered by Ray. Once again, the very top-centric play, but they decide to swap it over, going for the more mobility, putting Keen on Twisted Fate and Xpecial on his fabled Alistar.
Yeah, this is a great pick for Xpecial. Usually he goes for the Braum, and we saw him prioritize Braum over Alistar for pretty much all of his first sets, getting player of the game with both his Braum games. But the Alistar here, to have a combo with Ray, if you can get the headbutt pulverize and put a trap down, if you put it down fast enough, it will arm in time and you get a gigantic combination. So P1, they have to be a little bit wary here. That means that the engage is going to come from pretty much just Xpecial. May see this get rounded out with like a Trundle, some type of split pusher for Ray, maybe even the Fizz top.
Again, saving that counter pick for Ray, enabling the top lane. Apex's MO has been playing around him. It seems like that's something they'll do again as they look for their next pick. Now, Phoenix One on the opposite side, though, MASH is going to be taking that Ezreal. Again, a safe, long-range AD carry. Hopefully his damage is going to be impactful in this game. And Gate taking the Bard for Tempered Fate and that Cosmic Binding.
Yeah, yesterday we did see a Karma mid from Pyrian in Game 1 versus Liquid. So it's going to be Slushy playing that this time. And yeah, the Bard, that's going to give them some catch potential. It's something that they struggled with when they had a slight bit of a lead. They had things like Nami, and when you have Shen, the taunt flash has not been very reliable for Zig in the past. So having the Tempered Fate, having the pick potential is going to be a big boon for P1.
Oh.
Yes.
Fiora locked in. Mark said it earlier, we've been seeing her come back. And Ray, the hard carry, the solo queue star, he's going to be on that fighter, duelist, diver, split pusher.
Tank buster.
Tank buster, team
fighter.
fighter.
But yeah, Fiora, fantastic pick here. I actually really like it into Shen. I think it's a good pick here. If you can see the only CC he has coming, the taunt, then boom, you completely negate it. You actually stun him in return, and then you're able to get a lot of damage off. And it's hard because Shen needs to pull his blade through you for the extra % HP damage that he'll do and the slow. But you can dodge it much more frequently as Fiora.
Fiora's always moving with that lunge, so very strong top-centric team once again with a lot of enabling. Evelynn for ganks, Twisted Fate for roams, while a very safe bottom lane looks like Apex and Xpecial on Apex are going to be committing to the strategy that has worked for them. The coaches shake hands as everyone gets ready, but we want to know who you think is going to win this series. Is it going to be Phoenix One or Apex? Are they going to start this week off with a win? Let us know on Twitter using hashtag P1Win or hashtag APXWin. Send your votes to @LOL Esports, and we'll see how you're calling this series at home.
Yeah. P1 still looking for that first match victory. They had a game victory last week, but it still isn't enough to put them up on that scoreboard, sitting as the only team that hasn't won a single match yet at 0-5.
Yeah, definitely a difficult situation for Phoenix One. The hope is that they'll be able to take a match this time around as we load onto the Rift for the first game of our second series today. Phoenix One charging out of the base, sticking to the same strategy that they tried yesterday. And at the end of game 2, we did start to see some success as they did go for a few Zerg plays, rush down a couple of turrets, but Team Liquid were able to spin it back very effectively onto Apex, and the assumption is that Apex will have seen this coming.
Yeah, it's pretty much the macro game for P1 is the problem. They'll Zerg is 4 and get somebody down, and then they'll take a turret, but then they'll lose 2 in return, and that's what constantly happens. They slow bleed it. So the hope is in the future for P1 that when they have their stable roster, that Inori might bring the shot calling onto the team that allows them to have a little bit better macro game. But I still think that the players themselves need to have an intact idea of how to answer things. Trust your instincts and be able to make sure that your instincts have already been tuned to the appropriate response to the scenario. Because sometimes your instinct is to dive right in. It's not always right.
Yeah. You can tell that's all of my teammates in solo queue.
All of your teammates. I've seen you
diving
play.
isn't the best idea. But looks like it's going to be Phoenix One who start off on the lane swap. Gate and Mash head towards the top side. They were responding to lane swaps in both of their games yesterday, but this time they're taking the initiative on the macro map play.
Yeah, I actually think that most teams are lane swapping against P1 because they think that their macro game is worse, that the way that they set up minion waves is worse. So we saw it both times yesterday, but I don't think Apex liked the lane swap because they want Ray to crush his lane opponent.
Yeah.
You put Ray up there, you put Keen in a lane that's fine. Shrimp as Evelynn, you're okay with dominating the jungle and being able to walk around very early on. Like, look at this, it's like level 2, what is Shrimp doing? Is he looking to gank? Nope, he's just walking around the long way.
He was thinking about it, actually, taking the long way around.
He was, and then they found out it's a lane swap, so now Ray gets to go all the way back.
Ray timing that lunge to get out, Xpecial trading some damage with Zig as the AD carries are going to get some solo lane on the far sides of the map. Ray is going to assist Shrimp clear out his jungle just a bit, zone gate out. And there's the duelist.
Ooh, I like it. No Strength of Ages for Evelynn. Going for the aggressive build here, so she's going to be rather squishy, but it's going to be very offensive here. Looking at his runes, he's got 17 AP in his rune page. So that's a Quince plus the Mastery.
Yeah, looking for those kills once again on that Evelynn. We'll have to keep an eye on his jungle path and see if he catches up with anyone. Because right now the jungles are traversing the map rather evenly. Blue buff and blue buff being started by both of them. Shrimp just a little bit slower to his blue because he did take the longer way around, but Kindred also a very fast early clear.
Yeah, a little bit longer for Evelynn. Evelynn gets incredibly low as well, so I mean, there used to be a strategy where Evelynn would actually purposely die in the jungle, and then you have revive.
Oh yeah, and it was faster than recalling.
Yep, because your clear was just so bad. But it worked. It worked. Took people off guard, too. Rip Revive, man.
Always in our memories.
Yep.
Just no longer in our games, thank goodness.
Now you can see Shrimp already going for the invade, has spotted where Sentinel was, so they already have control of this bottom side jungle.
Yeah, solo gold going to both of the solo laners.
Looking for mid lane.
And Shrimp and Xpecial, as you mentioned, looking for Slushy. Gold card's ready, lands the slow. There's a flash knockup. Gold card catches Slushy. He goes down, first blood, Shrimp.
He held the flash. When you see that many people coming at you, Xpecial went for the perfect play there. The flash pulverized and the headbutt backwards. That's the only way they were going to get that kill.
Once again, the read for Apex secures the kill on their aggressive jungler, and Keen is already starting to get up in CS, shoving it in. Luckily, though, Slushy has teleport, so he's not going to miss too much in terms of gold and experience as he gets back. But Ray, once again, is going to take some punishment.
Yeah, but the problem with Slushy using his teleport is Keen is almost level 6. He'll hit it by about 6 minutes at this rate, and at that point, you're not going to have your teleport back. Keen is free to make that level 6 play on whoever he wants on the map.
Yeah, Phoenix One have got to be aware of that. Zig recalling. Doesn't want to be caught by a potential dive or a fast approaching level 6 with a big wave. So he's going to try to catch up with his team on the bottom side of the map and look for another tier 1 turret shove. And Ray, he's already doing the same as he looks to catch up with Apollo and Xpecial. So again, the secondary swap as everyone looks to trade more tier 1 turrets and accelerate out of this early game just a little bit faster.
Yeah, they're trying to accelerate out of the game and get through this early part. And Shrimp going for the sight stone.
Oh, that was the sad sound.
That was the sadness.
Oh, he's not going to be going for
well, that's the thing is, maybe he will.
Okay.
He usually does. But the sight stone as Evelynn is actually quite a deadly tool because they don't know where the wards are. They never saw anybody enter their jungle, and their wards become deceptive at that point. She could walk right over Scuttlecrab and go put them at your blue. They don't know where to sweep anymore.
Shrimp is dropping a lot of vision around Phoenix One's blue side of the jungle. However, Phoenix One...
over the wall, too.
They're on the bottom side of the map. They could look for an early Drake. There's actually a recall now being completed for Sentinel, so they might not look for that, as there is also a recall for Shrimp. And the duo of Apex are headed down to that side of the map as well, so we're probably not going to see any early Dragon play. Smash, Gate, and Zig are going to knock down this second turret. Zig, oh, he might take a hit here. There he goes. Oh, he's actually on top of the trap. Forced to flash away. There goes the Destiny Gate. Here comes Keen. He's stunned against the wall instantly. Locks down a gold card. Ghost is going to catch Mash with the stun. He finds a little bit more damage, but Apex can't chase this.
Ooh, the use of the heal there as well, even though Magical Journey was up. And Gate was going to get them to safety. I'm very surprised, though, that Shrimp had backed on the top side of the map because they knew that they had gotten that turret way faster, that could have been Rift Herald for Ray already. So holding off on that, which has been the winning strategy for Apex, though, getting him that Rift Herald and allowing him to split push and dominate the lane. He's so far up in CS right now because they've left him in that top lane to freeze, and just now is Zig going to be able to get a little bit of it.
Yeah, he's even looking to scale harder with the Cull.
Oh, already level 6 on Shrimp. Oh.
But Shrimp on the invade.
He hasn't seen him yet.
Oh gosh. Squeaking by.
Yeah, there was a chime right there, too, that Gate looked like he wanted to pick up. He's going to get this one. And they're waiting. They're waiting here. They have no idea. They are not suspecting a thing.
Oh, they spot Xpecial. They don't know that Shrimp. They have to know that Shrimp is there. There he goes. Pink ward over the wall. Okay, finally, Phoenix One are going to head out. Shrimp looks like he's going to try to steal this away. Double smite, but Shrimp's is higher, and the red resets.
Got the littles, I guess.
Whoops. Just wasting time, allowing Ray to shove on the top side of the map. Apollo has been putting some pressure onto a summoner spell-less Mash. Without a support there, he's left under that tier 2 to try to catch CS on his own, and has been doing pretty good. But again, the aggression from Shrimp, not able to convert it into a kill just yet.
Yeah, he got the early kill, but a lot was used from that, and Xpecial once again now has his flash, so maybe he's gonna go for the same play. But the blue's up, and Shrimp is all over the jungle. They know he's there though.
Yeah. There goes a true shot barrage across the mid lane. Don't think it's going to catch anyone. Oh, did get Apollo a bit, I think. But the blue is going to be stolen away.
Wasn't quite sure exactly what Mash was aiming at there.
Might have been checking the Herald.
Maybe. It's not actually a bad idea.
But Scuttle Crab going to be secured by Mash now. Blue buff on his side of the map. He will be happy to gift over to Keen.
Oh, Keen will be happy that it's gifted over. I think Shrimp is really happy he got that. he got that one. I mean, Evelynn, quite mana hungry, but at the same time, she does have her passive that restores mana while she's invisible.
Ray taking some damage from Zig. The early block, so very strong against an auto-attack-based champion. Sentinel's actually looking to steal away this blue buff. He's got the backup from Gate and Mash.
I don't think it's enough backup, though, because you have the bottom lane completely here. And Shrimp, as well as you have Keen ready to collapse. Stand United is up, though, so Zig... This was the problem with P1 yesterday, is they had Stand United and they weren't making the plays. And then the next game where they had it, they started to make plays, but they were outnumbered. And it really cost them the game against Liquid is when they went for a 4v5.
Yeah, trying to play that split map macro. We're not very successful. Oh,
hit it one more time.
He's waiting. Nobody's looking, Shrimp.
See, that's the thing.
Nobody's looking.
That's where you go, like, 10 seconds, too late.
Oh, yeah.
The cards are flying at it. That's it. It's my limit.
Assist ping, assist ping.
I've taken too much damage. I've earned this now.
Okay, so Keen's got his blue buff, completed the early Rod of Ages. Looking to transition towards a mid to late game Twisted Fate instead of aggressive.
Yeah, I assume this is going to be more of a team fighty one. They do have the 1-3-1 available for the Twisted Fate, but this looks more like the beginnings of a team fight build. It's a fantastic laning item because, of course, Twisted Fate can't really get poked out when you're restoring a whole bunch of HP off of the Catalyst passive. But if he goes Zhonya's next or Lichbane, it'll really give you a tell of what he's intending to do.
And Keen continuing to farm up in the mid lane. Slushy, despite giving up that first blood, has been keeping even in CS. Ray continuing to trade it out with Zig. Oh, he's looking for the Vital. Yeah, procs it. And Shrimp is going to continue to contest this vision. He actually did complete his Runic Echoes. Ace in the hole onto Slushy, trying to bully him out of lane. Special's back there with full summoners. Apex could look for a quick shove. They've got plenty of wave clear, though, and Mash is going to line up his shot barrage as well.
That's what it is. He likes to go to the other side of the minion wave, shoot it through all the minions, and then it does basically no damage. And then it hits the other champion. It has fall-off damage for what it passes through.
It's 8% per target it hits.
Yeah, it's helping him clear the minion wave, but it goes down to a minimum of 30% of the damage of about a 400 damage ability. So, it's not ideal.
Makes him feel good.
It's something.
Yeah. Mash.
Oh.
Flash and heal, chases over the wall onto Apollo.
Yeah, rather aggressive for someone who doesn't have his ultimate.
Has completed his Manamune.
Yeah. He does have that going for him.
So he can stack that up.
Does have a little bit of an advantage. Gate almost at that level 6, and yep, Apex, like clockwork, eventually show up with the Rift Herald. And this one will last until about 32 minutes. So if you take it really early on, you do waste a little bit of the time if your team doesn't have a composition that can continue to push up or the resources to do so or enough of an advantage. So the fact that this will last until 32 minutes may be the duration of the game, but we'll see.
Yeah, Rift Herald goes down. Ray, of course, secures the buff. And Mash and Gate are at that Mountain Drake. Sentinel's over there as well. Shrimp with the recall. First Drake is going to go over to Phoenix 1. So as you can see, Phoenix 1, once again, shoveling gold, shoveling priority onto Mash. And Apex doing the exact opposite, putting a lot of priority onto Ray on the top side.
Yep, giving Ray that Rift Herald buff. It's an incredible amount of damage. And the big thing about the Rift Herald buff when you have a champion like Trundle or a champion like Fiora is it's magic damage. So you're doing like a burst of 150, 200 magic damage when you're in a duel with somebody and taking less damage from them. Naturally, if you're building AD, they're going to build armor. So now they have to build like a little bit of magic resistance for the lane, just a little bit, but it's still a deceptive amount of damage that comes out.
Ooh, Shrimp secures it.
Saw that one coming, apparently. Enough of a reaction there, because that Gromp was already in smite range. And as Evelyn, this Gromp buff really isn't the best one in the world. You really like, if you're going to smite any of them, you smite the Krugs.
Yeah.
But Gate looking for a gank. If he goes right now, and window closed.
Yeah. Once again, very patient play from Phoenix One. They want to try to wait this out, wait for the enemy team to make a mistake, whereas Apex are looking to do the same. Blue buff respawns for Phoenix One, and immediately Apex looks to collapse. Special doesn't have any backup though, so blue buff is going to be secured, and Gate is left on wave clear duty as Keen shoves it up. And in fact, Slushi spent so much time in this mid lane, he's now caught up and passed Keen by 2 CS and has an experience advantage. He's level 11 already.
Yeah, he's actually doing quite well for himself. Keen, looks like they're going to start roaming off to the side here, because Shrimp is off on this side. And see, every buff they're trying to contest, they're using these gray and yellow jungle timers to set up the vision when it's gray, and then invade and actually wrap around some members here. They spotted Mash. Mash doesn't know that Shrimp's there, and now he does.
Oh, flash knock up. He's going to Arcane Shift and get out with the Ignite ticking onto him.
Yeah, has to use both summoner spells to do so, and that gives complete priority on this bottom side of the map. This jungle is now Apex's for the next minute.
Yeah, Shrimp waiting patiently for that red buff to respawn. He's going to secure that again, contesting the buffs. Very aggressive play out of Shrimp and Xpecial, but tempered, patient, waiting for the opportunities, waiting for the jungle camps to do more than just try to burn some summoner spells.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought that his Evelyn was very aggressive and gank heavy, because solo queue it is. In professional play, why did I expect anything less from the annoying farm god that is Shrimp, who shows up in your jungle and lives there?
Playing the team game, Tempered Fate looks to catch Keen, but
oh, nope, not quite.
Doesn't even have to burn the ghost.
Yep. But yeah, Shrimp, whenever he plays things like Rek'Sai, he's living in your jungle, and he creates conflict by stealing all of your buffs and all of your camps so that he's higher level than you because he's effectively stealing the experience. And then he tries to create conflict by taking your buffs, so you have to fight him, and he's already stronger than you. He just does that over and over again.
And the Gambler's Fallacy, already difficult to trade. Ray eats a ton, and Zig continues to kite it out. Ravenous Hydra completed to the Sunfire of Zig, so he should have a much easier time clearing these minions as they're shoved into his turret. Minor CS leads for most of the members on Apex. Once again, Mash, slightly higher gold. He's got no flash this time around, and that's a big wave on the bottom. Xpecial's on his way down there. Keen goes in. There's going to be the engage, and Shrimp gets the second kill for Apex.
And Apex are reading this like a book. Mash, I mean, I believe Mash used to be on a team at one point that St. Vicious was a part of. And I mean, he loves to split. He loves to be off on the side. And that just seems to be his tendencies. He's going to farm these waves. Gate's going to try to roam. And we've seen it time and time again where Mash is splitting on a side wave, and nobody's really caught him out too much for it.
Yeah, once again, Keen, flash gold card. Before walking it off, Slushi actually completed his teleport, so did catch up with Keen. You can see Keen's actually going a little bit safer. Once again, looking for the teamfight style Twisted Fate, as it's Azania's Hourglass, looks to be a second item with the Seeker's Arm Guard. So a little bit slower match from Apex as they wait out their opportunities. Next Drake is going to be up in 90 seconds. That's an Infernal.
Yep. And looking at everything from a compositional standpoint coming into that, Apex, they have split push online at this point. They have the Ravenous Hydra. They have Ray with the Rift Herald buff. And then their 4-man unit has a lot of wave clear and siege potential in it. You have Xpecial for disengage and engage. You have your Caitlyn traps to set up a wall. And then you also have Keen for the wave clear. But look at that.
Whoa! Xpecial gets destroyed. Sentinel doesn't even ulti either. 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane is... Seems like the teams were like, all right, we'll take 1-for-1. I'll give you this stick of bubblegum for your baseball cards.
Yeah, bit of a difference there because Xpecial wasn't CC'd and didn't ulti because he wasn't expecting that much damage. Sentinel got gold carded and blown up in that. So P1, ooh.
Tempered Fate catches Shrimp. They know he's there. The flash, Cosmic Binding doesn't land. There's even an Ignite from Gate, but he's on a trap. There's a Stand United and another shield to keep him safe from harm. Phoenix One are actually caught. Zig tries to catch Apollo, but he reacts cleanly.
Zig has done that a lot and has always been just a little short. Yesterday, same thing. He needs to get these taunt flashes like on top of the person. The width of the hitbox was kind of nerfed a long time ago.
Once again, Apex able to stall out an aggressive play from Phoenix One. Trading 1 for 1, but again, Ray is split pushing on the opposite side of the map. He has teleport and so does Zig. And now that this Infernal Drake is up, it's going to be an even match for the global play, but Keen might be caught. He's got the gold card ready. He doesn't, but the Zhonya's is finishing. Shrimp collapses and destroys Gate. Tempered Fate is going to get some health, but Shrimp goes for another. He's going to end up dropping to Sentinel, but there's so much damage. He's trying to chase this out.
Caitlyn.
Oh, there
Moby
goes some
boots.
more vision. Dashes forward. X-Special's on the hunt, but his Mobies keep getting reset by the minions. Apollo! Oh! Misses the skill shot.
Oh, those minions. Those minions. The hero minions keeping the Moby boots from coming online on X-Special. Oh, but still, it ends up not being that great for P1.
Yeah. 1 for 2 in terms of kills, and they're prepped to go on the Dragon right now.
Yeah, it's the 4-1 Shrimp. Keen with the Zhonya's already completed. A little bit off guard there on P1 because if they were able to actually get that last tick off and maybe kill him, then of course that doesn't happen. They don't have to blow the ultimate. Shrimp comes in, does so much damage because he had picked up the needlessly large rod. Well on his way to having that Rylai's and the constant slow with the hate spikes.
But now that's the second time in this game we've seen Phoenix One make an aggressive play onto Phoenix One and catch them unawares. Onto Apex, excuse me.
Well, they've kind of made it on themselves too.
Yeah, well, that's the funny thing about it.
It does get turned around on them and it ends up not being an advantage at all. They've been aggressive. I respect that they're trying to make these plays, but the fact that Keen had Hourglass completed just barely.
Oh my gosh, he steals it! Mash with the long-range True Shot Barrage. See, that's what he was looking for earlier.
Yeah, that's a morale boost right there. 5,000 gold down, though. So P1, they have both Drakes.
Yeah.
Moving forward, this could be very good for them. It gives them a little bit of combat stat, a little bit of combat stats back. So that gap is closed a little bit more. But still, Apex do have an advantage right now. They have to still keep track of where Shrimp is and where Keen is. There's so much to pay attention to from P1 side, so your communication has to be on point.
That has been a weakness for them, as in the first 2 weeks of play, they did look like a mostly reactive team, waiting for the enemy team to make some sort of play before responding with their own. Well, this time they don't have the luxury of being reactive against Evelynn and Twisted Fate.
Yeah, you can be reactive against a team that doesn't make good plays.
Yes.
Right? And then you're essentially like the better team for knowing that they're going to mess up and etc. But when you play against most of the teams in the NALCS right now, which has been looking better and better, and this is arguably the most powerful split in terms of all the teams and where they stack, you do have to get your game together and you have to say, we're going to force the issue, we're going to make this play, but you have to know the conditions are right, that you're not punished for it.
Oh! The invade attempt from Sentinel. He smites away and gets the buff. Oh, blue buff actually going over to Keen. But Shrimp did secure the Raptor Gold, though Sentinel did get the buff.
Mash is throwing out all these ultimates,
yeah,
which I think is really cool. I think he's going to do it every time. He's keep throwing extra Q, get that cooldown down. Has the cooldown reduction boots as well. Blue Ezreal kind of misses Alacrity. Sad life. Because he doesn't buy any Zeal items, right? So
once again, the Tempered
no
Fate
flash.
catches Shrimp, though the rest of Apex are there to help him out. Gate continues to lead the charge forward as Mash lanes just a bit of harass.
Yeah, they don't have anything to really follow up the Tempered Fate. Like, you would love a Caitlyn and throwing down traps on the person and the Tempered Fated. But no, just has the Ezreal for the follow-up right now. They don't really have anything that's going to be able to follow. And off on the left side.
Yeah, there's the Destiny Gate. Keen catches it up. There's the Stand United onto Mash. X-Special gets the knockup before he can dash. Shrimp goes too far. He's forced to get out, but Ray is in the back line going on to Slush. He can't quite get the kill. As Phoenix One collapse onto him, Apollo will drop Sentinel. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Apollo makes the aggressive play. And Phoenix One should be able to defend this. Mash, yeah, he's able to get around.
Well, Ace in the Hole is still up. flashes coming up for the bot lane of Apex, and yeah, they're just going to back off 1 for 1 when everything's all said and done. Ray with the flank, didn't even have to use TP to get there. Off on the left side, so it's a pincer move here. He comes down from the bottom side, and they're kind of attacking from all angles here. Apex have him off on the left side. Apollo's not getting too many auto attacks off at the start of this fight. Then he starts really getting in there, and Shrimp off on the side has Ignite ticking on him and barely gets out. And then, yeah, the counter kill comes through. They get Ray on the right side because he had dove, and then Gate collapsed on him alongside Mash.
Yeah.
And Sentinel is kind of just in the thick of everything. Really wanted to finish off Shrimp and overextended. And then when you throw down the ultimate as Kindred, you pretty much have to stand your ground.
Yeah, that was the same thing that Ray did, essentially on the opposite side. He dropped the Grand Challenge onto Mash, and unfortunately missed the second Vital, despite flashing for it. Which means that it is going to be the 1-for-1 trade. Shrimp sneaks forward, drops a lot of vision. Again, contesting the blue buffs, just living in Phoenix One's jungle. Gate has got the Tempered Fate, but the blue buff is stolen away. That goes over to Shrimp once again.
Yeah, I think it's actually a really good choice here to have him pick that up. Looking at his cooldown reduction, he's sitting at 30% when he has it on. You want those hate spikes as frequently as possible. Keep that Rylai's up. Get more Ravages as well. Ravage is an incredibly potent ability when you're AP. We used to see a lot of kind of Trinity Force Evelyns that would use it, but nope.
Once again, there's the Destiny Gate out of Keen. He catches Sentinel. Xpecial tries to catch up. Tempered Fate is going to catch him mid-headbutt. Keen will take some consolation damage onto Phoenix One's Gate. And Slushy, way on the wrong side of things, get destroyed by Apex. Wasn't the right place for him to be at all.
Yeah. It's one of those, how did he get there? He fought Apollo, and then Apollo put some traps on the opposite side.
Ooh.
And yeah, it was just a duel, and then he got picked up afterwards. Just barely. Apollo was able to flash away from the True Shot Barrage as well.
Yeah, Shrimp showing bottom to help Ray. He's going to pull some pressure, which finally allows Apex to drop the mid tier 1, the third outer turret of this match. And the next Drake spawning in a minute means Apex have already got deep vision on that side of the map. That could be their next objective. We'll have to keep an eye on Mash and see if he will True Shot steal it once again.
Watch for the ultimate. We'll see.
Yeah.
I think Shrimp is going to have that in mind now. You don't make that mistake twice. Apollo walks up and then goes into the bush. It's blue trinketed, so Slushy walks up, says, you know what, this is my better avenue. Almost combos him. Almost combos him.
Really close. Xpecial actually comes to the stage and he flashes. Whoa! Phoenix One!
Whoa,
Gate! Oh, gosh. Sentinel drops the Lamb's Respite as Gate gets a little greedy, trying to sneak the Baron. It was warded out by Apex, and they did get it down to half.
Still, Keen's going to come in with his ultimate and probably kill you.
Yeah.
It's very risky, incredibly risky.
Keen does still have that, but the Mountain Drake has now spawned, and Apex already sending a few members towards that side.
True Shot Barrage not up.
Shove it down very quickly. And yeah, because Gate just used the True Shot Barrage down mid lane, there's nothing to contest this. The first Dragon for Apex is picked up cleanly.
Yeah, Mash not able to contest it, and Gate really wants to throw out the Tempered Fate, get a catch.
Oh, he is going to catch Ray. This is going to be a really tough binding. Can he line it up? He's actually taking a lot of damage and gets destroyed by Ray, going 1v3 right now. He's got the Ravenous Hydra, gets out of the damage. Will he be able to get out? No! He finally drops down to Phoenix One, but here's the trade. They were able to Zerg top lane, but Apex go into the mid, try to break down this tier 2.
Yeah, immediately able to get a better part of the trade. Keen on the opposite side as well. It's the 1-3-1.
Yeah, there's the Destiny. He's actually going to try to collapse onto Slushy. There's a Stand United. Keen. This is going to be really tough. He lands the binding, but he's snared down. Ooh. There's a late Zhonya's. Zig will almost certainly kill him. Let's see if Apex can answer back. Flash from Shrimp as he tries to destroy Slushy. Apollo finally catches up. Zig gets knocked back in, and Apex are kiting this the wrong way. Shrimp at low health is going to have to back it out. It's all up to Apollo right now as Shrimp is so low. Xpecial trying to run linebacker as Apex are running for their lives, and Zig gets into the backline. Mash is finally dealing the damage that he needs to, and Apex get cleaned up. The teleport is going to be completed for Ray. He's going to have to home card out of there as Phoenix One even it up in kills.
Phoenix One
They're caging him!
Started getting an advantage.
Gate! Oh my god, he flashes out Ray! Gets the kill, but he's still going 1v3 right now. Will he be able to get it down? They finally kite it out. Sentinel gets the kill. Phoenix One have aced Apex.
They're still 5,000 gold down. They're pinging the Baron. Keen is up. That was an incredible fight. I had to see that again because Zig was like Superman. He flew right through the team and taunted everybody in the blink of an eye.
They're looking for the Baron right now. The only person who can contest it is Keen, and he's in the mid lane. Phoenix One are uncontested. The Baron is theirs. Still down 4,000 gold, but they have got the momentum.
This is absolutely incredible. What happens here is insane. They pick up Keen. Zig, he's looking for the taunt flash, and he gets headbutt by Xpecial at the last second. So he actually continues flying. Boom, boom! He taunts through everybody because of that headbutt. That's insane. Xpecial made it so when you taunt flash, you only land at that one spot. He landed and flew still in the taunt state, so everybody was on Zig at that point, and it saved Slushy. He was able to get everybody to collapse, and they weren't able to pull onto Zig fast enough to take him down.
Yeah, very aggressive play from Phoenix One to get themselves back into this. Once again, Ray trying to go for the hero solo play, looking for a highlight reel. He will get one kill, but it is not very worth at this point. As the rest of Phoenix One, you just saw it in the corner of your screen, they shoved down mid lane with that Baron buff and took the T1 turret. Zig is splitting on the opposite side with the Stand United, and Phoenix One might be looking for this tier 2. Gosh, that damage onto Apollo.
Yeah, that's the thing is Karma only really has 2 damage abilities, right? She doesn't really have an ultimate as another skill or the E. So she's pretty much just W damage, but she's all long range poke, and you just magnify it with the ultimate, but it still puts the Q on cooldown, right? So all the damage is loaded into that ability. So she does massive amounts of damage if she lands it. It's a huge chunk. It's actually very satisfying. But look at this gigantic minion wave.
Yeah, this is going to do a lot of damage to the turret. There goes the True Shot Barrage. Sentinel and Mash are going to clean through. The tier 2 turret goes down. It's only 3,000 gold separating the teams as Phoenix One, they now ping onto the top side. They've got their objectives lined up. They might finally be taking the direction in this.
Phoenix One have control at the moment. They're continuing to push, and
Tempered Fate catches 2. Shrimp is going to be spotted. Gate should be able to catch the binding. Shrimp is caught low. He will go down to Phoenix One.
And Phoenix One getting their foothold in this game. They're looking at this tier 2 turret. They don't have a minion wave just yet. They're just continuing to siege. They have an okay siege composition. They have the Ezreal, they have the Karma.
Yeah, they've still got Zig in the top lane with a really big minion wave of his own, and he's got his Stand United.
Yeah, Ray can't answer him yet because he doesn't have the teleport, so Ray is shoving out the bottom wave and hoping that his 4-man unit can actually just hold here.
Luci's actually taking turret aggro. He's taking a lot of damage, but the trade is definitely worth. Yet another tier 2 goes down, and in
now
the
you
top lane,
you go Bard and you go to top.
They're chasing so quickly through the map. The top tier 2 is going to go down. Phoenix One have evened up the gold to 500.
We got a game, baby. Phoenix One coming back from a 6,000 gold deficit against Apex. Pick up that Baron, get themselves right in there, and there isn't a tier 2 on Apex's side.
Now Drake is going to be up in 50 seconds. Apex have got to know this. Baron buff has fallen off of Phoenix One. It's actually up for, it's actually still on Slushy. He did take the extended duration on that, so he's got that for about 45 seconds. But again, with that Drake up and all of those tier 2s essentially cleaned out, we know what the next big fight is going to be. Sentinel was just invaded upon, but I don't think he knew. No vision there as Apex tried to get greedy for that objective.
Scuttlecrab goes over to Apex, so they're going to have all that vision. This is a Mountain Drake. It will be the first one, or second one, I believe, for Apex. They have one at the moment.
Yes.
So it's not shown at the top, but they already have one. So it would be 20% extra true damage for either team. They both have one Mountain Drake at the moment.
Phoenix One, they're actually collapsing onto the pit. Ray has teleport and home guard, and there are a lot of wards around this pit.
They're all in really good flank positions as well.
Yeah, Shrimp is going to be spotted out by a nice zoning pink. Phoenix One staying as a group. There's the Tempered Fate. They've caught Apollo. Gate goes a little too far forward. He flashes out, but there's the True Shot Barrage. Stand United goes in. Sentinel doesn't even get a chance to drop the respite. It's 5 versus 4 as Phoenix One might have bitten off a bit more than they can chew. Shrimp decides to go back in. He's going to get some damage onto Gate as Phoenix One are running away. A huge cleanse from MASH gets him out. There even goes the ace in the hole, and they escape.
Hail Captain Jack there for MASH. Immediately uses the cleanse, the QSS to continue walking, doesn't miss a beat, and that gets him to safety there. Sentinel, not so lucky on the other hand. That man might have to buy a QSS.
Yes, very important.
Yeah, it's incredibly good on Kindred. I think that buying a QSS, being able to pop it in ulti, saves you from a lot of terrible situations, especially if you're going Fervor. Strength of Ages gives you a little bit more tenacity, a little bit more durability, and you can see he doesn't even have something like the Merc Treads to deal with that. So he's going for a damage source, kind of chase down Kindred, not so much for the I am just here to make sure that everybody stays alive. Hits Apollo, looks good. Stand United on MASH preemptively. And Sentinel just gets knocked into the team there. I don't think QSS would have even saved him there. QSSing the knockup. Shrimp throws the ultimate down, chases Gate, and this right here. All right, let's see. How good was it? It was great.
Wow.
It was great.
Nigh instantaneous.
That was fantastic. I was watching his little feet. Like, is it going to stop at all? Is he going to stutter at all? No. That was insane.
Amazing play from MASH. Gate, once again, leading the charge, makes it over the wall despite the gold card, and Apex decide not to chase.
Yeah, and this is what we've been saying, is that these players are individually skilled. They've been around for a decent amount of time. MASH, 2011 is when he started playing professional. He was in the first split of LCS. Like, these guys, not all of them are completely new. So there's a lot of well-known names here, but getting the team together, getting them on the same page, getting that teamwork down.
There is experience, but there hasn't been synergy. We're finally starting to see some this match as Phoenix One, only 3,000 gold down behind Apex. It's even in Dragons, and they actually have a turret lead. Now, Baron's up in 20 seconds, and currently, Apex are grouped up around the pit. They've got a lot of deep vision.
Well, they also have 2 Mountain Drakes, so it becomes a really big deal if they get any alone time with that Baron.
Yeah. It's a lot of bonus damage to help shred through.
And the big thing is it's true damage pre-mitigation.
Yeah.
So it's the damage that you would have dealt. If it has 100 armor, you're pretty much going to do way more damage than you actually expect yourself to do. So people like Shrimp, Ray, same thing.
Keen split pushing on the bottom side of the map right now. He just now gets his Destiny Gate back up, and he's going to look for a bit of a recall as Phoenix One and Apex continue fighting over vision. Can't allow Apex any chance near it. Using Gate's Bard to get magical journeys left, right, and center to dodge all of these aggressive jungle moves out of Shrimp and Xpecial. But so far, they've been rather successful bringing it to 36 minutes in. Now, Shrimp is going to look to clear out a few wards. He's grouping up. And the rest of Apex will group up with his team. Slushy has his teleport so he can split push. Zig has his own teleport and Stand United. There goes the Destiny Gate.
Oh, just checking. Gate is checking it.
Yeah.
It's just a prank. But now they know.
They're instantly going in.
False sense of security there. They didn't see anybody on the Baron. This thing goes down so fast with those Mountain Drakes.
Oh my gosh, it's being shredded. Apex are able to snipe the Baron. Gate doesn't even make it through the wall. There's the Stand United, but it's not enough. Sentinel is now going to run away as Apex make the very aggressive play. Ray on the far side going 1v3. He's going to be, able to get out of the snare and dodges the true shot.
Yeah, and that's Baron buff for Apex. And the second part of the Mountain Drake, turrets go down so quickly. I would be surprised if Apex don't get this turret and continue to push because they have a numbers advantage. They have the split push going on. Ray is eventually going to get to that top side, and now they're going to go rotate to bottom, take this red. Yeah, and Ray's going to try to get that turret on the top side. I don't know if Zig will be there in time even.
Yeah, he has his teleport back up, so he would be able to group up with his team, and Fiora very strong at split pushing. Card is going to catch MASH, and just a few of these auto attacks are burning through the turrets so quickly. Apollo does so much damage. Rapid Fire Cannon, Infinity Edge, Runans as he's shredding through, trying to burn it down. Unfortunately, without minions, it does take reduced damage.
Yeah, and P1, as soon as it looks like they're back in this game, that they have an advantage, and they came back from a 6,000 gold deficit, The gold advantage now for Apex is the biggest it's ever been in this game. It's 7,000 gold. Ballooning it very quickly. And P1, it looked so good, and then they lost the Baron buff, and then things just started to go south for them. It wasn't off of fights, it was off of objectives being taken.
Yeah, once again, though, Phoenix One go for the play that they know works, the hard Zerg. There goes the Gate. Will they be able to catch up to Shrimp? He flashes. Gate's trying to get him. Oh, he gets the Tempered Fate. This is all going to be for 1 kill, however, and Apex are on the way. Shrimp will end up going down. There's actually a teleport. Ray cancels his teleport.
Ray canceled it. Mash was backing up like, what? Don't you dare back. Your team needs you.
Yeah, they're going to try objectives right now. Keen rushing down the mid lane. Ray shoving down hard on the bottom. But Phoenix One make their recalls. They're going to be able to defend this in time.
It's still a Baron and still 2 Mountain Drakes. You have to be very careful, and you have to meet the minion wave like Zig is doing right here, and make sure that your wave clear is on point. Elder Dragon in 50 seconds here.
Yeah, this Elder Dragon is going to be huge. Apex will be able to shred through it with the double mountain. Phoenix One, on the other hand, they've got an Infernal and a single mountain of their own.
Phoenix One want this. They want this game. They try to claw tooth and nail for every victory that they can get, especially if you're winning with a roster that's not your intended roster. It gives you a little bit of a buffer and a luxury moving into the rest of the season and looking forward. And P1, they're here first.
Yeah, at this point, it's more than a luxury. They need these wins. As you mentioned, this is week 3. We're almost a third of the way through the split. And Phoenix One fighting, as you said, so desperately. Tooth and nail. Tempered Fate catches Keen, but not quite able to go in on it. True Shot Barrage goes down. Slushie gets split up and destroyed! Whoa! I don't even know where that guy went. Gates running through the journey, but Ray is chasing as quick as he can. There goes an immediate riposte. Sentinel is split. The Guardian Angel will proc, but Ray is not done. He kites it forward to destroy Gate. On the far side, Sentinel will finally drop, and Ray falls in answer, but Apex are 4 versus 2 with the Baron buff. They're going to look to end the game right here, right now.
Yep, Baron buff only has a few seconds left on it, and there it goes. It ticked off right now, but still, they have so much damage to get through these turrets.
Yeah, Apex dropped the turrets. They're going to drop the Nexus, and that's going to be Apex taking game number 1.
No.
Oh, no, wait.
There we go.
There it is. Apex take game 1 over Phoenix.
Phoenix One put up a hell of a fight in that game, but it was still their macro play at the end of the day. Apex, cleaner. Team fight, sure, they lost a little bit of them. There were some crazy interactions that caught them off guard, but then when the gold was back to even, they were okay with giving up some turrets, not giving up the game on Apex's side, and then they struck back. They said, okay, this next dragon's ours. We're going to posture in a way that you can't answer, and then they were able to just continue to get a gold advantage for themselves and made it the biggest it had been in the game.
Yeah, once again, the unexpected Zerg shows its strengths, chasing people down over and over and over with superior numbers, and Apex just weren't able to answer. But like you said, finally, when Apex reset, they waited out the Baron buff, and they just played the macro game.
Yeah, they played the macro game, and that's what I think you have to do against Phoenix One if you just want a clean win, is say, you know, we know the game a little bit better as a team than your team does. I mean, look at Apex. These guys went through Challenger together, right? The only one that's a little odd man out there is Ray and Apollo, especially Keen and Shrimp. A lot of the people who are the voices on the team have been there for the entire rise into LCS.
Yeah, and this experience is going to be super vital for them as they continue to play throughout the course of the split. But there's lots to talk about for that game 1. Luckily, though, we've got a pretty talented team on hand to break it all down. Dash?
Well, thank you very much, Dom. I don't know if that was directed at both of us or just you, since you're the
I don't think team of one is what they're referring to.
I don't know. You do a mighty fine job, man. Don't sell yourself short. Let's dive into this one, the victory from Apex over Phoenix One in this first game of the series. But it didn't come easy.
No.
You know, that being said, Apex did get themselves out to an early lead, probably had all the tools in the toolbox to make it an easy win. But Phoenix One found their way back into it, at least for some time before Apex eventually closed it out.
Right, I think when I saw that early pick Eve, I was like, oh, usually try not to show that so quickly, but Shrimp really played it well. So I was thinking like, okay, this is going to be a clean win. We saw him, you know, taking control of the game before things kind of went off the rails.
Right, exactly. We saw the early first blood coming in that mid lane with Shrimp showing up. I mean, it was kind of a party in the mid lane very early.
Yeah, especially with the flash pull to start it off.
Exactly. So good on them to pick up those early kills. You mentioned Shrimp kind of being all over the place. That's one of the nice things about Evelynn is if you don't have the proper pink ward vision control, she really can just wreak havoc throughout the team. I want to bring up a replay 18 minutes into the game in the bot lane, 2 for 1 for Apex, but Shrimp kind of being what, as you mentioned here, the big playmaker for the team, showing up and saving the day.
Yeah, Keen gets caught out of position. He just gets his Zhonya's off in time to avoid some damage, where Shrimp kind of comes in, gets a massive ult, gets everyone low, starts killing them all, and then he does go down, fighting valiantly, but he got 2 kills for it right away. And that was a huge thing, that he seemed to always be in the right spot at the right time. He actually contested a lot of the red buffs too. There were a couple times where him and Nick Special were like camping that red buff brush, waiting to pick off anyone who came in. And he was playing that early game super, super well. And that's where kind of like bot lane play.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Yeah, beyond that, we did, of course, see some individual mistakes from Shrimp, so it makes it hard to say, like, he won this game for them. He did definitely set them off on the right track in the early game. But if we just move to 27 minutes into the game, this is where Phoenix One strikes back, says, hey, no, we're going to take an ace of our own plus Baron on the back end of all of this. So we're going to roll that one out. And as we watch it, we'll see. Phoenix One, we talk so often about this is a team that can make plays. This is a team that individually the players are all talented. They just still lack in some areas of the macro game once they do establish their lead.
Right, you think it's going to be an easy pick-off onto Slushie. You get Zig ulting in. He stalls out for a long time. They're able to kill Keen before the rest of Apex collapses. And even though Apex gets here first, Zig is able to survive for a super long amount of time before MASH comes in. And that W on Shen, you see how strong it can be against a lot of auto attackers.
I mean, at this point, Caitlyn has no armor penetration. Zig is built almost essentially, almost entirely armor, barring just a Spirit Visage. So really being able to be that front line that they need for Phoenix One in this regard.
Yeah, and then Ray has this super late TP in that basically shouldn't get anything done, but then Gate cuts him off. He goes for the kill on Gate. He gets him, but he also dies for it, which, not really worth it.
Yeah, ultimately the ace. Phoenix One gets the Baron off of this, so the gold was still in favor of Apex after the Baron itself, but with that Baron, the number of turrets that Phoenix One was able to pick up basically evened it.
Yeah,
it was within 500 to 1,000 gold. And so with the game reset, that's where we move to the game-winning fight of all things. Apex reestablishing their dominance here, finding a good fight off of what was a Phoenix One engage on the Tempered Fate.
Right, the engage is just way too forced. You like to use the Bard ult to try and catch backlines out, but the thing is the front line's still in front.
Right.
You can't go for that kind of engage when the Alistar is standing between you and the guy you're going for.
I can't run through an Alistar?
Yeah, that's a little difficult to do. So after that, kind of flubbed engage, they still kind of looked for it, and Apex just turns on them. They're able to blow up a couple people on the team. That's one thing that happened a lot is Sentinel was kind of dying really early on, or not being able to save the people in the team who were dying early on, and that was another example of it. So there were some really not very clean team fights on the end of Phoenix One.
Well, yeah, I mean, really on both sides, right? We saw Apex looking slightly better in the win, but both teams not without mistakes here. We'll see if they can clean it up for Game 2. The player that we are going to give player of the Game 2 is Keen, 3-1-8 on that TF. Probably the player that made the fewest number of mistakes. Although Shrimp did get them ahead early, we saw a couple times him getting caught out, delaying the game for Apex, hamstringing themselves in terms of their ability to make plays. Keen being that, presence on TF, that global presence, being able to make picks and make plays, although MASH was quick on the QSSs every time.
Right, that one was pretty clean. Like, if Phoenix won, just give it to him for that QSS. That would look good.
Yeah.
But Keen, even though it wasn't like a ton of pickoffs too, he did play a lot of team fights really well, getting gold cards on frontline members. So they were able to burst them down. That's one of the reasons Sentinel kept dying so early on, was like if he jumped in, Keen had a gold card ready for him. So he played the team fights well, the macro game well. He did everything pretty strongly.
Looking ahead to Game 2, Slushie's going to be out. Pyrian's going to be back into the mid lane for Phoenix One. So, I mean, there's a story of this team, right? This whole split so far has been who is going to be playing what position and when. And, clearly they're not, after that performance, not necessarily confident in Slushie, or just trying to switch things up, hoping that Pyrian might have a better time against Keen in that mid lane.
Right. It's kind of the C9 approach, where it's just like, all right, let's try something else.
Right.
Whereas, unfortunately for them, they're not as strong as a team. So where C9 swaps people out, you often see them reinvigorated and bring a different style. Where here, because it's just not working out at all, you bring someone new in, it doesn't look like it has any impact.
Yeah, I think for me, what strikes me as different between the C9 situation and this situation is that C9 decided they were going to make this substitution. Like, this was a season or a split-long game plan. Here for Phoenix One, I mean, you've got Slushy playing ADC one week and mid the next week. Pyrion coming in and out of mid lane. Mash coming in and out of the ADC role. I think it's much more taxing on players when they're not necessarily sure if and when or who's going to be playing, and you can't practice that way.
Right. I don't think they were planning on all the role swapping. I think like the double mid thing with Pyrion and Slushy was like, you know, a decent idea, but then when it turns to Slushy playing AD carry, who's our jungler, it's not going to be Zentinel this week. It is going to be Zentinel this week. That's where the kind of confusion sets in.
Regardless, the substitution comes through, so we'll see if Pyrion's going to have a better time in Game 2 of this set. We are going to go on a short break while Apex and P1 get set up for that number 2, but make your way back here because this series continues in just a few moments.
This is P1, same team that took a game off C9. Like, don't take them lightly.
Okay.
Like, they can, if we make mistakes, they can capitalize on it. So just play your game slow and smart, and I think we'll just win the game.
Looking for Slushy. Gold card's ready. Lands the slow. There's a flash knockup. Gold card catches Slushy. He goes down. First blood. Shrimp goes too far. He's forced to get out, but Ray is in the back line going on to Slushy. Can't quite get the kill as Phoenix One collapse onto him. Apollo will drop Sentinel. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Go Kate. Go Kate.
Yeah.
Kill Kate.
I'm almost there. One Kate.
Hey, TP.
I got you. It's fine. Wait.
Can we Baron?
Yeah, go Baron.
Right, the TP to it.
Extra jump barrage goes down. Slushy gets split up and destroyed. Apex take Game 1 over Phoenix. Hey, LCS fans, here's a reminder to take a look at all the cool stuff going on at LOLesports.com. In-depth statistics, power rankings, fantasy esports, and more are right at your fingertips. Plus, LOLesports.com is the only place to find tickets to live NALCS events. Now, to talk more about that game number 1, Apex pulled out the victory over Phoenix 1, but little touch and go during that mid-game.
Yeah, it was very touch and go. There was actually some great little mechanical things from P1, the MASH QSS, and then also on top of that, the taunt from Zig.
Yeah.
It's just like kind of mechanical on his part, but also special helped him out a little bit as well.
Yeah.
So honestly, it was just a great game to watch. P1 did put up a great fight there and they're making it a series right now against Apex.
Yeah, they definitely are. However, in game 2, we're seeing Phoenix 1 sub out yet again. Pyrion is returning to the mid lane and Slushie is out.
Yep. They're going back and forth here. On the desk, they're talking about it being a Cloud9 thing, but then team dynamics completely different. And it's actually interesting because we talk about how, they need they want a Nori in the jungle position and things are still kind of getting swapped around. It's like, well, this is actually the 2 mid laners, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not one is like subbing in for the other completely. These are 2 mid laners that we are going to be seeing throughout the split.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, though, we've got to take a look at the junglers for the 2. Bit of a mismatch between them, Shrimp and Sentinel.
Well, it's funny to call it a mismatch because they're both like very good solo queue players. Shrimp, of course, he's had more competitive experience than Sentinel, being down in the Challenger Series for a year. He's qualified twice for the LCS. Remember, he got the team that eventually became Energy into the LCS, and then they had to play him like once or twice. So Shrimp, he does have stage experience. Shrimp is a very aggressive jungler, and that's what I'm looking for here is Sentinel on stage. It's a little bit more of a nerve-wracking place to be instead of your home playing in solo queue, and you have this very aggressive jungler on your back. You have to deal with it under that pressure, plus the environment pressure.
Yeah, the environment is a little bit different, and another different environment is that top lane matchup. We were kind of expecting a little bit of a mismatch between Ray and Zig. We heard Zig talking about it in from before game number 1, but it seemed like he held his own.
Yeah, I think he held his own. He did end up getting down 100 CS, which I wouldn't call
by the end
100%
during the laning phase. He was keeping pace.
Yeah, during the laning phase, he was definitely going back and forth with him. There were some plays you can definitely tell that Zig on Shen is not playing for lane. He's playing to win the map, and then they're still building things like Athene's on Karma. And then you're going, well, who's supposed to do all the damage in this composition? Is it MASH? Well, it's still yet to be completely seen what P1 strategy is, and if this composition has worked for them in the past. Because I just feel like they need more damage than the Karma with Athene's.
Yeah, we'll see if they can pull it together. But Ray has been raising hairs with his ferocious top lane play, but he admits that some things scare even a lion.
내가 좀 첫 경기 때 NRG라고 했었잖아요. NRG라고 했었는데 좀 내가 첫 그러니까 ACS 데뷔전인데 좀 갱을 좀 당해서 많이 죽었거든요. 3번 정도 죽었었는데 그거에 좀 날카롭다고 생각을 하고 있었어요. 그리고 스크링에서도 좀 정글러들이 좀 갱을 좀 매섭게 하더라고요. 북미 정글러들은. 그래서 좀 탑보다는 정글이 좀 무서운 것 같아요, 저는.
That's actually how most top laners are. They don't fear their opponent. They fear if their opponent gets help.
Yeah.
And it's unfair. It's like, I'm pushing him in.
Yeah.
It's like the jungler's like, I always gank the pushed lane. You're just kind of asking for it.
We were 1v1 the whole time. It was totally a balanced trade until the jungler showed up.
It always is. It always is. And he only died 3 times. He's like, I died a lot. 3 times. I'm like, man, 12 times is a lot. Like, those games happen.
His concept of a lot of deaths is a little bit different from ours. But as you can see, the players are getting ready as we're getting into Champion Select for Game 2 between Apex and Phoenix 1. This time, Apex on the blue side. They've got that first pick priority. We'll see if they can make anything happen with that as Sivir once again banned away from Phoenix 1. This is the 4th time in a row this has been banned away, along with Azir, and once again, jungle priority banning from Phoenix 1.
Yep, taking out those junglers, but puts the Vladimir as well, which was a ban in the previous game from them. Nothing's changed at the moment.
Yeah, nothing too different. Apex now looking for that final ban. Do they fear the Karma? Do they fear anything else? They fear, in fact, the Rise.
Yep, it's exactly the same bans from Apex this game as the previous one, different order.
Yeah, so that Rise banned away.
It would be Nidalee as the last ban here for P1 if they keep everything exactly the same.
Got to know that Evelynn is still a possibility. Apex living in Phoenix 1's jungle. Yeah, and there's the Nidalee ban once again. So that Evelynn is up. We don't know if Sentinel can play it. Karma being hovered. We've seen a Phoenix 1 play it 4 games in a row. But we'll see if they decide to stick with it. I think they might just be showing, hey, we know what you play.
We saw it the last game, yeah.
And the 2 before that, and the 1 before that. Bit of a track record, but now Apex looking for their first champions. With that first pick, they're actually going to lock it in. Karma secured for Apex. Phoenix 1, they're going to have to come up with a new strategy for the first time in 5 games.
See if Xpecial takes down the bot lane or if it's for Keen. Wouldn't put it past Keen to play the Karma mid. It's not too out of meta. I think it's actually quite meta at the moment. Want to see what his build is, though, if he does take it, because Athene's is really good as a support Karma. I'm going to say it's a fantastic item alongside Ardent Sensor, which you typically don't see both those items on supports, but they're gaining popularity now. But, oh, I really like that in response.
Elise and Zyra are locked in for Phoenix 1. Gate has had that banned away from him for a lot of his recent games. In fact, the past 2 against Team Liquid and the 2 before that against Envy.
Yeah, I like this for multiple reasons. The first one is the Zyra is going to almost force a lane swap out of Apex. So they'll put Ray in a position that, you know, he doesn't enjoy being in. And it's an incredibly aggressive lane. Zyra, by the end of the game, is usually doing the most damage as a support, and it's absolutely oppressive. So they have to pick something like a Caitlyn, something that's supposed to be a lane bully, if they do want to go 2-on-2 here on Apex's side. And I like the Elise pick because everything that's left up, Evelynn, Kindred, they don't play very well into Elise. You have to go with maybe a Graves, maybe a Lee Sin and try to outplay it, but those things are a little bit further down the tier list at the moment. But, I mean, I'm talking about tier lists. Evelynn is coming out.
Yeah.
But still, Elise great into Evelynn.
Yeah, Evelynn has been picked up by Shrimp once again. That Alistar is still available for Apex, so we might see the exact same bottom lane. But that's going to be Caitlyn locked in for Apollo as well.
Yeah, once again, locking that in. So we might see the Ezreal come out again for MASH.
Yeah, Phoenix 1, they've got a different support. Don't think we're going to see that Blitzcrank locked in as they're looking for their next 2 picks. Charlie, their coach behind them, giving as much feedback as he can. Got to be able to come up with a new strategy now that the Karma has been taken away, now that he's seen how Shrimp plays this Evelynn with help from Xpecial.
Oh,
Kog'Maw being covered.
Yes, do it.
Last second swap over to the Lucian. Trundle locked in too.
So it's just a bully lane. The Kog'Maw alongside the Zyra would have been quite interesting because you would have been able to have a lane that gives Kog'Maw some pressure, and then later on you have a lot of disengage for the Kog'Maw, but it's not exactly the shielding comp or anything like that, but the Lucian is much safer.
Yeah, that sort of has been Mash's trouble, converting his enormous gold percentage into damage, and what better way to force the issue than put him on a champion that has to do damage like Kog'Maw. You're going to have people running at you. I hope you're ready.
Or he doesn't have to do damage. He could run away and die.
Oh, yeah.
Also, splitting his Kog'Maw is something that you never do because he's got no way out, especially if they pick a Twisted Fate or something like that. So the Lucian, focus on that because that's what's locked in here.
Doesn't really fit his style. But Apex, again, as you can see, hovering that Twisted Fate. Once again, looks like we might see that Karma go down to the bottom lane as Twisted Fate is locked in and Aurelia picked up by Ray.
Aurelia for Ray, aggressive into the Trundle, which I assume that's where it's going because it could be a support Trundle and it could be a mid lane Zyra. There's still a lot here on the table. And yeah, this is actually quite the ambiguous composition here for P1. I do assume that it's Trundle top and Sandra mid and support Zyra, but they do have until 20 seconds.
Yeah,
swap it around.
A little bit of flexibility as they pick their final champions. Phoenix 1, a lot more disengaged this time around. They can catch the people diving into the backline, that Aurelia, that Evelynn, that Twisted Fate. And if they can actually shred through the tanks, they might stand a better chance of getting towards that backline.
Exactly. They have some engage, they have some disengage, they have some dive, pick. Very pick-oriented here. Question is the siege is just a little bit lower, but they need the Zyra there, so if Zyra gets going, Gate gets going, then he's a fantastic siege tool. Ray, though, more of the same here for Apex. Karma with your composition in the 4-man unit, that's going to be split pushing across from your 1-man, which is Ray. They have a lot of disengage now with Karma shields. They're able to get away, and they're able to seed with the Twisted Fate, as well as the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
So there's a good composition here for Apex, and P1, you know, it's not as solid, but it's still a composition that I think they can play to the win conditions of.
Well, all throughout the series, we're keeping our eye on Twitter, looking out for the fan vote. You can contribute once again using hashtag APXWin or hashtag P1Win at LOL Esports. Let us know, will Apex take this series 2-0, or are Phoenix 1 going to take us to a game 3, to an ace match? Do we still call it an ace match in a best of 3?
I don't think we've ever called it that before. Call it an ace match.
Yeah, it's the ace match. Let's see if we're getting in as we load onto the Rift for game 2.
Yeah, Phoenix one chance.
Yeah. Still generating some fans despite some initial troubles over the course of the split.
The thing is that these players, you know, they have fandoms, and also the Phoenix One organization came in and they took a lot of players in that were having a lot of issues with their previous organization. So they're saying, like, this is a great org. So they're treating their players well, regardless of substitute or not.
Experiencing some difficulty on converting those into wins despite some good plays. Shrimp,
smited. That's how
Who's
heavy he is on farming.
Spiderlings? Apollo is going to take a bit of damage from MASH. Chunked down to 210 health. Oh boy. Top laners.
You start laughing and taunting over and over again, and the other top laner starts laughing and inching towards you. It's like, no.
Zig's just showing, yeah, I see what you're doing. So a little bit of friendly banter between the top laners. Yeah, Zig showing that he's not afraid of anyone on that top side, already having played some very difficult opponents.
I also think it's a good matchup as well for Trundle. Early on, he definitely gets the better of it. Aurelia, when she does hit her gigantic power spikes, and we're talking like 2-3 items, then she definitely passes Trundle, especially in dive power, getting that backline, because she could blow up gate mid-game. It'll be a big problem if Ray actually does get a Rift Herald buff and is able to get online and dive.
Let's see if once again Apex prioritized that Rift Herald over to the top lane. That has been their theme for winning, but no lane swap to start this off. Everyone starts off with a camp and goes to their native and standard lanes.
Level 2 there for Gate already. So Gate immediately picking up the Q and the W. No grasping roots just yet, so he doesn't have the CC.
I think he might just be looking for that harass against the harass-based lane.
It's actually quite interesting because the power of Zyra went up drastically because you have access to your plants at level 1. So you do the camp really quickly. You don't take too much damage for it. And now you don't really have to put points into your W until level 3. But if you don't want to rely on the RNG and you want to have more consistent DPS and damage like this and get your Thunderlords off, then boom, you go straight for the QW. And that's a big thing about having Thunderlords on Zyra, is you throw the Q down, and the plant will Q and auto attack immediately, and you pretty much get the Thunderlords 100% off of just one activation.
Bit of harass.
Nice.
On the top lane. Ray with a quick dodge.
Really smooth there from Ray. Ray is already applying pressure onto Zig because he has that level advantage and knows that Zig doesn't have access to the minion wave now to get level 3. It keeps him off it a little bit longer and just gives him some harass.
Yeah, Keen in the mid lane trying to do something similar. Zone Furion away from the minions. Luckily though, Lissandra, relatively long range. Not too threatened by the pressure that Keen is putting out. As the junglers continue through standard safe path. Early recall this time out of Shrimp means he's going to pick up a Hunter's Potion. The Sentinel completes his first full clear and picks up the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, Hunter's Potion is quite common for a lot of junglers that have a mediocre clear. It's for you staying out longer. And Furion,
Gold Guard catches him. Here comes Ray. Zig is going to drop the pillar.
If Sentinel flash cocoons,
the cocoon is going to land without the flash. He's going to look for damage onto Keen. The Spiderlings. Zig is going to get first blood. Phoenix 1. Are they going to continue chasing? They've got red buff on Sentinel. He takes a lot of damage. There's a flash there. Ray answers back. It's 2 for 1. Shrimp He's going to take a bit more. Big flash over the wall, gets him out.
Exactly, 2 for 1 for Phoenix 1. But wait, there's more on the bottom.
Yeah, Special is forced to flash away. Gate has Ignite ticking down. There's a huge shot from Apollo.
Got the 90 caliber net, got the headshot, and took him out. Gate still had flash, wasn't able to flash or react in time, and ate that net. Oh, yeah. Just got the HP back from the Mantra W.
Special tries to get some snares on the Mash, but he responds once again with those lightning reflexes. Here's that play in the mid once again.
Yeah, Pyrion had already used his E, so he didn't have it to go forward anymore or retreat. The TP comes in from Zig. Really well played here. The flash cocoon hits Keen, the flash for the slow on the chomp, goes in the bush, gets the stun on the Sentinel, and then Pyrion, beautiful flash root right there. Ray has to flash to continue to get the kill. They pick up more, and Gate steps on a trap. You step on a trap, you break your mother's back. Look at that. And then he gets rooted from Xpecial at the chase down. Didn't flash that either, and then steps on another. Oh man, I guess he stepped on another trap.
Yeah, I think Apollo put that down.
I think he ate a trap, and he ate the 90 caliber net.
Oof. That headshot damage.
Yeah, Apex are playing this combination really well, because if you get the root off, you're gonna get a trap.
Very strong bottom lane from Follow and Xpecial as they continue to answer back. Pyrion finally able to take an advantage in the mid lane with that kill and assist.
Double buffs.
Yeah,
gotta help you out a lot.
Double buffs and a catalyst.
Yeah, because when you have a blue buff and you have catalyst, you basically turn your mana into HP and then you keep getting mana back. So you're pretty much invincible at that point. Level 6 Power Spike does come out though, even though they could gank Keen because he has no flash or cleanse. They want to transition this lead to the bottom side, and you can see both Zentil and Pyrion have the same thing in mind. Shrimp on the opposite side of the map wouldn't be able to answer, and Keen is not 6 yet. There he goes, he just hit 6.
Yeah, they've cheated out of vision of the ward. They're going to catch Apollo. He's got his flash. He's forced to use it, and
Xpecial doesn't have it.
Xpecial is caught. There's the quick ult. Destiny Gate, they're going to try to convert a kill onto Zig. He's still only level 5. There goes a teleport. Looks like it's Pyrion trying to help him out.
Well played there. P1, if Zig had missed this wave, he would have fallen very far behind on the Aurelia, and that might have actually just been that lane going down. This turret's going to have so much damage on it. No TP to answer. If P1 are able to pick up this turret, it's a hefty advantage for themselves early on in the game.
Yeah, they've got it down to about half health and are continuing to burning through their mana to try to get it down. Apollo doesn't want to take any chances.
There's no flashes,
right? Yeah, and the turret goes down. Phoenix 1 take a hefty advantage.
Yep, the pull into the bush. Make sure that the wave is freezing towards them.
Yeah, meanwhile, Ray continuing to shove onto Zig on the top side. Very similar matchup, but with different champions from what we saw in the previous game, while Shrimp continues to invade into Phoenix 1's jungle. Though for now, Phoenix 1 seem content to let that happen as they have taken that advantage, about 1,000 gold very early on for them.
Yep, the value of an outer turret. I guess all turrets now, since they were equalized. Shrimp, though, taking a big chunk of damage there. Pyrion doesn't have any AP at the moment in terms of his items, except for the Dorans. And he's still doing a decent amount to that Evelyn with nothing.
Yeah, Ray just going to continue trading with Zig. He's got a Doran's blade and cloth armor, and he's still able to get the better trade.
Yeah, cloth armor actually helps out a lot versus the Trundle. I assume he's going to go for probably the Ninja Tabi.
Phoenix 1 might be looking for a very greedy play.
It's a loud buff.
They've invaded, and here comes Pyrion
Oh yeah, they're
as well.
extended. They're too far past the halfway point.
Yeah, there's even a ward and a teleport.
Comes the Zerg.
Special is going to be caught. Yeah, as you mentioned, the Zerg flash snare. They're locking down Apollo. Cocoon finds Xpecial. It's not going to be 1, but 2 kills for Phoenix 1.
And Phoenix 1 collapsed so quickly onto that. The TP comes through all 5 members in this bot side. Ocean Drake on the table. They might get this bread buff as well. I assume you take it. You shove the wave up into the turret. And then you get your Ocean Drake.
Phoenix 1 catching Apex unaware not once, but twice.
Really exploiting that bottom lane. And Pyrion, subbing in, has done a lot of work here. 100% kill participation for him. They showed up to his lane, and he got a lot of early kills and used his flash there. and now he's putting it to use. They put resources into him, and he's able to spread it around the map and even cause more pressure than Keen, who's on the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, Phoenix One are now going to secure this Ocean Drake. You can see Keen, despite having that mobility built into his ultimate, has not been able to effectively use it as Phoenix One are just a bit faster. Here they go once again. The Ward instant teleport.
Once again, the Flash W root from Pyrion, and then the Cocoon from Sentinel hits Ix Special simultaneously, so they actually lock up both members, whereas it might have been a flash away from Ix Special and a speed up, so he may have been able to get out of there. So it's a good lockdown from Sentinel to continue picking up kills for P1, who now sit at 5 and 2.
Zig tries to lock Ix Special into the turret for a bonus bit of damage, but doesn't quite land it.
Well, it still stops the recall from Zig, which is important, because that bottom wave, it's going to take him a long time to get there. They pinged it out. Nobody's around the area to actually hold it. So now he has to go to the bot side with no teleport. Ray has that advantage. And right now is the time that Apex, if they see the opportunity to make a play, they need to take it. They have an advantage with Keen having his global up and Ray, whereas P1 have none at the moment.
You can see Phoenix One trying to play the map with those Zerg strategies. They're going to defend this top lane.
I say you just force this down. You try to get Gate or you try to get Mash.
Oh, they found Shrimp. He tries to go in, and he's going to go down to the Ignite before he gets a chance. Ray even completes the teleport.
Oh, that is so big for Phoenix One. They pick up Shrimp on the backside. That pink ward, I believe, was already there, and it spotted him out when he walked by. They were not expecting that. Yeah, the pink ward was down.
The play from Apex gets read by Phoenix One. They're going to try to clear out these minion waves, but there's a good bit of damage onto the turret as it's chunked down to half. Meanwhile, Zig has no teleport of his own. He's going to be split pushing on the far side while Pyrion keeps Keen occupied. Don't let that Twisted Fate group up with the potential counter Zerg from Apex.
Yeah, but now what he's doing is saying, you guys cannot do Rift Herald right now. I'm shoving this gigantic wave into the bot side. Aurelia needs to come here now, or else he loses this wave and he gets a little bit less of an advantage in this lane. Doesn't take it all the way to the turret, so he wards up.
Yeah, he has to go back.
He's trying to do it. He doesn't have Tiamat yet. Now he sees him on the pink ward.
Yeah. Ray gonna continue to.
Where is that ward? Where is it?
Yeah, there he is.
Yep.
But as you can see, we're starting to see a bit of a difference between how Phoenix One want to play and how Apex want to play. There is a large 20 CS lead for Ray. There's a 20 CS lead for Shrimp just by being oppressive. Whereas Phoenix One finally getting the Zergs, finally getting the kills, and finally getting the objectives to follow it up.
And P1, it's just a fast and loose style. It's really group up, hit them quickly, and then everybody scatter again. And Apex haven't been able to answer objectives on the opposite side, right? Because it's something like Keen doesn't show up to that fight. Well, he's not able to push mid because Pyrion is still there. Or when Pyrion roamed, Ray and Keen were still in their lanes and they couldn't even take an objective off of it. All the turrets stand for P1. They got that early one down bottom, and Apex haven't been able to answer.
Pyrion is in his returning match, has been able to keep Keen occupied despite getting some very aggressive ganks. Now Gate and Sentinel heading towards the top side. They've got double teleport.
Well, they're also wrapping around this turret. This turret is going to go down, and it might be the second turret here for P1 as they push up.
Yeah, they've got a minion wave with another one incoming. With 3 members on the top side of the map, Phoenix One may make the map rotation to take down yet another tier 1 turret. Apex, how are they going to try to answer? They've got 3 people grouped around the mid lane right now. Pyrion's nice and tanky. He's actually going to get away from safety, so it might just be a turret trade as Apex head towards the mid lane.
Yeah, they're really trying to force this down on the mid lane. They can't stay there long.
Oh, misses the Ring of Frost.
They need to get this turret. It's not going to go down. That minion? Oh, no, it stays alive.
Pyrion's actually chasing. He's going to ult onto Ray. He doesn't have the W, but they've got enough. No, he gets out. Shrimp is the target, and Phoenix One with the play. Group up mid and counter push. Keen is going to take a lot of damage. He's forced to flash.
Beautiful play there. Pyrion is on fire. Holds under turret, has the presence of mind to know that his team's going to make it there in that moment, goes forward, ulties Ray, and then immediately Gate flashes for the follow-up to throw down the ultimate, which catches Shrimp as well. Really well played there. And if they're able to give this over to Zig, it tilts the matchup. And
Oh, Period catches Zig Special with an amazing read to clear out the ward. Rift Herald is going to go over to Phoenix 1.
And they're going to give it to Zig, so Zig now has that advantage over Ray. Down in CS, down in levels, so he desperately needs it, but he's been affecting his team on a very high level here. That turret, so close to going down. And this was the play right here, is goes forward, hits Ray with the ultimate, which causes the flash from Gate, and then the lockup, and they also get Shrimp in that knockup. Ray doesn't go down, gets out quite swiftly, and then they get the flash out of Keen as well, but no!
Oh, so close. He was right there, but unfortunately the turret finally goes down. So the play does eventually pay off
No
for
local
Apex.
gold.
But nobody gets any gold for being close to it. Well, there's
They get the
global
global,
gold,
they don't
yeah.
get the local gold.
But Mountain Drake is up in 20 seconds, and Phoenix 1 have got a 2,000 gold lead. They've got a lot of stats as well with those early objectives that they managed to take. They're actually grouped up around the pit. Everyone is ready. Shrimp is on the top side of the map. Looks like they're going to be able to take this Mountain Drake. If they so choose, they might look for another Zerg kill on the bottom lane. No,
I think that they just go for the Drake. I think that the Drake is the easy thing to get here, and you start to build on your advantages.
Is that Speedling getting speeded up?
Yes, that seed is really fast. It's coming to get you.
Okay.
Courtesy of Scum.
New fast growth serum.
Like that one too.
But yeah, Mountain Drake is picked up by Phoenix 1. That's 2 Drakes and 2 turrets to 1 turret of Apex. Shrimp continuing to invade the jungle and try to starve out Sentinel, but it looks like he's okay with that.
Yep.
As Sentinel has just been playing the group game. Ray looks to solo this turret. Doesn't have
Zig's
to
gonna get collapsed on right
Zig.
here.
So here comes 3 members of Phoenix 1. There goes a teleport. Keen actually blue carded. They're trying to turn it around. It's 2 versus 4. Keen goes low and goes down as Zig has overextended now. He's finally going to drop, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but this turret is in fact going to stay standing.
Yeah, like you said, it was a 2 versus what? 3, 4?
2 versus
4, and they still trade 1 for 1, which gives time for Mash to push down the mid lane. And Keen won't have a way to get back here in time, so they're going to have to rotate Apollo up here. This turret's going to take some damage.
Mash and Sentinel shoving forward. Yomu's completed for Mash, so he should be able to get some good burn onto it. Special tries to clear the wave out, but misses the casters. And this turret...
Thank God he didn't get the casters.
Oh, man, Mash. Yeah, Mash is not able to take the chance. Doesn't want to risk it. And the turret gets shrunk down to about 200 health, but is still standing.
Yep. But of course, that's something that you can just revisit. And with your Mountain Drake, it's going to go down quite quickly. And now we're seeing split pushes finally online for Zig. He does have his Titanic Hydra. He's still falling behind in CS, and that seems to be the big problem here. But they're collapsing on him. He has to play scared. Ray is constantly getting, like, slowly and slowly more of an advantage, and is pretty much at that 10 CS per minute mark. Is playing really well, but they just can't exploit the advantage he's getting with Twisted Fate, because P1 are just collapsing.
Yeah, continuing to send people to the top side of the map. The turret goes down as P1 can't respond quite fast enough. Ray, a full level ahead, as you mentioned, 60 CS ahead of Phoenix 1. There are some pings on the bottom side of the map as Phoenix 1 are continuing to clear out vision around that dragon pit. Trying to make sure they've got...
Keen has no cleanse. They see him. If he passes that halfway point, Purion is going to go.
Cheats forward a bit, but Keen was able to bait it out.
And that turret's too low. Now 4 people come out. They came out of the trees, man. And now they just go straight for it. And they get the turret.
That's 3 turrets to 2 in favor of Apex. They've got a 2,000 gold lead.
Look at this. Just all those wards in mid lane really, really stop the Twisted Fate from doing anything. He feels like he can't push out, so they're trying to clear this vision. You see, like, a pink ward even went down there. And Special
over the wall. He gets bursted down.
The combo. Sentinel flash cocoons to follow up afterwards, so he doesn't even have a moment to attempt flashing on Special side. No Mantra E, no flash to get out.
Yeah, you were just talking about all that vision around the mid lane. It was originally for Keen, but it pays off in an unexpected way as Special is the one who falls into the trap.
Right into the waiting hands of P1. Imperium, they have the pick comp, right? And if you're playing a pick comp this aggressively, I love that the flash is being blown pretty much on cooldown by Sentinel to make a play. And it's really paying off for them. 10-3, but it's 2.5k gold up. It's not incredibly immense. It still is a large portion of gold for this point in the game at 20 minutes. And it's a hefty advantage, but it's not insurmountable. P1 still have ways that Apex can get back in the game against.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually yet seen a game where Phoenix One have a gold lead at 20 minutes. This is new territory.
Yeah, the game that they came back against Cloud9.
They were already 30 minutes in by that point.
It was a 30-minute tower dive in the top side.
So, Phoenix One boldly going where no Phoenix One has gone before.
Towards the enemy nexus. They've done it once.
Yeah.
They've done it once. They're trying to come around the enemy in the bot side here. Apex Ray left to his lonesome here, has to clear out this minion wave. Are they looking for Keen now?
Yeah, Mash is so afraid of getting collapsed on. Keen drops.
He can't ulti or else he gets frontal pillared. Oh, but he used it.
Oh, he gets the stun snare! Catches it from Gate. He flashes the wall, and he's still able to get away.
Yeah, Gate really swift on that. Keen doesn't blow his cleanse, just blows his flash to get over the wall. Took a large chunk of damage there. And Mash, meanwhile, looks like he had to blow both summoner spells.
Yeah, pretty big amount of summoners.
Yeah, Mash got engaged on the bottom side, and then he came up through the river and Shrimp caught him. And so he had to blow both his flash and his heal.
Phoenix One just stole away the blue buff of Apex, finally starting to reclaim some presence on the map as Shrimp has been living in Apex's topside jungle with no repercussions for himself, though Phoenix One have been able to pick up a few kills and turn a few of Apex's plays around. And it seems like right now Apex, they're playing on the defensive. They're playing afraid of Phoenix One, afraid of giving up any more golden objectives. Just taking their time, trying to wait out this advantage. As now double teleport is back up on both Zig and Pyrion. They could look for yet another play. And the traps are being set. Phoenix One are prepping that bottom lane for this next Infernal Drake. And any unsuspecting Apex Predator that might wander by.
They really want that Infernal Drake as well. It'll give them a big advantage here for themselves and start growing their gold lead. When you have this Drake, this is the Drake that helps you build on your own advantage the most out of all of them.
Yeah, that's Infernal Drake given freely by Apex. Phoenix One 3 Drakes to 0, 22 minutes in. That means 2 more could spawn. They could be at 5 Drakes by the time we get an Elder Dragon if Apex continue to cede this map control over that side of the map.
Yeah, so they're ceding the map control, and at that point you really have to ask, what are they playing for in the future? Like, what are they going to do to win this game? So Apex, they're looking for eventually 1-3-1-ing. They want to have Apollo at least 2, possibly 3 items here, because you don't want to fight Mash on this Power Spike Lucian with Black Cleaver Youmuu's, and your split push is just going to start growing more and more of a lead. Like, over time, Ray is just crushing Zig and CS. Keep allowing that to balloon. Don't give up too much in that time. And then eventually you'll have your 1-3-1 online with Keen, but Pyrion can't answer Keen. That's the big problem here. That's the wrench, is that Pyrion got fed enough that Keen has to be scared of him in the 1-3-1.
Yeah, you can see they're committing to a 4-1 right now. 4 members of Apex in the mid lane, and as you mentioned, Ray, so strong. Completes his Trinity Force. Going for a Youmuu's second.
Yep, Youmuu's. This is the kill the AD carry build. You want to go kill the squishy, dive straight at him with the armor penetration. And another note as well is Mash didn't build this way yesterday. Yesterday on his Lucian, he built the Essence Reaver, built Lord Dominic's Regards, and Phantom Dancer. He didn't go for this build, which I was quite confused by because it's incredibly potent, so much CDR for mobility. And Mash, I mean, in most of these fights, his problem has been that he's not confident enough to be in that front line, have the mobility and the protection that he needs, and it's a very self-sufficient build.
See if Mash can use that build to effectively do what he couldn't quite yesterday. Phoenix One, though, invade the blue side jungle of Apex and litter it with Vision. They are controlling Vision around that Baron pit now that Baron has spawned, and Apex are actually slowly but surely, methodically trying to clear this out. deal with the potential Zerg, the potential bush check of Phoenix One. As the top laners are splitting on the opposite side with teleport.
Yeah, big advantage for Ray. He's 1,400 gold up. Everybody else on his team is actually down in gold. Even the Twisted Fate with his passive still down 1,100 gold. The big one for me though is when I look at the supports, Gate is 1,500 gold up. He's got 500 more gold from his Eye of the Watcher than Xpecial has. He's just way more harassed, way more active. And he's also just getting this poke off. It's quite easy to do on Zyra, but it's just mounting on top of itself, and he's been able to buy multiple penetration items at this point.
Oh, there's the Destiny Gate. He's going to try to collapse in. Keen, is not going to be able to do enough. Gate goes down to Shrimp, though, as Phoenix One gets zerged themselves. Zig teleports in. Pyrion tries to get onto the back line. Flash, snare, ult. He gets onto Shrimp, but he doesn't have enough as Ray rejoins the fight. Cocoon is dodged, and Phoenix One, huge headshot from Apollo.
Yeah, nice trap on top of where Pyrion was, and immediately Apex strike back. If they get this turret, they're going to even up the gold just like that.
Yeah, Phoenix One aren't able to respond to the play from Apex fast enough, and Apex with 4 shoved down the mid lane with a prepped wave. They're going to be able to take this turret and get themselves right back in this game.
Look at that gold, so close now. Off of that play, Gate gets caught out. They don't have this large source of CC and damage available to them. And that's what you have to worry about, is Zyra is incredibly squishy. I was talking about how the Aurelia will jump on her and kill her. Well, the Twisted Fate can do that just as easily now, especially since he has the Zhonya's and close to the Lichbane. You pretty much pop her very quickly.
Yeah, Ray actually walked up with Apex. Phoenix One, though, going very aggressive.
Revenge!
They've caught Keen and Shrimp.
They get him
2 kills.
That's Baron right there. You killed the jungler and you killed the person who can get right on top of you with his ultimate and even expose Baron to his team.
Yeah, Phoenix One upping the ante as they re-dive onto Apex's side of the map, pick up 2 kills. They're now collapsing onto the Baron, and Apex are content to give it away as they now head towards that bottom side of the map. This is Baron for Phoenix One.
Phoenix One looking really good right now in this series. This is probably the best they've looked so far. Keen throws the card. Gate, no hesitation, throws it. Really good pillar there as well. Got the flash out of Keen, so then Gate was able to line up the grasping roots and catch him out.
Yeah, very good play from Phoenix One to bring themselves back to a 3,000 gold lead, though MASH is very far forward.
Yep.
And there is a very scary Ray. There goes the Destiny. Gate right on top of Gate. He's caught by a stun and obliterated by Apex. And Apex, Phoenix One are actually split right now. Zig is on the far side. They might try to collapse onto him. Yeah, he is going to be collapsed upon. Does have his flash. There goes the claw. Pyrion is going to catch up and Phoenix One regroup.
Yeah, holds his ground there. Zig just starts hammering away. And he's able to get enough HP back from his ultimate.
Yeah, that's the Subjugate used, however. Next team fight could be a bit tough for Zig. Ooh. Oh, he actually gets an excellent pillar.
Yeah, it has to go around, walk around.
But yeah, but in the mid lane, not able to break down that tier 2. They're actually going to start heading towards the jungle.
I think the Drake is the next thing for them.
Yeah.
Another Mountain Drake here helps them kill those turrets even faster in the next Baron if it does come up. But right now, Baron buffed up P1. They need to get their minion waves a little bit further up so that they can take advantage of it, because Ray's just shoving this one in top.
Yeah, the trade-off, Empowered Recall is going to get Zig there nice and quick, but that tier 2 is going to take a lot of damage from a full AD Ray.
Yeah, uses the Youmu's as well to help him beat down this turret. I think okay.
Oh.
Doesn't try to risk it. Maybe because he would assume that Pyrion's TP is almost back by now with the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. It's a little harder to keep track of with an exact timer.
Ash now bringing the rest of his team down towards that bottom lane. They don't have teleport on Zig, but they've got a large minion wave and Baron buff. Still respecting the poke from Apollo and Xpecial, though. They're going to finally drop the turret. Once again, Phoenix One, very powerful with this Baron. Finally able to convert some advantages.
Yeah, possibly forcing a game 3 here as well. Phoenix One, last time they beat Cloud9 in game 2, They felt really good coming into Game 3. We heard them in the rollout that one time going that felt great. And they want that feeling again. They want to take down this Nexus and get another victory for themselves.
Yeah, they take down 2 tier 2 turrets. Ray split pushing once again on the opposite side of the map. Shrimp is going to stop the recall. And Phoenix 1, seems like we're finally seeing some clear direction from this team. They are no longer just responding to what the enemy team are doing. They are making plays of their own and taking advantage of mistakes that Apex are making.
Yeah, I think that the gank mid that set Purion up was a play that Apex were going for simultaneously, and P1 was looking for the same thing, except they had brought one more member to it earlier on. And I think the Lissandra from that point onwards allows you to be proactive, allows you to pick your fight and literally pick somebody off. And they were doing that against Xpecial, who's the majority of his team's deaths right now. Or I guess the most of his team's death.
That Lissandra coming up huge for Purion. 3, 1, and 6 right now, really enabling his team to make picks. Zig, he's going to find Ray. And decides better of it. He's going to try to defend this bottom tier 1 while the rest of Phoenix 1 split on the opposite side of the map. Now, Baron buff has fallen off of all of the members of Phoenix 1. So this is just a classic push, but they still get there before Apex.
Classic push with the double Mountain Drake. It's going to be so fast.
Yeah.
Ray's going to have to try to answer on the opposite side. He gets one turret.
Yeah, Ray so strong right now. If he can find that backline, he can destroy them. But Phoenix 1 not letting that Aurelia anywhere near those squishy carries, just playing the macro map.
I really like this build from him as well. I think the Sterix Gauge is an item that we're not seeing enough on Aurelia, because when you combine it with the Trinity Force multiplies your base damage for that attack, and it gives you 25% more base damage. And then it gives you 50% after.
Yeah, once the life grip activates. Phoenix 1 looking for Apollo. Cocoon, that was a bit hopeful. And Teleport is being used. There goes the Destiny Gate. Sentinel is going to be in the front. He repels away, and they try to dive into the fight. Those squishy carries we were talking about are destroyed, and Sentinel is running out. Zig teleports in late. Purion is even in the fight. It's 3 versus 5 for Phoenix 1, and they're trying to run it around. Shrimp will finally drop as the split members of Phoenix 1 are retreating. It ends up being a 1 for 2.
Yeah, and if Phoenix 1 get out of this, that's actually the best of an awful situation for them. Caught out in the jungle, and they were able to get away with, honestly, minimal casualties there after Ray went straight for the back line.
Yeah, very good recovery from Phoenix 1.
Yeah, this is the kind of fight that Apex want. They want to have kind of entry kills. As soon as they show up, boom, there's the TP. He wants to get right onto Gate, right onto Mash. Gets him. Oh, Mash there. That looked a little late on the QSS. Not the same type of play, man.
Not quite as pristine as in game number 1.
Yep. Shrimp. Ooh, really well played there from Purion. He throws out the claw, it hits Shrimp, and then he W's before he takes the claw.
Yeah, clean escape for Phoenix 1 despite those kills. Now, next Drake is an Infernal. This would be the 5th for Phoenix 1. That's up in 2 minutes, but Baron is going to be coming up sooner in 1. Already Phoenix 1 returning to the scene of the crime, getting some vision. As they do have double Mountain Drake, as you mentioned, they can burn through it so very quickly. And Mash splitting on the far side, as he is wont to do. Will finally have to group up with the rest of his team, though, as it looks like Phoenix 1 might want to try to make a play on this. Ooh. Just a second too late.
Yeah, the back goes off. Ray has to go topside, though, if there's any contest of Baron. For a pick, though, that's actually very ambitious. Zig doesn't have teleport. He would have had to pick him off right quick and then get out.
Well, that was the pick that would have let them do Baron. If they got a kill, they can bait the Baron and force a fight.
Well,
so, again,
I think you can bait the Baron anyway. You just sweep out all the vision, you keep your pink wards in the right spots, and they have to face check you, or they use the ultimate from Twisted Fate, and then you just wait it out and do it again.
Xpecial trying to cheat forward, and they know that this could be the concern. Trinkets are used, and immediately Phoenix 1 start the Baron.
Oh, the thing goes out so fast!
Yeah, they're just trying to burn it down. They get it down to 3,000. They're actually going to be able to pick it up before Apex can respond. Gate is in the back. He drops the disengaged Stranglethorns, but Apex might want to fight this. Keen is split on the side and slaughtered by Phoenix 1 as they continue to chase Apollo. running for his life. There's the pillar. He's forced to flash, but I don't think Phoenix are done just yet.
No, I don't think so either. I think they want to continue to push. Top lane has a wave for them. Keen didn't have cleanse, got ultimate from Pyrion, and the combo comes through. Pyrion is fed, and that did not allow Keen to have a moment to Zhonya's, and that's why he goes down so fast.
Yeah, a very decisive play from Phoenix 1. We could be seeing them take this, and yes, Apex cannot fight them.
Yeah, I think they're going to back off, play it a little bit slower, go get that Infernal Drake, your second one, because the Mountain Drake number 2 helped them so much in killing that Baron. It went down like paper. It was just burned up.
Yeah, you can see Gate is actually on that side of the map trying to catch minions. Apex know that this is a huge priority for Phoenix 1, so they send 4 members to that side of the map. But the Empowered Recall lets Phoenix 1 get back and get there first. This is going to be an Infernal Drake unless Apex decide to contest it, and they looks like they can't. They can't make it in time. Phoenix 1 take their 5th dragon of the game. They've taken 2 Barons. They've taken 5 dragons. They've taken this first inhib. Phoenix 1 are hungry for that game 3 and that first match win.
Yeah, Pyrion, as soon as he hits his death cap, he's going to be able to blow up pretty much the entire game and get them that win. If that comes through, it's going to be absolutely insane. With those double Infernal Drakes, he's sitting at 620 AP at the moment. His combo does so much damage. I'm just looking at these bonus AP ratios. His ultimate does about 760 damage just in the tooltip. And Zig caught out.
Yeah, he's a little bit far forward. They know he can't
Doesn't have flash
there
for a
goes
few
the
seconds.
Subjugate. It's going to be close. Here comes Pyrion. He teleports in from behind and destroys Zig Special. They can't burn through it. Apollo is engaged upon. He's flashless. Will dodge the claw, but the repel provides chase. Mash is going to get another kill. Phoenix 1 have turned this play from Apex on its head, picking up 3 kills. They've still got the Baron buff. They could look for the win.
Yeah, Zig got incredibly tanky there. Phoenix 1, they're looking for the push. They have super minions on their way on the top side. Zig is going to tank this up. They're going to shred through this turret.
Oh, they've got super minions coming in. As you mentioned, the inhibitor goes down. It's up to Keen and Shrimp versus 5. They're going on to the Nexus. Phoenix 1 are going to take game number 2, getting a few feel-good kills on top of it. And Apex go down to Phoenix 1.
And from the ashes of Game 1's loss, Phoenix 1 rise to take Game 2. Apex completely bamboozled by that.
Yeah.
Came out of nowhere. Phoenix 1 with these swift plays. That middle play, the one in the mid that got Pyrion going, was absolutely huge for the whole pace of the game, because from then onward, it was really in P1's favor. And it was hard to answer this pick composition because they get advantages, they take your mid lane turret. Your Twisted Fate is a little bit lost at that point, and he can't make the same types of picks that he was hoping for previously.
Yeah, Pyrion came up huge, not only during that play, but over the course of the game, responding to almost every single play Apex made with teleports, with roams, and just turning it on its head.
Yeah, I thought that pretty much all of P1 played that really well. Like, you're looking across at the deaths, Gate's the only one who has more than 1 death on the entire team. Everybody had 1 little slip up and that's it. But Zig, he fell behind in CS. He still stayed in the game. You look at Sentinel, always ready to pull the trigger on the Flash Cocoon. And that's what we need to see from P1 if they're going to play a comp like this, and it worked out for him.
Yeah, it certainly did. But just like that, we have got ourselves a Game 3. But to break down Game 2, let's check in with Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, Dom. We do. We're going to Game 3 here as Phoenix 1 is able to pick up a game off of Apex. And they looked good with the substitution in from Pyrion, making some plays around the map, extending some early leads, a couple good skirmishes and good rotations. You know, just between games, a very solid step up from the squad.
Yeah, we were talking kind of about compared to C9 swapping people around. We're not sure how effective it's going to be, but then Pyrion comes in and has probably the best game we've seen out of him, you know, between all the games that we've seen, including last split. And he really just took over this game from, like, the word go, just from the start.
Yeah, so, I mean, we look here at the champions like graphic. Pyrion is going to be on that Lissandra. They did save his pick for last, so being on the red side, they choose the Lissandra into that TF as they see that Keen wants to play that. And with the teleport, you know, most people look at TF and say he's the one who's going to have the global pressure. No, that's not the case. It was Pyrion the one who was roaming in the early stages of the game, and that's what I want to get right to. 6 minutes in, we see a nice dive set up by Phoenix 1 into the bot lane, starting off the action here.
Yeah, what I really like about it is that Pyrion actually does this with just a roam. He doesn't use his TP to come behind with Sentinel dropping a ward or something like that. To get one quick kill here, he backs out. And what's so nice about the fact that he saved his TP is that after that he goes top and is able to protect Zig. And then the second play he gets, turrets drop from the previous play, once again just roams behind on his own. He's able to set up a really nice double kill for his the rest of his team. And I think that's what was really impressive to me was it wasn't like these reactionary like, oh, there's a ward here and we're getting ganked, I'm going to TP. He was actively looking to get out of lane and roam and create pressure. And that really is the biggest thing that happened for P1 this game was his pressure.
Yeah, shove the lane, roam, be proactive as a team. They were the ones that were controlling the pace of the game. Want to jump now to 26 minutes into the game. We have a jungle fight, 2-0 for P1 plus the Baron. So this is, Pyrion definitely set them up with a lead. This is where things explode.
Right, so right before that happens, they actually are the ones getting collapsed on in the jungle. So Apex is able to pick off one, at least this kind of like extended fight. You think Apex might turn it back, but then they end up only getting killed again. Nice flash there away from the Sentinel cocoon. And then from here, P1, they back off, they concede some stuff, and then Apex gets really greedy where they want their blue badly. They see that P1's coming in to contest it, and they haven't recalled off that push that they just had. So they're able to land some nice CC on the Keen, pick him off, get Shrimp as well. And after this double kill, they're able to take the blue and head to the Baron, which is really kind of what sealed the game.
Right, so that's the 2-4. It's the reaction to what was a lost 1-0 in the mid lane, but Apex, as you mentioned, being greedy, not healing after that fight. So P1 correctly recognizing that and capitalizing on all of it. It'll be no surprise to everyone at home that Pyrion is our player of the game, 6-1-7 on that Lissandra for exactly the reasons that we just explained. Those early roams really affecting the map and in terms of macro presence, outdoing a TF.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the times where you see the scoreline. It looks great, 6-1-7. It's actually even better than that. He actually set up a lot of kills that he didn't pick up. It was him always initiating, him moving on the map first, and pretty much the whole team flowed through him. And so in terms of a comeback game, going into game 3, now you have Apex thinking, well, what do we have to do to shut this guy down?
Right, and if that's the way you want to get back into a series, that's the kind of game you want to win, right? This wasn't a long, drawn-out, oh, we barely edged this game out. No, Phoenix One actually controlled this game. They won this game. So that's going to feel really good for them, motivation and morale going into game 3. Only their second game win on the split so far, though, so it's few and far between for them. The big question is, can they turn this into their first match victory? Thoughts?
I think they have a chance to. I mean, they're coming back on the blue side. I feel like Apex might not have had the best prep against Pyrion because you're expecting Slushy, and then you have someone who plays very differently coming in. And so there's a chance that Apex wasn't really prepared for it, and now that they're on red side, they can play a little bit more reactively in the pick ban phase, but that also allows P1 to get whatever their priority pick is, which I'm not sure Apex really knows.
Well, 2 of our newer squads going head-to-head into Game 3 to determine who will win this best-of series. We're going into a commercial break, but be sure to rejoin us on the other side because we'll bust this tie between Phoenix One and Apex. We'll be right back.
Let's see if we're getting in as we load onto the Rift for Game 2. Oh, the Cocoon is going to land without the flash. He's going to look for damage on the Keen. The Spiderlings. Oh, Zig is going to get first blood. Flash snare. They're locking down Apollo. Cocoon finds Zig special. It's not going to be 1, but 2 kills for Phoenix One. Whoa, going very aggressive.
Revenge.
They've caught Keen and Shrimp. Negate. Sentinel is going to be in the front. He repels away, and they try to dive into the fight. Those squishy carries we were talking about are destroyed. Stranglethorns, but Apex might want to fight this. Keen is split on the side and slaughtered by Phoenix One. And Apex go down to Phoenix One. Welcome back to week 3 of the North American LCS Summer Split. Now, we're going to game 3 between Phoenix One and Apex after Phoenix One evened the series back up for a 1-for-1, tying that with Apex. Sort of reminiscent of what we saw playing against Cloud9.
Yeah, they came back and they ended up winning game 2 against the Cloud9, but they weren't able to close out the series. But hopefully for P1 this time, that they can stop having that 0 in the column of matches won.
Yeah.
They really need to pull out a win here, and a big change for them was Pyrion in the mid lane. He got player of the game last game on Lissandra, 6-1 and 7. Absolutely absurd pick play there from him. And I think that Phoenix One, if they want to keep finding success, they keep playing to that for now, and they make Apex try to figure that out, because Apex looked a little lost once it got off the ground.
Yeah, and with that Lissandra going so big in this game, such a clear go button for Phoenix One, you've got to imagine that Apex are going to first ban just Lissandra.
Well, that means they have to drop one of the bans they've already been banning, which will end up being the Azir, Ryze, or Sivir.
Yeah.
It's probably one of those that you could drop.
Well, we'll see if they can flex it around a little bit. Now, they did have a strong player in the top lane, though. Ray had an enormous CS advantage pretty much that entire game.
Yeah, he ended up getting around like 80 plus at one point. Ended the game, I believe, with 51 over his opponent. So Apex's top laner, he's been doing a fantastic job this entire time of farming, but not transitioning that lead into anything else. Zig is working with less resources, and Zig is actually coming out on top in the macro play.
Yeah, playing with the team, playing with Pyrion, trying to help it out. And a lot of that is a little bit of the synergy that we saw between those supports. Gate has been playing way up this series.
Yeah, Gate, although he ended up having the most deaths on his team, still played fantastically. He had no hesitation when he flashed and threw out the grasping roots. Like, I thought it was fantastic play by him. And the Zyra, I don't think you give him Zyra again. I feel like that's a champion that he slots right into the team perfectly.
Yeah, you can see him laughing and smiling over that performance. On the opposite side, though, especially on that Karma, yeah, he picked it away and sort of counterpicked Phoenix One, but he wasn't really able to make too much happen with it.
Yeah, there's a couple of things there, like transitioning that lead is... Sorry, what did you say?
Are you giving me the double lift right now?
No. I'm
yeah, he picked the Karma and he counterpicked it away, but he wasn't able to make too much happen with it.
Oh, yeah. They took the Karma because Karma's just a top tier support at the moment.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, I wasn't listening at you. I was actually watching Gate because he held up 4 fingers, and I'm like, oh, he probably heard me say he had the most deaths. He's like, I have 4.
I can see him chuckling right now.
Anyway, sorry about that.
Yeah.
A little distracted. But yes, the Karma was taken away, wasn't given to the mid lane, but they did swap out mid laners in the first place.
They did.
And it's funny because looking at that pick, that Karma pick, well, Pyrion, I think he's played it before. He has games on Varus and other poke champions. It goes back and forth, though, yeah. So Slushy's usually playing it, and then otherwise they have played it on support as well. So it is a flex pick for them. But fun fact, Pyrion is the only person on this team to get player of the game, and he's gotten it twice.
Yeah.
There are 2 victories. It's gone to him both times.
That might be something that Phoenix continue to look to use, the fact that he is getting player of the game in these wins. And it actually sort of creates a bit of an opening for Apex, because Keen, very strong player, as we know, played for a very long time. This is, I think, his 2nd year now in the LCS. So we are looking to see if Pyrion can keep up once again. Well, he did have that split break.
Yeah, I think it's a year at this point. Yeah, pretty much pulled up from solo queue, was an assassin player at the time. For Pyrion. For Keen had Gravity last year. So he's had a lot of professional experience, though. He played in OCE previously. So he's basically cresting more than 2 years at this point.
Yeah, he was pretty effectively locked down by Pyrion over the course of this match. And we'll have to see if he can respond in kind. Going for the Twisted Fate, getting player of the game in game number 1, and then getting completely locked down in game number 2. Creates a sort of interesting back and forth dynamic.
Yeah, back and forth. Like Pyrion got the better of Keen, though, in that matchup, and now it's Pyrion once again. I don't know. Is there something going on here? Probably not. It was really that level 1 that happened that got Pyrion far ahead, but that was really P1 countering and using their summoner spells very aggressively, right?
Yeah.
That was the Flash W. That was the Flash Cocoon. It was everybody coming together to make that play happen. And I'm glad that they did that instead of playing safe and trying to be like, okay, you know what, they're gone.
Yeah.
Let's save our summoner spells for when we get
time.
ganked. It's like, no, you are ganking them now. You should be using them first.
look at the game. I am the game now.
Yeah.
So again, Phoenix One, we saw them sort of hint to this yesterday, playing this sort of Zerg style, finding aggression and constantly using it over and over. And finally, in this game, they were able to use their advantage to keep using that aggression. Well, you've got to imagine Apex on blue side, they've got counterpick. They might be able to pull something out.
Yeah, Apex on blue side, I believe it's P1 on blue side.
Yeah, Apex red side, sorry. Apex red side.
Yeah, having the counterpick, I mean, Keen, there was that famous gravity red side win rate for the longest time. Where it's like, you know what, Keen really relies on the counterpicks, but we haven't been seeing that too much. It's usually going to their top laner now.
The original Bjergsen Kryptonite.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Breaking out the Hecarim and the Urgot.
The Urgot, the Hecarim, the Jarvan, J4. I think it was actually Bjergsen's Ezreal that ate the J4 pick the first time.
Yep.
So, yeah, but they haven't been using it for Keen. They've been using it as a counter pick for top lane, just like in game 1, they last picked Fiora.
Yeah, and now we have gotten into bans for our final match between Phoenix One and Apex. It has come down to the ace match. Nidalee banned away once again from Shrimp Rise is the exact same. So far, nothing has changed, and with Phoenix One on blue side, you've got to wonder, are Apex going to leave that Lissandra up? Maybe they have something that can play around it, as Vladimir is going to be the next ban for Phoenix One.
You ban out the Lissandra, you open yourself up to a couple more picks. And it's strange because the Azir is still being banned out despite which mid laner is in. Apex just don't seem to want to play against any of these champions. Sivir was the last ban, and I think that's the one that you drop. It would enable them to actually go quickly, but yeah, they're going to pick up the Sivir. First picking Lissandra is not always the best thing in the world, but I still think you go for it.
Yeah, with how much it enabled Phoenix One in that previous game, you've got to wonder.
Okay.
Oh, they're actually going to first pick the Elise for Sentinel. Interesting.
Yeah, starts the pick, regardless of if they get Lissandra or not. Lissandra is much more counterable. Keen might have something up his sleeve, right?
Yeah. Haven't seen too much of Keen's counter picks.
And if you force Apex to take Lissandra, then obviously you get to see that and you get to pick what you want into it.
Yeah, so Apex now looking to answer. As you mentioned, that Lissandra's still up, and covering the Gragas right now for Shrimp. Kindred still available.
Yeah, Shrimp's been banned out every game. The Nidalee and Rek'Sai every single time. Went on Evelynn 2 games in a row. Had to play it into Elise last time, and this is not a good time for him.
Yeah.
Elise with the CC really has a large advantage early game, and Evelynn without CC, she's basically, her CC is I kill you, that's death. Try to take you off the map, but you're not
it's
able
a form of ground control. You can't move.
It's the best form.
Can't input any commands. But Gragas is going to be the pickup for Shrimp. Maybe get some disruption so that when Phoenix One come charging forward, just split the team up. Zyra, though, is still available for Phoenix One. Gate had huge success with it in the previous game with some of those grasping roots.
Yeah, I think you have to take it here, too, because if you give over Caitlyn Zyra and Xpecial plays it, then they could be a deadly combo that there isn't really much that would counter that in lane.
Yeah, Pyrion looking back at that Lucian for the second time.
If they end up taking the Ezreal here or the Lucian and taking their AD carry, it's a little strange because you don't have to show it, but I guess they go for it.
So far, it's the same team composition. Lucian, once again, for MASH. He actually did the second most damage on his team. Of course, Pyrion, player of the game, did the most in game 2. So that Trundle, once again, going into the top lane. Ray could try to take the Aurelia and just hammer Zig out of the map.
It's true, he did show that his bruiser prowess is just a little bit better at the moment. Zig got a large part of that team fight and became an unkillable tank at the end. But the Aurelia was able to have a really good play where he assassinated 2 people, got into the bat line. See if he goes for it again. I assume it's the pickup just because Aurelia is incredibly strong. That or Fiora, which he had played in game 1 and found success.
Currently looking at it, and it is going to be locked in. Fiora for Ray against Trundle this time.
All right, and because of the fact that we had the Lissandra last pick from P1, they're saving their last pick for Keen finally, making sure that he has a matchup that he's comfortable with, and that he might even have something up his sleeve to deal with it if they pick it again, because you could pick the exact same composition here as P1 and go Zyra Lissandra. and then nothing has changed for them.
Yeah, they've got 30 seconds. Really, that very early level 1 play enabled them to use their composition very effectively. This time, though, Apex are going to have to be on the lookout for it if Phoenix One go for it. Twisted Fate hover.
Twisted Fate is a bold, blind pick.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see what he ends up going with here. There's the Zyra. It's locked in.
Still hovering.
Exactly the same.
Yeah, it is locked in. That's Lissandra and Zyra. So Phoenix One running back the exact same comp that won them game number 2.
It's the most convincing win that they've had out of their 2. It's the most convincing game they've had. So I guess the composition worked out for them. Saint, I guess he saw this one coming, decided not to ban it, and that they can deal with it. And that's where you say, yeah, we'll let them have it again because it wasn't us messing up. It wasn't the composition. It was us just messing up. And then they got an advantage and it snowballed. So that level 3, you kind of had to shake off and say that was the game right there for us. We couldn't get back in. So now reset, come into this champion select, allow them to have the same thing. And get this last pick for Keen. Yeah, I think you do that for Ray and allow Ray to go crazy.
Once again, playing to the top lane. It's worked for Apex in most of their wins, if not all of them.
Yeah, I think that playing to Ray is a strategy that's been working out for them, but as they move up the standings, Apex needs to demonstrate that they can do more than just that. But the Zilean pick here for Keen, Zilean, incredibly annoying champion to play against, especially with a pick composition. You pick somebody off, you just blew multiple ultimates, possibly 1 or 2, to actually pick that person up. And Zilean's just going to blow 1, get value out of it.
Yeah. Phoenix One, we'll see if they can break through the regeneration, the life reboot of Zilean. Whereas Apex, once again, playing to that top lane. We'll have to see if Keen can enable Ray to go off once again. And this is game number 3. Phoenix One taking their most convincing win yet, making their most convincing game, and being allowed to get the exact same composition and make it happen.
Yeah, it's a pick comp. You pick Zilean into it, make sure that you have the revive. It's hard to pick somebody off in that situation. You can do it, but they aren't actually dead.
Yeah.
And the other composition is actually quite good. I think that it's something that they saw it coming. They have the Fiora for Ray, and now they have the Gragas, so they have the early CC for Shrimp. So that same thing that happened last game will not happen again because of that CC with the body slam early on.
Well, we'll see if that will happen. Keep those predictions updated by tweeting hashtag P1win or hashtag APXwin. Tell everyone who you think will take down the win in this game 3. Will Phoenix One finally get their first match win of the summer LCS split, or will Apex put a damper on their game 2 win?
Yeah, you have to close out the series. That 1 game win does not mean anything if you're not able to get that 1 in the column. Only time it means anything is if there's a tie.
Yeah.
And nobody's tied for 0 wins at the moment.
Yes. Closest team was Team Liquid, who beat Phoenix One yesterday.
Yeah, Piglet went on record too and said that Phoenix One, he doesn't think they're good at all.
Ooh. Once again, Sentinel losing some spiderlings.
Yeah.
He's having to dodge a lot, forced to flash as Apex go very aggressive.
And Apex get control of this jungle. They get lane swap wards down for the first time in the series, I believe. So they'll be seeing the entry and who goes where on the top side, especially since the bottom lane is actually already over here. So you could stay in a standard lane, no problem. Look at all those seeds that are being set up right now.
Yeah.
But the problem is nobody's going to come across there and be like, I hope there's nobody here. What are 4 seeds?
I wonder if there's someone in this bush.
Yep.
Those stars surely mean that there's no one in the bush. Aurelion Sol?
That's always the best. That's always the best.
But this time it is Apex initiating the lane swap, as you said. They're even invading into the jungle of Phoenix One.
Yeah, Gates actually just hanging out in the jungle, making sure nobody is there. So he checks every buff, or every camp. And looking at the composition once again for Apex, the Caitlyn helps their 4-1 siege. I think that Caitlyn is a fantastic pick for Apex. and that they're pretty much going to pick it every time that they have Ray on a split pusher, just because the trap line can be used for your own sieging when you're pressing up, or for stopping the enemy siege and making them take a large chunk of damage so they back off.
Yeah, Apollo showing some good performance. You can see Xpecial sort of dancing just outside of vision of Pyrion.
Yeah, just hanging out mid. I think there's going to be a lot of tension here in this mid lane. Pyrion had an incredible game last game, so I think that they're going to try to shut him down a little bit more.
Yeah, you can see the split push cam. That's actually the lane swap cam.
That's amazing.
I have vision of both of those lanes at once, and the mid lane and the junglers. We can see everything. Claw goes
Turret
forward.
shots.
Keen. Oh, flash used by Keen to escape from the potential gank. However, that means that flash is down. Sentinel can continue to play aggressive on this side of the map.
Yeah, he gets to take up that blue buff, gets to take it on his strong side. No problem, and that's going to be this turret going down a little bit faster as well. And this is the thing, can P1 do anything with this? Because look at that top side. That minion wave is gone. They have to wait a couple more seconds until it crashes. And turret goes down.
Mashgate and Zig are going to split the gold locally. We'll see if Ray will be able to get solo gold on this as the rest of his split push backs away. Yep. Yeah, he gets all the solo gold for his own. So minor advantage to Ray.
They still end up being really close in gold.
Yeah.
Actually going to look at that again. No, Zig got solo gold.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he got solo gold. It's 400 if you get solo gold, 300. If there's 3 people there, then everybody gets 200 gold.
I see. Continuing to see Pyrion farm it up against Keen, as Zig will finally be forced to back away from the minion wave. Currently a few CS over Ray, who got a bit of a later recall than Zig, so he will eventually catch up. And once again, the lane swap turret shove continues. This time, though, it looks like Shrimp and Sentinel will get a little bit more time in the jungle of each other before catching up for that quick turret.
Is Sentinel looking for a flash cocoon over the wall? No, he's
clearing out the...
He's just clearing it.
Raptor camp.
Yep, left one little one there, so the timer is not activated just yet. It won't be respawning anytime soon. And the pushes happen again. Let's bring up those cams.
Once again, the shove between the two tier 1s. Looks like right now, Phoenix 1 have a bit of a lead, though Apex catch right back up. Oh, it's going to be close. Who's going to win the race?
Well, P1.
Phoenix 1.
Again.
But again, they split the gold.
Oh, Ray has a gigantic wave there. He's going to have to wait for this whole thing. So they're going to push topside. Ray's waiting for that local gold so long because he wants it to actually be a freeze. So he has to wait for all these caster minions to die so it'll bounce. It's going to be some damage top. It's not going to be that bad, but he's going to lose a wave.
Yeah, finally clears out the turret. He's able to get local gold, but very large amount of time spent just sitting and waiting.
Yeah, and that hits the 6-minute mark. This is going to be Rift Herald here for Zig.
Ray on the opposite side. No way he can get there in time. And once again, Rift Herald, very early take by Phoenix 1 Xpecial. He's going to get a ward over the wall. That's spotted out by Sentinel.
Oh, don't get too chicken.
Oh, there.
Oh,
whoa, flash.
That's not chicken.
Sentinel's going very aggressive. Here comes Pyrion. He's got level 6.
Oh, he
they
didn't
lock
ulti.
down Keen. Can they get it? No! He's able to get his ultimate off. Pyrion is stunned. He's going to flash away, and he will almost certainly go down. There's the auto attack. First blood, Keen.
With a sliver of HP in Sentinel.
Sentinel is the next target. There goes another auto attack. He's going to drop. Apollo gets that.
And what was looking like it was going to be so good for P1 turned so bad, and Apex pick up 2 kills super early on in this game. And now they're going to get the Ocean Drake, and they even stopped Rift Herald.
Oh, wow. Apex, 1 hit away from losing that trade. but they're able to bring it back. And Apex are taking this Ocean Drake right now. They now have a 1,200 gold lead and the first Drake, and now Ray is on the top side of the map. So they could look for that once again, but Sentinel pulls the trigger.
Xpecial's not going to take any more damage there. A lot of mana used, abilities used as well. And then they... Oh, good. Did Gate cancel an auto there? I don't know.
Tragedy strikes.
If they had killed him, then they wouldn't have had these speed ups.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have had these bombs flying through, and then he wouldn't have died. Maybe able to turn it around at that point. And even using the Elise Q and the Elise W on a Braum, who's got his shield up, he's just absorbing that damage. It does 0 at that point.
Sentinel trying to make a play happen, trying to be decisive in that, but unfortunately Phoenix not able to follow through. As he's now clearing out on this side of the jungle. Not to mention that those kills went over to Keen and Apollo.
Yep.
The only way that could have been worse is if they were double stacked on Ray, who was there.
That's true. That's true. Giving them to Ray is definitely a disaster at that point. He would be able to be completely fine with his cull, because right now it puts him in a very passive state. Whereas Zig, whenever you get a cull on Trundle, it's actually not that bad at all. He usually wins most matchups early, and this is kind of doubling down on that and using that as a... just because I'm Trundle, I get to go ahead and get this much extra gold. I believe it was Duke was doing it at MSI, purchasing it very early.
Special clears out a ward as Zig head toward the bottom. Ray will eventually meet up with him as blue buffs are now being gifted over towards those mid laners. I like how he put the bomb on Shrimp so Shrimp couldn't leave.
He can't leave.
You are my jungler. You will help me here.
He could maybe start to leave, but
yeah,
has to stay around for it to go off. Picks up the Scuttle Crab. Another Ocean Drake coming up next. That could be big.
Oh, Keen gets some good damage on the Furion.
Oh boy, the auto attacks, if they come through.
Oh boy, yeah, he's able to get the claw out.
Yep, Keen taking some tower shots. Shrimp off on the side, and Sentinel's gonna face check this.
Ooh,
oh, he was ready for that. He was ready. Sentinel immediately warded and threw the cocoon. And that's really good. You have to be able to predict and be ready for those things. Anticipate them to happen. And that's how you get that like Captain Jack cleanse off, is you know the yellow card's gonna come out.
Yeah.
You don't react, you prep yourself for it. So you don't have to go off of pure reaction. Go off of anticipation.
Ooh, Ray with level 6. He's completed his TMI. And he has a longsword. It's effectively even in stats outside of the level 6 for Ray, and Zig still only level 5, so yeah, there it's going to even right back up. Ray wants the vital. Oh, come on.
Yeah, there he goes. Those face vitals every time.
Yeah,
but
I think Ray is trying to bait this.
Ray's taking a lot of damage. Yeah, Shrimp hanging out. Does see him on a ward though, so Zig knows that Shrimp is there.
Doesn't fall for the bait. Plays it safe. He's going to return to the position that he's been in for the past 2 games, past hour and a half of letting Ray shove minions in over and over.
Yeah, he does freeze it though. It does have a cannon minion, and it'll push towards his turret for, I believe, 2 more waves. So it's actually a pretty good deal for him.
Duos now head towards the top side of the map. Mash and Apollo farming it up as best they can. They don't have a tier 1 to fall back to.
No, yeah, they could be wrapped around on quite easily, but Sentinel just now has the flash backup for the flash cocoon.
Yeah, once again, going for the Sightstone, prioritizing vision on that dual lane side of the map.
Are really early Sightstones from these junglers. Shrimp got it very early in his Evelyn game, has the Tracker's Knife as well. And providing vision is just absolutely crucial as a jungler when you're playing these types of slow matchups.
Yeah, such a very important thing to not die.
Well, to know that you're going to die sometimes. Yeah. But yeah, definitely, you don't want to die.
Whoa, Furion takes a lot of damage. Special's only level 5, so we can't knock it up. And there goes some damage.
Yeah.
onto the turret as well.
There were double traps there, but you still have that half second, or I guess even a quarter second to flash, because the game updates in ticks. So it checks every quarter second, I believe, for certain status effects. And it goes, okay. And so what happened is he got it in between it checking. So he's able to flash away. If you double bomb, sometimes they'll do that, sometimes it won't. And you have a little bit of reaction window. If you're just mashing it over and over again.
Yeah, well, Mash is in the top lane.
Yeah.
As Ray and Shrimp once again invade into Phoenix One's jungle. They get 3 deep wards, and they've now got a lot of vision around the mid lane. Seems like Apex are putting a lot of emphasis on keeping Pyrion locked down and preventing him from going off and taking control of the game like he did in the second game.
And I think that they're going to put a lot of pressure onto him. The Zilean pick is something against Lissandra that she has very low mobility. She has to use that claw, and you can still even put bombs on like the entrance of the claw, right? You can double bomb where it's being telegraphed that it's coming from, or it's coming to. And you slow her down, and she's forced to use it as an escape tool as opposed to a damage tool. So there's a lot of ways that you can exploit her with Zilean.
Ocean Drake has just spawned, and the team send 4 members each. And it looks like Apex are even going to start it out. Double teleport is available for both of the solo laners.
Nash is going to push this wave out down bottom. He really wants the CS, which may cost them the Drake.
Yeah, Ray is actually going to engage on Zig. Flash, he
keep it against the
procs
wall.
gets the 4th. Ray is fully healed. There goes a flash for Zig. Ray, doesn't follow up.
Yeah, there's that Vital 2 on the sweet side there for Ray. But nope, not going to be able to pick him up. And he's actually just going to walk right back out. He's going to rely on the Trundle passive to get HP back. The question mark ping onto Rift Herald. Oh, why isn't this Ray's yet? Why is this not mine?
Why isn't this mine yet? Yeah, so that was Ocean Drake picked up by Apex with Mash splitting on the bottom lane. Wasn't able to group up with his team and help them out.
Yeah, not at all.
However, he does have a 20 CS lead over Apollo, which should even up the gold difference between the two after the kill that Apollo got.
Yeah. It's closer to like 170-ish at the moment. So they're rather close in gold. And Mash, he's been farming away, but he can't tunnel on that when there's a wave that's eventually going to push towards you. And there's an objective that's being contested. And of course, it wouldn't have made too much of a difference because of the fact that Ray was basically bullying Zig in the top side and taking all of his HP away. So Zig didn't really have a way into the fight. Zig would have had to rely on maybe interrupting his teleport. Tyrion
takes the claw to safety once again.
Special tried to call the early take of the claw, so he threw it off to the left side. Early canceled culling because it looked like it was going to be no good.
Yeah, Mash and Gate are going to catch up with Pyrion in the mid lane as Apollo and Xpecial once again roam to keep Pyrion locked down. Shrimp pulls the trigger onto Gate and drops him right quick.
Body slam flash from Shrimp, and then the explosive cast backwards. By the book there, Gate doesn't even have a moment to react. Can't even flash away. Pretty much dead at that point. Not level 6, doesn't have the disengage, and he's going to get picked up. That's 2 kills to Apollo already.
Yeah, very successful for Apex. Finally, it pays off, and the objective they look for after is the Rift Herald. Shrimp starts it off, and Ray is on the other side of the map. Will he use his teleport just to get the Rift Herald, or are they going to give it over to Shrimp?
I don't know.
Zig is actually trying to bully Apex
gotta put it
away, yeah.
Oh, he didn't make it through! He didn't make it through!
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Special still has his flash, though. Zig is going to escort him out.
The Rift Herald actually started chasing Zig instead.
Yeah.
That could have been really bad for Xpecial. He would have had to blow his flash if anybody else was there. But still, they stopped the Rift Herald again. Though Rift Herald been stopped by both teams at this point.
I'm sure it's sort of a bittersweet situation. Apex, we want the Rift Herald, and Ray is, yes, they didn't give it to someone else.
Yeah. Yes, they stopped it because I wasn't there. Who would have taken it at that point? Shrimp? Yeah. Probably. Or maybe they would have just left it there on the ground forever.
He'll eventually go by the pit.
Yeah.
Ray, someday Ray will pick it up. And they say to this very day.
I think Ray jumps on them as soon as they're on the ground. So
yeah,
like, I bet you in solo queue, even when the jungler wants it, he's the guy who's like already standing there.
Yeah, when it dies.
Give him question mark pings afterwards. But it's like, no, it's really good on them.
Once again, Apex trying to keep a lock on Dupurian.
So much damage coming through off of this poke from Keen. He keeps throwing out these bombs. And then you have this siege I was talking about with the 4-man unit, where the traps come down. Apollo is quite good at putting them in the right places. He needs to get one on the top side of the turret as well, kind of hide it in the turret. And that catches a lot of people off guard.
Ray in the exact same spot he's been for the past 3 games, split pushing in a solo lane against Zig. Not too much of a CS advantage this time, as Zig finally able to keep pace with some of the damage that Ray is putting out and the minion waves being dropped, but that effectively keeps him occupied for the duration of this game, which allows Apex to continue to run around with this 4-man gank squad.
Yeah, it hasn't been performing too many ganks. It's trying to siege, it's trying to make people run back and forth.
Yeah.
Until they actually find somebody caught out of position. P1, they want to do that. They want to be able to have priority in lanes and then roam to the sides. And just what was working for them was where they were diving turrets with the Lissandra, and that heartbreaking ultimate that ended up not killing Keen, just barely, literally one sliver of HP left on him. Canceled auto attack, abilities used on Braum. Like, those little things just added up to a team fight loss. Those very tiny things.
Yeah, gotta be pretty demoralizing. But here goes the Rift Herald. This time it's Phoenix One who are going to take it. Ray's finally on that side of the map, but it's not going to be his. And Rift Herald will be secured. They're going to gift it over to Sentinel.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, because Zig is not on that side of the map. They hear Rift Herald go down, so they know it's time to take a visit to the bottom side of the map. Maybe set up Mountain Drake, continue pushing this side in. Put pressure on Zig.
Yeah, Apollo's getting some damage onto the turret right now, along with some help from Xpecial and Shrimp. The Zig will be able to heal it back up. With that recall, that's going to put Phoenix One back on this bottom side of the map in time for that Mountain Drake to spawn. However, Keen has been able to get some huge chip damage on that turret, whittling it away wave after wave.
Oh, Apex hiding in the bush.
Oh, they've caught Sentinel. He repels away, gets over to the Raptor camp. Oh, and is able to flash the cat.
Whoa! There's so much damage there on the gate. So squishy. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a Runic Echoes on Shrimp. But Apex know that they can finally knock down this mid-tier 1 turret, and with the Mountain Drake up, they could look to follow it up with their third Drake of the game.
I feel like that did way more damage than it should have. Somebody else must have hit him at the same time with Apollo must have hit him with something.
Yeah, Apollo helping Shrimp out right now, take down that. Oh, it was a bomb.
Ah, okay. Yes, that's what it was. There was a Spiderling with a bomb on it, and then the explosive cast killed it, so the bomb went off at the same time as the explosive cast.
Yeah, Keen doing some serious damage. Completed his Rod of Ages, completed the Morellos. About 35 CS.
Yeah, it's going to be even harder to lock him up and kill him because he has that HP from the Rod of Ages, and he also has Merc Treads now, so his tenacity is actually quite high.
That Chrono Shift going to be coming off of cooldown quite a bit. Purian now being gifted over blue buff to try to more effectively deal with Keen shoving waves into him over and over. Keen actually getting a level ahead.
Yeah.
Now that Baron is spawned on the map, Phoenix have to clean out vision.
Yeah, but here's the thing is, look at everybody on Apex. They're not in position for this. Their vision is really poor. This could be a pick here. P1 want to set this up.
Oh, they send 4 members towards the top side. This is that Zerg play that has worked so well for them.
Oh,
I think they just might have been spotted.
Yeah, a ward went over the wall. Mash is out, and Shrimp is going to check it anyway.
Yeah, the barrel finally gets tossed.
Oh, Shrimp 2 levels up now with the help of Zilean.
Apex don't have a tier 1 on that side, but Apex decide to let it go. They decide instead to rush down the mid lane. Zig has to go bottom to deal with Ray. One of these tier 2 turrets is going to go down.
One, if not both, but they're still going to get priority on mid. Everybody's going to be on top of it. And yeah, it's probably going to be this mid one as they get the siege online. Very close, very close.
That Gate's finally going to catch up. There's the claw.
Apollo?
Oh, Apollo's getting very greedy for it, but he dodges the cocoon and is still able to get this tier 2 turret.
Oof. Yeah, Keen right off on the wings, so if that was a flash ultimate from Pyrion, they would have caught Apollo because he doesn't have a QSS, but it still may have been something they got away from him.
Whoa! The flash, but Sentinel gets the cocoon. However, he gets caught by a barrel and will still end up going down as Apex continue to chase forward. They don't have a lot of... Oh, Pyrion takes it too soon. Is forced to flash to get out. Apex get their 4th kill of the game.
And now they get to go back to this mid lane, shove it forward. They may even just make a visit bot there with the speed of Zilean and just shove Zig off the turret and get themselves another one.
Yeah, the Keen catches right back up. Zig finally will lose this tier 2 turret that he's been protecting for so long.
Oh man, these Ocean Drakes are adding up here. It's actually really fast, and how quickly Apex is just regenning HP and MP.
Yeah, some huge value for Apex. 6,000 gold ahead, 23 minutes in. Next Drake will be an Infernal to help them team fight even more and look for these picks. Phoenix One, though, they tried looking for a pick, weren't quite able to find it. Gate tosses out the grass, but doesn't lock it down. Oh, feigns it. Doesn't have his barrel, though. Here comes Keen. Pyrion went the wrong way. He's now taking a lot of damage, forced to ult himself.
There's the trap.
Ray coming in from behind. Let's see if he can catch anyone. Finally, he goes down, but Ray takes a lot. He's forced to flash away. Zig keeping Apollo occupied. However, that's right into Ray's waiting arms. There's the chrono shift.
Keep going.
Oh, he will be able to chase it down and get the kill. Sentinel on a trap of his own. That's 3 members of Phoenix One dead. So far, a perfect game for Apex.
Yeah, Apex, besides the lane swap turrets, haven't given up anything. No dragons, no barons, no kills, and no turrets aside from that. So they're playing really well right now off of those early kills. That Keen getting away absolutely changed the game in that first play. Sentinel's here. Sentinel.
Yeah, he's going 1 versus 5, and Apollo chases him down. Repel's not going to be able to save him. There goes a teleport. Sentinel will finally drop, and Pyrion gets out. This is Baron going over to Apex One. Apex.
They have 1 win. Yes.
I saw 1.
You get to 3 games.
Yep.
Your mind starts going. But yeah, Apex pick up the Baron. Large advantage here. 10,000 gold, very close to it, just 800 short. This turret is going to be that 800 that they need.
Yeah, almost clinical in this match.
Pyrion's got to go.
In onto Ray.
No Keen.
Oh, there's no Keen to save him. He's knocked up. Finally drops. Oh, look, the first kill. However, they're going to answer back with a kill into Pyrion. Apollo has got so much damage.
Yeah, Apollo playing absolutely incredibly on this Caitlyn. But here's the thing is all these guys, you know, they have things that put themselves in stasis. So, yeah, throw down the traps. What's this comp going to do to you? They don't have somebody who's with the team that's going to soak the traps for you. You don't have a Braum that puts up a shield. You don't have a gigantic tank like a Maokai. And Apollo gets to put a trap down, blah, blam, and there he goes down. And then they try to turn on Ray, and it's more the same. Zig comes through, the TP. Apollo put a trap on top of the TP, so the Zig takes a gigantic chunk when he comes out, and then they pick him up as well. And just even more of that, so Zig.
Yeah.
You know, it's got to be frustrating when you come out of a teleport, and you're trapped already, and you're already chunked.
Really, really difficult to deal with as Apex are giving Phoenix One the old runaround on the map. 10,000 gold lead, 25 minutes in. Huge advantage accumulating. Now the Infernal Drake is going to spawn in 15 seconds, and Apex are already grouped up on that side of the map. Ray prepping a wave in the bottom lane. And with Baron buff still on them for another 2 minutes, Apex still have got a window to continue to push down some turrets.
Oh man, 4 Drakes for them. Absolute control of this game for Apex. Phoenix One, Pyrion, he's not having the same type of game. Shut down, 80 CS down at the moment. Absolutely so much attention in this mid lane. And you can see how those early fights really dictate the pace of the game. Keen already level 16. And it's going to be even harder for them to get back in the game on P1 side. This gold advantage is huge, but it's a 30-second ultimate for Keen already.
Oh, Shrimp has caught Gate once again. The flash cast, and he even nets the kill from behind. It's 10-1. Ray feeling emboldened will turn on to Zig with
so much
lot of true damage. He's got a turret to deal with. He's taking a lot. Oh, and he finally drops. A little bit too much there. Special, though, will take some damage from Pyrion, but Trim chases back, lands the barrel. There's a zone
trap.
And the trap's right on top of it. He ults himself, however, before he can be snared. There it finally goes. Shrimp has still been in the front line. He gets rezzed by the Chrono Shift, and Special will finally drop Pyrion, and Shrimp is back at full health.
Yeah, this tank already hard to take down in the first place, and they still get him back up, full HP, and Keen's ultimate is already half off of cooldown. So there's that too.
Apex can just siege over and over. And Shrimp actually caught by a snare here. It's again 4 versus 4. Pyrion is dead. Ray will be up in 2 seconds. He actually got his teleport. Baron's going to last for about another 10 seconds, and they're going to use it to try breaking down this inhibitor turret.
There's just so many things to avoid. You have to avoid the bombs on the ground. You have to avoid the Caitlyn traps.
Ooh, Stranglethorn knockup gets dodged by Special. There's a pillar mash. Oh gosh, he's waiting for the cast. He does have it back up. He misses, but the huge stun on the far side is going to be able to pick up 1, 2, and it's going to be 3. Not quite. Sentinel gets away. 1, 2 kills, but this is now the inhibitor as well, and Mash giving it a bit of a taunt spam. 13-2 in favor of Apex.
Yeah, Apex playing absolutely flawlessly right now.
Pyrion
Hold
getting it from
on.
behind.
Apollo's down.
No, he's not. Keen is able to save him. He's got his flash, and Ray drops the kill onto Pyrion. Mash overextends. He goes down to Ray.
Yep, fast fingers there from Keen, able to get the ultimate off onto Pyrion. I thought that the ultimate onto Apollo, I thought that Pyrion was going to be able to lock Keen up and then blow up Apollo, but that's not what happened. Keen goes down too.
Double bomb gets an execution. Sentinel will watch as his Nexus will drop, and Apex will win this game against Phoenix 1, 2-1 over the course of the series. Apex take the win.
And Apex put themselves at 3-2 in the standings, but those are not games that you can be too proud of. The last game, sure, you can look at that one and say, yes, they picked exactly the same thing. We were able to counter it and get that Zilean counter pick. Good. Moving forward, though, Apex have high aspirations. They want to be that top of the standings team, and they're struggling to get there. They need to kind of ramp up. Hopefully this gives them some momentum moving into the next week for them, or tomorrow. And Phoenix 1, on the other hand, now they end week 3 0-6 in their series. You have to hope for next week that they have the roster that they want and that they can have that scrim time actually pay off for them, and you can see the results there. Because, sure, they're playing all right. We're seeing a lot of problems continue to emerge, though.
Definitely still looking for that growth from Phoenix 1. They have been playing better this past weekend, but as you said, still looking for that full roster, still waiting for that match 1 win. But Apex, as you mentioned, they came in with high aspirations, and in this series, they hit a few stumbling blocks over the course of it before they finally were able to tighten up their game and clean up Game 3.
Yeah, as they tightened up Game 3, a lot of it, I think, was that draft. Seeing exactly the same thing once again from P1. Apex, able to take it home and really shut them out of the game. No dragons, no kills. Only turrets that were from the lane swap, just those 2. So otherwise, really perfect game. Actually, 2 kills did go over. There was a skirmish that happened.
Yeah,
that happened after that.
Well, no, the 2 kills were Ray.
Yeah,
and while Ray was solo pushing. So
that one that died underneath the turret,
those can be a little discounted, but Apex, once again, showing that they can play at a very, very high level when they set it up properly. And you've got to imagine for those other teams, is this something you can take advantage of? Just keep throwing surprise after surprise against them.
I think that you can. I think that a lot of teams are very diverse, that playing towards that top lane is something that a lot of teams currently do, right? Like Echo Fox does that a little bit more now. Immortals, we also see Envy doing that. So teams that are near the top of the standings, they have that type of strategy where they could probably shut down Ray. And as Apex move into tomorrow, you have to have that on your mind, that you played Phoenix 1 and you dropped a game to them, and that's the team that has yet to pick up a series. Maybe it was a little bit of you getting caught off guard and you were able to deal with it in Game 3, but you'll be able to shake that off for the rest of the week.
Yeah, we actually heard Saint a little bit in that at the end of the game saying, you know what,
Yeah.
Phoenix won. They still play well despite some of their mistakes. We have to take them seriously. And
They
in
took
game
the game
2,
off Cloud9.
yeah, they
Right.
were able to take that win.
Yeah, which is exactly what happened here. Is it went one game for Apex, one game for Phoenix One. Same was what happened with Cloud9, and then they were able to run it back on the other side. So Phoenix One still yet to pick up that victory for themselves, but Apex, no, it's not all roses after that victory. There's a little bit of concern there for how long these games were taking as well. This one was a 29-minute win,
Yeah.
which is completely fine. That one is a good game. The other one, they're like edging about 40 minutes. And really, there's a lot of things that needed cleaning up. They're really reliant on Ray getting a gigantic advantage.
Yeah.
This time, they were able to play through Keen a little bit more to close out the victory because of that early fight that they had. Early fights, Keen not going down, and then the counter. That is the fight that just made all of the difference. And we're probably going to see it at the analyst desk because it was largely impactful in the outcome of this game.
Yeah, it definitely was. Apex, however, were able to pull it back, take the series 2-1, and come out on top. Now, to cover all of that action from the series, we're going to toss it to the analyst desk, and those guys are going to break it down.
Build your frustration up. They steal a dragon. That's annoying. And then next thing you know, you have a Baron and you're losing that one as well. You see Piglet giving Fabi a little massage there.
Like to see that.
De-stressing him a little bit.
Like to see that some teamwork. Just now, those of you who were just watching Apex pull a victory out over P1. Thank you for joining us. We're breaking down the Team Liquid and Energy series, which is now tied up 1-1 in the series. So we will be going to Game 3 after Energy picked up a victory in that one with what was a very impressive performance out of both Quas on the Jax and GBM in that mid lane with the Anivia. We'll break down the P1 and Apex game in just a minute. To close this series out, I do want to turn an eye towards that third game, swapping sides back. Team Liquid on the blue side. Do they go back to something a little bit more foolproof with the Ashe and the Bard engage and the Olaf to follow up? Because it seemed like in this situation, when they did have that lead, when they knew they needed to make moves, they didn't necessarily have the tools to create the foolproof engagement.
I think the big thing to look at is what's going to happen with Vladimir and what's going to happen with Jax. So Jax, both games, has been able to take inhib turrets and inhibs in these like kind of split push situations where the other group is losing something out. And so does TL think that's important enough that they need to ban it? Because they've seemingly been doing okay against it, but it still has been an issue. And at the other hand, Phoenix on Vlad absolutely murdered game 1. So if that's going to happen again, they should probably do something about it.
Alrighty, well, that's what we think there. Of course, these teams have a little bit more time to gear up for Game 3. Time now for us to switch gears and turn into this Apex and Phoenix 1 series. There you go.
Just
your
flip my
notes
paper over.
Let's start with the team comms that we saw here in Game 3. We have to remember that Pyrion stayed in for Game 3 after being subbed in for Game 2 and being victorious. Unfortunately, that didn't work out this time, but still on that Lissandra. Not quite as a clean game from him this time around. We saw a couple missed E's. And so I don't know if that was nerves or what on the verge of their very first match win, but definitely a step down in performance from him individually on the side of Phoenix 1.
He received a lot of attention throughout the game. We saw numerous mid-gank attempts. Even if they weren't successful necessarily in getting a kill, they were forcing his flashes. They weren't letting him move around the map. They brought a lot of attention to him, which kind of shut him down. And I think it's the kind of thing where you look at the rest of P1 and you wonder why they weren't able to get anything done. They tried that really early Rift Herald after pushing in the top wave on a 2v1, and Apex didn't take the bait farm. They went right to the Rift Herald. They got 2 kills off that, and from there, it was kind of a slow bleed out as Apex was able to steamroll.
Yeah, I want to dive into a replay. 23 minutes in the game, Apex 3-0. Relatively clean game for them across the board. But this, again, showcasing, unfortunately, Pyrion here will make a mistake. E-ing in kind of ill-advised when the rest of the team isn't there to follow him up. He has to self-ult, put no damage out, and gets popped. So not a good start for them, ultimately.
No, ultimately. No, I think it was the kind of thing where you throw that E out kind of like a zoning, like, don't keep chasing me.
Yeah.
And then he actually accidentally took it or something.
Right.
He just puts himself in the middle of the team. From there, Apex, it's an easy fight. They just run through, catch the rest of the guys out. They go to start this Baron off. You see that Sentinel will come in and like kind of look like, hey, I might steal this Baron. And they just turn and kill him before going back to the Baron. So it was a pretty long, extended sequence, but it was one that really sealed the game for Apex.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. The way that Apex played this game was a lot like the way that Team Liquid probably should have played the last game, in that they did have an early lead. Apex, though, operating very cleanly from that early lead, picking the right fights, choosing their fights around global objectives that they know they can win, and ultimately a very solid performance from them in a situation that is an expected victory.
Yeah, but I think it was actually showed pretty well for P1. They performed really well in Game 2. Game 3, they just never really had a chance to get going. But it's a good win for Apex to get themselves above 500. They're 3-2 now. They're a team that you want to keep your eye on moving forward because they're kind of in that middle of the pack territory, and you're wondering if they join the more upper middle or the lower middle part.
Yeah, when you talk about playoff picture here in NA, I know it's only week 3, but it seems to be a very competitive league this time around, so any and all wins are going to be very valuable when it comes to that playoff race. We got to hit player of the game. That's going to go to Keen, 3-0-12 on Zilean. He did shut down a strong Pyrion from Game 2, right? So you take Pyrion's performance from Game 2. If I'm on the side of Apex, the one thing I'm concerned about in Game 3 is a repeat performance from Pyrion. So a lot of that's on Keen to shut him down. He did just that.
Yeah, good adjustments in terms of the draft. I like Zilean into Lissandra. Lissandra wants to go and blow somebody up. Zilean's like, no. Not going to happen. It's a pretty good lane as well, right. And then with the extra attention that they seem to have with the roams to mid, I think that was a really good game plan from Apex and shutting him down. So this all starts with Keen.
Yep, that's going to do it for Apex versus P1. Apex picking up another victory. Of course, we still have one more game to go over on NALCS 1. You're not going to want to miss it. This is Energy versus Liquid. Going to Game 3. Who's going to take the match? We'll find out right after this.
This is the best time ever to put the carry pants back on, have a good game as Oki. We'll see if he can do it here, redeem himself. The dodge comes across. That's going to be a lot of damage. Dardoch might die for this, and in fact, he will go down.
I go beat.
Look at Aurelia.
Nice.
I go beat.
Holy shit. Well played, dude.
2 versus 5. Here comes the game-winning play. Energy to tie the series. Quas in the front line. Lorlo taking some of the damage. He's going to be dropped down rapidly. Flash the way stays alive, but the turrets are already dead. On to the next as they go, and Energy with a great comeback victory. A wonderful mid-game, and that Game 2 win is through. Welcome back, League fans. It's time for more esports here with Liquid taking on Energy Esports. And looking at this one, it was Liquid taking game 1 pretty decisively. Game 2, though, Energy held in really well, and then off one team fight crushed game 2, and now we get the third one.
Yeah, exactly. Really, they were able to stall out. I think the Dragonsteel had a big impact in that game to be able to just draw it out for Energies, because I do feel like Team Liquid has won both early games. But the important thing as well is the way Energy adapted in the draft, because after they lost the early game, Team Liquid didn't have the initiation tools to take full advantage of their victory. The Dragonsteel just added insult to injury, and now we're here in game 3.
Yeah, the Bard was taken off the table, and then Fabi didn't want to play Ashe once again. And you know, they lacked the range, they lacked the dive ability, and it just kind of stopped happening for them. So we go into the draft now for game 3, and now that they're back on the same sides as game 1, I want to see how much of this gets adapted. Looks like Quas is going to pull 2 bans already, Alawi and Jax off the table.
Yeah, so Quas had been a little bit too effective on the Jax, especially if Energy is going to continue to give Aurelia over to TL. Making Quas play yet another matchup into that could be advantageous.
Still no Azir allowed for Phoenix, and I wouldn't let him play it either, so I think Energy's bans so far make a pretty good amount of sense. Trundle also seems to be king of the fighters top lane. I can't think of one that like really beats him very well one-on-one, and so kind of allowing Quas to have a good matchup that could work seems to be worth it. Kindred banned away, Bard also.
Yeah, as far as the top lane still being figured out by a lot of players, one thing that does seem to be mostly figured out is that Trundle might be the best. He wins almost all lane matchups, especially when you're with guys like Lorlo and Quas, and split pushing is a big deal. He just becomes an even higher priority, so it's banned. Interesting, though, that Vladimir is able to go over once again to Team Liquid, and they banned Bard instead.
Right, so theoretically Trundle was contestable. I think the Bard ban makes sense, I think the Azir ban makes sense, but yes, Vladimir goes through here, so a nice champion for them. Jungler's also not really pinched. Of course, Rek'Sai and Italy both up, as are plenty of other great champions. Yeah, there's the one Kindred ban, but otherwise we'll see what happens. There is maybe no easy matchup for Aurelia anymore. I know we've seen some people play Swain into it when the other options were gone, so Haunter, I believe, was effective on that last night.
Yeah, I think Shen is the go-to.
Yeah.
I still haven't seen a Shen like, oh man, you can't pick Aurelia because they can just Shen it.
Right.
But it's one of those things that just does okay. Aurelia's never going to kill Shen. And they actually take the Aurelia away.
Okay, so Aurelia does get picked up here. That was the contest. And also it's going to be Nidalee, once again, considered to be very worthwhile. They first picked it, I believe, last time around. And once again, first round red side, it's going to be Santorin playing the champion yet again. Going with it, so maybe it happens again here. Of course, the Rek'Sai that Liquid used last game is still available, and maybe he goes for it.
Yeah, it's always the question with Dardoch, whether he'll go with the power pick or whether he wants to style a little bit, because obviously Olaf and Lee Sin have been really good for him, and they're going to hold off on their jungle pick, again just going for the move speed enhancers. That didn't work for them very well last game, and I wouldn't be too surprised to just see Anivia again, because that is something that worked out very well for Energy.
And it will be. The Anivia is actually locked in already before they even get the rest of these champions in. So
GBM's like, you want to go fast? Try to walk around this impassable terrain.
Absolutely, and it's kind of weird. I really don't like Sivir that much into Anivia. Braum also be picked up alongside, so a very similar team composition here for Energy. I would not be surprised to see Twitch once again. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. And
I agree.
All they did was sub out the Jax that was banned for an Aurelia that Lola wanted to play.
And on the same side for Team Liquid, they might be okay going with a similar team comp as well, because they were winning the early game.
Now they changed things around a little bit, so you're right. There's the Shen coming through once again. Shen into the Aurelia, and an Olaf back in the mix for Dardoch. So at least now he has some nice hastes to make the Olaf even stickier, even if Ghost happens to be down.
Yep.
And a new tank in the top lane.
This is a better combo with the Sivir Karma than the Rek'Sai. And even though a lot of people do put the Rek'Sai on a higher tier than Olaf, we've seen Olaf banned as well, and I do think there's still a lot of exploration. When you're adding as Olaf to get sped up by a Sivir and a Karma, I actually think it would be a better pick. The question would be, is it a better pick into Anivia, who can still block you? And that's yet to be seen.
Yeah, the only actual tool that Liquid has to stop Glacial Storm, and I'm not even sure Shen Taunt does it. I think GBM actually can't be stopped in his ultimate. And the pick comes through as Vayne. So, although OQ has not had the best performances in this series, even the one they won, he had 3 deaths, the highest on his team. He'll be trusted to play Vayne in this game. Vayne into Sivir, into the Sivir Karma, definitely a difficult one.
Yeah, it's a difficult one if they can get ahead, though, it becomes super favorable for the Vayne. Like, this is a pick that Piglet used to love to pull out against Sivers. So OQ to be able to do this against the guy who's subbing in this week for Piglet is pretty clutch down the stretch. It's not the same type of team fight potency you would expect from Twitch, but boy, this would be an opportunity for OQ to get going.
Okay, so we might just see him take over this game. He had played it before. He beat Echo Fox playing the champion, but the way Echo Fox looks right now, that doesn't honestly mean that much, sadly. We'll see, though, if they can beat Liquid with his champion.
I think it's also a pretty good pick against the Olaf. Vayne is a tremendous duelist, and even though you can't condemn against the wall, Olaf has a really hard time like staying with Vayne. Like, it's a really good pick for a number of reasons, I think.
That's true. Very, very good. And to both the Shen and the Olaf, in fact. So could be really good things for OQ. The Vayne definitely makes sense matchup-wise. We'll see if it happens here. But we are now into the climactic Game 3. And it's the only game left here in the North American LCS for Saturday. Make your voice heard online. Let us know who it's going to be. Hashtag TL win. Hashtag NRG win for who it's going to be taking this Game 3. Liquid can move up to 3-3. Energy can pull themselves up a little bit themselves, get their second match win when they still have one more to go tomorrow, and maybe they can start to salvage this season with their second straight match win. Liquid could make it 3 in a row for themselves, and we are getting ourselves now into the Rift.
And I gotta say, this would be a really tough series for Team Liquid to lose based on how they dominated both early games in games 1 and 2, but then kind of fell apart down the stretch with some Dragon Steel. So it's kind of like, it's a freebie for NRG. This is, they shouldn't actually have like been able to come back in that game aside from like the Dragon Steel and some mistakes that Team Liquid made, but now they're in an opportunity where they can like clearly beat Team Liquid and get the best of 3 win, and that's all that matters, is just the win at the end of it. So I love their team composition coming into this game. Team Liquid's composition isn't bad either, but I think there's a lot of opportunity for some outplays for NRG.
We'll see if Energy can get the outplays here. Vayne definitely one of the queens of that. Quas and Irelia also known for the trickiness, and we'll see just what can happen. Energy looking to try to dodge some of the lane matchups. If Twitch Braum was bad, Vayne Braum is honestly even worse. I think they really don't want to fight the 2-on-2. You would see OQ get completely destroyed in the matchup last game.
Yep.
And you saw them kind of hide in their side of the map. They saw that there were no deep wards for Liquid, but looks like Liquid actually sniffing out the options, and they will match up in the 2-on-2.
That could end up being really bad for Energy.
Yeah.
Because while I do like a lot of the things that Energy's composition can do with, you can see the Anivia up against the Sivir and the Karma, and again, the Warlord's Bloodlust Vayne, which I would like more than the Warlord's Bloodlust Twitch, only because in duelist situations, she'll be able to lifesteal. I'll let you get in on that in a little bit. But if they end up going in standard lanes with these guys, there's a chance they have 2 out of 3 losing lanes and Dardoch could snowball, and that would be a quick way to fall out of this series. So they got to be very careful in the early game.
Yep, going for the survive the lane Keystone Mastery. OQ is going to get himself into the lane. Looks like they did take the Krugs, and he got all the XP for the melee, so he's going to be okay with himself. Fabi did not get that same resource. He did not take Gromp down, so though Energy are temporarily down in health because of the Krugs, they're up in gold and up in experience.
Yeah, but then he takes 3 ricochet bullets because he's standing too close to the minion wave, making a hard lane potentially more difficult. That'll be a really interesting lane to watch.
Ooh, good taunt lands from Lorelo doing some damage, and Quas is currently a little bit down to the matchup. A lot of poke goes down in a Kiwi Kid, both landing at least half their Qs. Puts up the shield, takes a couple auto attacks, and Kiwi Kid will have to sustain back up. OQ getting ricocheted on, but honestly, having a Doran's Blade, having the 2% from Masteries, and having a Warlord's Bloodlust, Ricochet by itself doesn't really mess with you that hard, so we'll
until it's doing 800 damage in the late game with 70% crit Sivir.
Right, then you can't lifesteal that because you just die in 3 auto attacks. But
I agree though.
Ooh, good stun. He denied the cannon minion.
Oh, that matters.
That's like 47 gold or
Got
something.
a big wave too with no dive being threatened.
Fabi takes a turret shot, so does Matt.
I love the evolution of the series too, because in both Game 1 and Game 2, Santorin has gone for an early gank in the duo lane. This game he tried to switch it up, but it has already been warded by Phoenix, so good job by Phoenix to get the trinket ward down, even though he may have been lulled into a sense of security with Santorin going top lane so frequently. He's pinging on to Karma though. Santorin kind of wants to go, but he's got to be fearful of a counter gank.
Yeah, Santorin, he's going to be okay and going back into his own jungle. There's the ward coming down. to spot his movements. And Santorin was spotted by that trinket once again. And in fact, he should have seen the debris as it died, so he should know he was spotted. But now, of course, he's in fog. Goes in for Phoenix, a little bit of a wall right there, but a bit of damage on the Santorin, who will have to jump over. Doesn't lose too much of his health bar. Nice stun, nice poke on Dardoch down to half. But that only increases his through speed.
Very non-committal gank. Dardoch is drawn to the mid lane as well, hoping that Santorin would commit. So it hurts his clear speed a little bit, but you can argue it also slows down Dardoch. Really a low-cost, low-impact gank.
Yeah, ultimately. Well, all of energy is low impact now that he's not on the roster anymore.
That was
like-
better than the time you tried to make seconds sound like thousands of years.
Thanks. You know what's sad, though, is Cloud9 has never been high impact. They haven't been on the same roster together.
Okay, no one has been. You stop.
I'm sorry. I'll move on. I apologize. Phoenix in the mid lane right now, just holding equal. Not too terribly much going on. OQ has been holding up in farm, though. And actually, Kid has only used 1 potion, so even on the sustain war, energy are fine. So the 2-on-2 going better than, honestly, I anticipated here. Boss once again dodging around with Lorlo.
I think getting the Krugs at the very start when Team Liquid did the route to deny jungle start but then didn't deny anything is actually pretty huge. You hear salty duo laners talking all the time about how they lost lane because the enemy team got a camp. Well, in this case, it's what's stopping energy from losing the lane, at least by a large margin.
Yeah, they're certainly on one edge of the bell curve in terms of what the farm difference is supposed to be in this side. I do want to point out, though, that Lorlo's Shen pick has worked out so far. He's up 6 on Quas, and he's been kind of routinely ahead. You're seeing that actually be quite successful for him. But I don't know if we've really seen Shen win many games in North America, so
yeah,
we'll see if Liquid can make this one work.
Seeing it picked a lot. I think it's just unlucky so far that the Shen hasn't been able to win, because I think in lane it's doing quite well, and I think what Shen can bring to a team is all still very strong. I'm not entirely sure the best way you should be playing Shen in team fights, whether he should be just a full peeler or whether he should help dive buddy. Old Shen was very much someone who should be dive buddying, so it's like Olaf Shen, let's roll in there and just kill somebody.
Yeah.
But here it's a little bit more difficult to get the pass-through on your Q for the more powerful auto attacks. It goes up to like 7% max health per swing and gives you attack speed if you get the pass-through.
Right.
And that's easier to do when you're peeling than if you're diving. So maybe his best use is as a peeler. I think we're definitely have not seen the last of Shen, and we'll get plenty of times to analyze this throughout the
It'll
season.
definitely be fun to watch him. I think his best use in this game is putting the dodge zone down and preventing OQ's damage during his ultimate and just saying, guys, group up like a Kindred ulti. Be immune to Vayne, which is perfect for everybody. And you can kind of get damage out while that's happening. As long as you don't take too much damage from the Anivia, you're going to be okay. Energy pretty auto attack focused. 2 of their major roles are auto attackers.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Lorlo manicures the freeze pretty nicely. It will be Quas forced to recall and make the slow walk back with 40 minion kills, Sheen, and Boots picked up. Lorlo had already made his first recall, got his Bombi Cinder and walked back down, and so can feel really good about the fact that he's just going to grow a minion lead and a level lead here, and look at where Dardoch is. Knowing how far up Quas has to play, and Santorin is nowhere to be seen.
Oh,
nice. I like where that Trinket Ward went. Because it's far enough away that Dardoch can't axe him from fog, but good enough that you can still see Dardoch gank him.
Yeah, and he didn't need to actually get in the tri-rush because that's the one place Dardoch was hoping to get a kill. With the Ghost versus Flash, like you pop the Ghost immediately, even if it flashes, like if you land the X, you might even kill him, but at the very least you trade summoners and have your summoner back up sooner. So in a lot of different ways, that was a very crucial little Trinket Ward that Quas just placed.
Quas is actually one of the best Trinket Ward uses I've ever seen. Because I know there's some very, very hard ones. Like just below where Dardoch is now, there's like a very thick wall to the lane and the river brush. And you can actually toss it over the wall, not from like the north side here, but the east side on the far right near the turret. And there's like specific pixels you place it where you actually land the ward.
Oh dear.
Meanwhile, Dardoch in a really bad spot right now, just kind of jumping into the enemy team. He's got to fight GBM. Gets the blue buff, now running around as Phoenix is joining the squad. But it's a bit of a weird fight as Quas running away low on health. Looking for a bit more damage as Lorlo, but he gets stunned up and won't get much more. And hey, Dardoch gets a blue buff steal and gets away with his life.
Wow, that's exactly the type of play you dream of being able to make when you play Olaf. Like 0-0-0, everyone collapses on you. You just press all your buttons, run through a team, steal a buff, and get away. They very nearly won the fight on top of that as well, but Shen obviously helped him, the ultimate obviously helped him, and they get away with 3v3 on a blue buff.
And the Wolf Camp even as well, so sad face for Santorin. And that's going to be one thing going over to Liquid side, but now the TP flank. Lola could maybe mirror, but here comes the Anivia and the Aurelia.
Double
Good luck,
TP.
Matt. Fabi flashed away from the stun, but he's still going to get locked up. There's first blood going through to Quas. Nicely played by Energy.
Yeah, and this time it is Quas that is making the teleport play, whereas Lorlo had been the one playing with his team so much more in the previous matchups, knowing the Shen ultimate is down and then really surprising them with the double TP is huge. I wonder if GBM is going to be able to recover this lane a little bit. His blue buff getting denied as well as being up against the Vladimir with the Spectre's Cowl already puts him at a disadvantage. But watching this, the timing of the double TP was close to perfect. They both arrive, and while Matt does flash away from the stun from Anivia, doesn't clear enough distance to stop Quas from getting on top of him, and he'd already been tagged by the Braum Q. And now with no support in the lane, Fabi gets bullied out a little bit.
Yeah, and even though he was up 10 minions right now, and you can see the item disparity in Fabi's favor right now. Again, it's BF Sword to Serrated Dirk. It gets a whole lot closer. The mid lane is also plus 30. Phoenix is definitely ahead there, so maybe he can be the big wedge that opens this game for Liquid, but you gotta feel like Energy is doing okay. You're seeing the farm difference actually still means there's a gold lead for Liquid, something that will probably surprise a lot when you see the scoreline is 1-0 Energy's favor. But this is definitely still a very, very close game.
Yeah, absolutely agree, and we definitely do feel like OQ and GBM would play this pretty well in the late game, and even though Team Liquid has some pretty darn good scaling this time with the Vladimir and the Sivir, I still feel like it's Team Liquid that's going to be the ones trying to push the tempo, and it's still going to be Energy trying to be the slightly more reactive team. The biggest difference is actually in the mid lane here. I'm wondering if GBM is going to be able to farm it out more, because he's losing by a fair bit. Lorlo, though, see if they can burn a flash.
How he does flash away, was too afraid of the damage Santorin could do with a pounce afterwards. Even though there was no stun coming out of Quas, it was enough damage threat that Lorlo did burn the flash. And honestly, it's good on him to use it instead of just die and flash late. So I think the right choice and identifying the amount of threat he was under. But Dardoch makes the top lane, and guess what? Sivir with the BF Sword plus an Olaf, a lot of damage, knocks that down. At least Santorin gets to answer with the Cloud Drake, but I think that's still probably better for Liquid.
Yeah, it really depends if they can continue this push on to the next turret. Team Liquid has pressure in the mid lane and in the top lane right now, and Phoenix is actually roaming up, so let's see how much they can get off of this maneuver. Shen ult as well.
Just pops ult, he goes in for OQ, still has the aggro. Here comes the dive, and goodbye to Vayne. Already dropped down, Matt had aggro, walks away cleanly enough. This turret's still taking damage. Kiwi Kid and GBM maybe showing back up, but no, GBM is leaving. This turret's gonna get low, reinforcements coming, but not in time. Liquid, 2 turrets in a row, and the dive works out.
Such a positive play for Team Liquid, and even though you can kind of give credit to Energy for not dying to the initial dive, because that had happened in previous games, they still die to an extra dive, and they lose even 2 turrets because they conceded the first one. Watching the execution of this one, this is Energy just not respecting the Shen. They knew a Vladimir could be roaming up. They think they're okay, but man, when
ults with a Shen on.
Zoomed in Olaf, and Lorlo is right next to him for the unmissable point-blank taunt.
Yeah, and it didn't even get punished. Quas was recalling at the time Lula was walking back into lane to ult up the Dardoch, so nothing really got penalized from the Aurelia.
And GBM was matching the roam from Phoenix, so like
Right.
literally no other lanes had been pushed there, making it a strictly positive play for Team Liquid.
And it's good to see them actually find those aggressive tools. The Olaf Shen seems to be the actual engage they needed to actually work alongside what they were doing with the Sivir and Karma. They kept the same bottom lane, but they found new top laners and junglers to play alongside the lineup, and looks like that's working beautifully. And honestly, I kind of like the sort of newfound Lorlo Dardoch synergy. Those two seem to get a lot done together.
Yeah, and even in last split when they were mainly bot lane focused team, there were a lot of ganks top lane from Dardoch to Lorlo, and they often got him ahead early in the games, and those were some of their best matchups. Here, though, it's more Lorlo. I want to say like Lorlo ganking for Dardoch, as dumb as that sounds, because pretty much Dardoch is putting himself in silly places, and then Lorlo also comes.
Yeah.
Because he's there with the ultimate.
It's true. It's been a little bit of that, honestly. And, you know, I know those two are very, very close friends, and I know Lorlo tended to get a lot of flack for his gameplay, but looked a bit better here in this split, especially when they give him a playmaker like this. And so far, it's okay. Once again, another dive coming through. Dardoch wants in, and Kiwi Kid's in a bad spot. Will flash away from the roof, but OQ gets slowed down. Santorin on the wings, looking for a bit more to do. Dardoch is going to end up soon. He was exhausted. Now a wall just splits him up, and Dardoch is stuck. Stunned up against the wall. Matt dangerously low, but they still pick off OQ. No one else dying yet from Liquid. Oh, but Quas gets one to the backside, and he might get a whole lot more. He's looking for a lot, and Quas will make the third kill maybe just happen. Meanwhile, the bot side, Kiwi Kid running around trying to stay alive, and wow! Dardoch won't quite die, but there comes Phoenix finally gets one with the transfusion. 2 deaths for Liquid, 4 deaths actually for Energy. A big victory for the blue side. Quas lands his stun, but he can't kill off Phoenix. A shutdown goes through to Fabi, and that is an ace for 2.
And the kills have all gone to the carries for Team Liquid. Phoenix getting 3 kills at this point, and Fabi having 2 is absolutely massive. And it looked like Energy was going to be able to turn that around when they double TP the dive. But the fact that they invest the double TP to stop that and still lose the fight, and now Shen Ultimate is back off cooldown, means this is set for a Team Liquid snowball.
6,000 gold up already, and they've got more global tools to use. Good luck to Energy. Let's watch that fight again.
Absolutely. So OQ is pretty low at the start of it, and they're using the speed to try and get in here. And Dardoch decides to turn around because he knows there's a double TP, and the exhaust actually doesn't burn much time. This is where the fight gets really crazy because GBM doesn't get a very good ultimate off, and I actually really loved the block zone that was put down by Lorlo right there, and it looked like Quas was going to be able to clean off this fight, but he spends so much time chasing Dardoch when GBM and Kiwi Kid needed him down here. Like, imagine if Quas was hitting Fabi here, then maybe the egg gets to come back up, but because he couldn't finish the kill onto Dardoch, he basically abandons his teammates for the fight, and then is at the mercy of Fabi and Phoenix after they had finished off the rest of his team. And now the Proto build is finished, and the Spirit Visage, before GBM even finishes his Roa.
Oh man, this is definitely rough stuff. Phoenix was already up in farm and lane, but now he's up 50, as well as that 3 kills and 2 assists. So everyone kind of down the line doing wonderfully here on the Liquid lineup. And Energy, though they had that nice comeback in game 2, they sort of held on and withstood the punches. This seems much less likely here. This turret's taking plenty of damage. Fabi, though, pulls aggro, has to walk away, but bot lane tier 2, pretty close to dead. Phoenix roams over to help make this one happen, and well, Liquid with Fabi maybe wins 2 matches in week 3.
Yeah, it's got to be a great week for Team Liquid, and what had been a problem for some of the past Team Liquid teams is they'd just be very inconsistent. They'd actually kind of beat the good teams, and then they'd lose to the teams they were supposed to beat. Maybe they're getting a little bit more consistent here because they had some, what they said to be easier matchups coming in this week.
Yeah.
And they may be able to bounce back to a 500 record, which would mean just as many wins as losses in 3-3. And like, this is the biggest early game lead they've had. And they also have Phoenix and Fabi on the right champions for it.
Right, yeah, they can keep snowballing, keep making the dives happen, and really knock these people around. To talk about sort of Liquid's run through the season so far, their losses, Envy, TSM, CLG, like those are all, in a way, respectable losses. Yeah, okay, CLG's form hasn't been that great, but Envy and TSM are almost number 1 and 2. Envy okay, maybe around 4, something like that, because they had lost to Immortals, but still obviously a solid lineup. And TSM clearly number 1. Their wins are against Echo Fox, Phoenix 1, and now maybe a 1-3, almost 1-4 Energy. It's not the most heartening, but at least they're looking pretty solid in their plays.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that has stepped up this week has really been Phoenix. I know he won Player of the Game in both matchups yesterday.
Yeah,
and
against Phoenix 1.
He has played very solid in this game as well, especially against GBM, who, you know, is the building block in which Energy has tried to construct their new team. But like, especially in this game, even after playing this matchup a few times, like Phoenix just seems to have gotten much better game over game. The first time he played the matchup, or the first time he played Vladimir, he was able to roam very well with it. This time in the Anivia versus Vladimir matchup, and a lot of times the Anivia gets picked into the Vladimir so it can kind of survive it. GBM's not surviving that well. Like, a 50 CS discrepancy is way more than you want to pick yourself into. And now they're also controlling the objectives. No steals to be had this time. Let's see if they can keep the pressure up.
I think it's really likely, though, Liquid have not been passive at all in this game. The dives have actually, I guess, all worked out, to be completely honest here. So you just kind of expect more good things to come, and it's up to Energy to kind of withstand this and make something happen. 6,000 gold down as the red team hoping to turn this game 3 around. But look at that. They get to top lane outer turret and are like, oh no, our inhibitor's under attack. Everyone back up.
They're not willing to trade an outer turret for an inner turret, so they're backing away, but I don't know if they're going to make it in time. Phoenix is there with teleport if he wants to match. And Quas actually hasn't recalled.
Dardoch.
There he goes.
Okay. Actually burns summon or teleport. Again, the only hard CC Liquid has is specifically Lorlo's taunt. And I believe that doesn't stop Glacial Storm. So there's no way to other than him to stop teleports, no way to stop Glacial Storm. So, potentially things get rough, and now Dardoch actually stuck inside the wall, has nowhere to go, stunned up, takes some damage.
Turning it around!
And then just turns it around anyway. He doesn't die in the worst possible situation here to have. And look at the damage they got back on Energy, who aren't even going to be able to play this round very successfully. You have Phoenix coming in with the Hemo Plague, doing plenty of damage there. Pools in under GBM, and look at the damage output. Fabi staying alive just barely, does get whittled down. Egg is popped, GBM is low. Phoenix does not quite yet get stunned. Quas picks up Dardoch, they can pick up Phoenix as well. And yes, Energy found some glimmer of a comeback. 2 kills picked up.
Yeah, and that's 4 kills on Aquas right now. They obviously would like a little bit more of the kills on to be GBM or OQ, but that's just not how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Definitely nice wall by GBM, showing the value of the Anivia pick, and then maybe a little bit of over-eagerness by Team Liquid trying to get good out of a bad situation where they should have just cut their losses, because that's now 2 kills and a turret over to NRG.
That's some nice things. So a little bit of breathing room here. No Drakes to take, but at least they got some gold back, and it's now down to a 4,000 deficit.
Yeah, beautiful wall. GBM maxing its second once again. Change it with the stun. Then Shen ultimate as the wall comes out to blow them away, and Dardoch is too low to really stay in the fight. So it's odd numbers. Also, Phoenix has roamed around from the top, and he flashes for a Z8, or no, it's a Proto Belt in with the Z, and then ults, but that's not enough to kill anyone. So now the rest of Team Liquid has low Dardoch and Phoenix without a flash. They really just have to back away. Fabi had also been chunked down in that fight. So a little bit of a dangerous fight for Team Liquid. They still don't have great turret killing. A bunch of short-range dudes having to dive in Anivia once again. So even though they have a big gold lead, that 6,000 gold lead is now 4,000, and they got to make sure they have a little bit more caution in their next aggressive play.
And GBM getting those walls, once again maxing that ability second here after his E, the targeted damage spill. It just has a lot of zone control tools. KiWiKiD with the ulti as well. They've got such good champions for if you walk at us in a straight line, we can mess with everything you want to do. And you saw it there running through the jungle. Those missteps getting punished. Dardoch actually gets a blue buff because Phoenix doesn't really need it. So hey, have some CDR and some extra mana. Doesn't feel too bad for Olaf.
Yeah, Phoenix only sitting on 140 AP right now. One of the nice changes to the blue buff is it gives you 15% more AP. So I think late game Dardoch have no business taking that away. But for now, I think it's totally worthwhile because he wants to be able to keep his clear up.
Right. Dardoch can't use the AP. Phoenix can't use the mana. Dardoch just says, fine.
Yeah,
use go lane.
I will take this now.
Yeah. He's actually high on CDR as well.
Teleport's still up for Phoenix, so he's going to get pressure in that lane. 5 turrets to 1 is absolutely huge, but depends on how many good moves GBM can find with the wall. Still really need more time for OQ to get going. I do think like if this could be a 5,000 gold difference at 85,000 to 80,000, Energy would win the game. But at the moment, the power difference is just too large. Energy really just has to continue to try and stall.
Okay, well, we'll see if they can keep doing that. And Anivia should be good at this, but Vayne is not quite twitched here in terms of those kinds of tools. OQ with a quick turnover to get himself a Hex Drinker, which is only for Vladimir, which I find a little bit surprising, but now the time coming in. Liquid wants to knock down KiWiKiD, who pops the ulti. Doesn't get much done. Actually, he got spell shot, and OQ's just gone already. A great taunt coming across. He couldn't even flash to get away in time, and that's going to be 1 kill picked up. The turret under siege a little bit, but the minions are gone.
Yeah, when they can lock down OQ, that's when those initiations work best, and that is really scary. Dardoch being sped up by Sivir Karma and then having a Shen to extend his range. Like, you can't really contest the Baron realistically with that. What's good for Energy, though, is that they only lost 1 for what looked to be a much, like an all-in initiation. Now, though, with Baron being up, how do you stop this?
Well, maybe Santorin looking for the Miracle Steal. He's done it before. Phoenix running away, gets over the wall, and now the ward is there, so they know what's going on. And Liquid go for the re-engage, but a nice Crystallize buys some time. Quas will be able to get away from Phoenix, and Baron will heal back up. So just the 1 for 0. The players losing pretty much all of their ultimates across the board. But at least some time was kind of bought by Energy, even if they lost OQ.
Yeah, I think it's very critical that they don't give away the Baron right there. Even with the Mountain Drake, TL, it's a little early, 20 minutes in. I feel like that's still a play Team Liquid can pull off in another 4 to 5 minutes or so and have much more success because they'll actually be able to kill the Baron with more items. So in no way is Energy out of the woods yet, but they are stalling pretty well for the 3rd game in a row.
They've at least got a map, so maybe they can find their way down the paths here. And maybe they'll see the sunlight yet. 5,000, though, still the gold deficit. Liquid getting rid of some of the wards. Kiwi kind of doing the same thing as well. Puts a pink ward in his sights and smack, smack, down it goes. Killing it 20% faster than he would before the patch. Only 4 hit points now on pink wards.
I know, man. Graves is so happy that he doesn't have to reload another time to kill a pink.
Jhin even more so, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Because at least Graves could have like used quick draw and like felt decent. Jhin was just really sad at all times.
True. Oh, Senton's gonna take a lot of damage. Don't miss the jump.
Yeah, oh, yeah, he might have had to flash if that happened, but he can heal himself back up. He can maybe recall. There's the home guard bonus, so he might be okay. But also, you still have the Rod of Ages being stacked up right there. The Seraph's Embrace not combined yet. Oh, this is happening, though. Fabi in a bad spot, but Quas not even worth one. Worse one, sorry. Flashes over the wall. Does get away. A trade of, well, his summoners for nothing, basically. Fabi popped his ulti. Not as concerning.
Decent escape, actually, for Quas. The flash is obviously going to hurt to have down, but they burned 2 ultimates, so in the short term, it's all right until the ultimates come back and Flash is still on cooldown. They got to get back to defend this, though. They've been so worried about the Baron pressure that they give up a bunch of damage to their turret.
Good job by Dardoch and Fabi, getting plenty done there. Turret down to about half health, I believe. And yeah, it's sitting at 1,700 health, roughly, so I think 3,300. Thank you, Observer, for clicking on it. Appreciate you. You loyal.
And this is still a high percentage win for Team Liquid.
Yes.
Even though Energy is stalling out decently well and the gold is still about 5,000. Like, they have the kills in the right place. They have Vladimir, who's really good in team fights. And they still have pretty good ways of initiating as long as they're using Baron as a bait. As far as actually diving the base is where they need to break it open. Like, they need to find a way to get an inhibitor down. Then I think they can get in the game. But they can use Baron to do that. And I think that's where this game will ultimately be clinched, or where Energy is going to come back, is whether or not Team Liquid can successfully kill Energy while Energy is trying to stop Team Liquid from doing Baron.
Definitely agree. So that Cloud Drake was picked up by Liquid. Their second is in. They've actually now matched the Cloud Drakes of Energy. Next one up will be Ocean here, and those graphics will be updated very shortly for all of you at home. Otherwise, I will happily narrate what's going on here. Quick wave clear from Phoenix, and that's going to be okay. And yeah, high percentage win for Liquid. They're continuing to play the Baron bait game and hoping that Phoenix probably did not need to pop that. And that is a 2-minute cooldown missing.
Yeah. He was just posing, showing everyone that he has Zhonya's.
Yeah, and Liquid do still have their Mountain Drake, by the way, so that buff is still there.
Yep.
Unfortunately, yeah, we have the marker slightly backwards, sadly, but
yep.
pretend they're the other way around.
Energy says, yep.
Yeah, and vice versa. Okay, so Baron bait's definitely still a threat, but OQ is still farming up. He's got Phantom Dancer, so as long as he can survive, now he's an even better duelist against Olaf. Definitely a great item to pick up. His only lifesteal is still coming from his Keystone Mastery, though, which means if he gets whittled down, it doesn't come back that quickly. Dardoch walled off once again. Pops guilty and runs north. So Phoenix over the wall. They want this fight, actually, and it's going to be him zoning out OQ, who's actually surviving reasonably well, has a Hexbreaker. But look at KiwiKid. He's already going to be going down, and the Egg Pop, it's 2 kills, it's 3 kills, it's Liquid killing absolutely everybody. Now Quas left alone, taunted up. He's going to be the 4th casualty quite often. And now it's OQ only alive.
Yeah, and a minion wave in a pretty good spot up on the top side, and 30-second death timers across the board. So that was just exactly the fight Team Liquid would have wanted. Even though Energy is actually the ones trying to get the pick, that's the fight Team Liquid would have wanted to get between the Baron pit and the Energy base in order to break open the base.
So Liquid just go in there, happy to dive and say, you're not under turrets, great, let's fight right now. 500 gold lead was all we needed to win this one, and looks like it's going to happen right there. OQ chunked out by a couple of Qs, and you're going to see his health bar going to O as well as the second turret going down. KiwiKid respawning. The teammates are coming soon, so maybe there's a small chance. Dardoch is low, and it's going to be the fight to try to save the Nexus. It's a very low health Dardoch. They're going onto it, but there's maybe enough damage as Fabi keeps putting the auto attacks down. Spell shields up a bit of the damage, and 2 more autos will do it. That will be the game. That will be the series. Liquid improved to 3-3.
Yeah, and this was a 2-1 victory, but all 3 early games were in the favor of Team Liquid, so I think they can come away with this with a fair bit of confidence, at least in their early game strategy. Dardoch had terrific jungle pathing in all of the games. Phoenix played very well, and Fabi did his part in these games too. So they had the one tough loss in the middle of the series, but ultimately that doesn't matter. They walk away with a win over Energy.
Fabi going unkilled in the last game, the only person on his team to do so, actually, and we finally got to see what the Shen's supposed to do against Aurelia. Held up against the matchup. We never saw the split push mean anything. And when you've got a player like Dardoch who wants to go hard all the time, turns out that's a really good combo. Just like, let's go pile drive in with a Sivir ulted Olaf. Oh, were in the back line killing everybody. Liquid's dives were absolutely great. It was really fun to watch them. And they were almost always right in their choices. When they said to go for a dive, it turned into a kill in a turret, or 4 kills in a turret.
Yeah, their best game was their final game, and that's what you want to have when you're playing a best-of series, is to get stronger throughout that series. Fabi's got to feel pretty good as well, having another day on stage. This time, he's in the bigger arena. Last night, he was in the theater. So, playing in front of many more people. For Energy, though, GBM really fell far behind in lane, and Phoenix was really difficult for his team to deal with. And OQ had 2 games where he was just never able to get farm. The Vayne is always a very dangerous pick. He just fell so far behind and was never able to have an influence over the team fight.
Wasn't able to dodge the 2-on-2. He was in mirrored lanes, I think, every single game, so no lane swaps came out for Energy. And some of that's just flipping a coin and trying to guess what your opponents are doing. And Liquid guessed better. Heads. Oh, look, I guess we get mirrored lanes now, and we get a minion kill advantage. True. So, yeah, that definitely hurt OQ. He tried to stay alive with the early Krugs. That helped a little bit, but I mean, honestly, it feels like we're back to week 1 OQ. And in some cases, sort of NA Challenger Series OQ, where I'm just not seeing that much out of him. And it's becoming kind of a one-threat team when Quas sometimes gets handled.
It's tricky, too, because they need to have synergy between the AD carry and the support, which seems lacking. Some of that can be in the communication, right? Like the one replay where, remember, Kiwiki got a triple kill, and we actually had the player audio in one
game
of the rollouts, and he was just like, OQ fight, OQ fight, OQ fight. Like, that was the extent of the communication. They can't just say, I got this, I have exhaust ready, let me get the stun here, my spell's coming back up.
Right.
They're literally just fight or don't fight. So they're trying to lane together purely off of instinct, and that's much more difficult than being able to communicate in the same language. So they're going to have to continually work on that synergy, because Kiwi Kids made some mistakes in game 1 that punished OQ in lane as well. So it's cutting both ways for these guys. And, you know, Energy, it's still going to take a little bit more time if they want to be able to make the playoffs.
Well, it's kind of a rough road ahead, though, for them. They're 1-4, and they've still got plenty of difficult matchups to go, but we'll see if they can turn it around. But for more on that game, let's check in with Riv, who's got Liquid support for an interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by Matt as they just got their victory. First thing I have to ask you, we're into week 3 now. The prep has kind of changed, but have you seen that it's changed coming into a best of 3? How do you plan for 2 days of games, that many compositions, or is it just like riding a bike? You do it as you hit champion select?
Yeah, we definitely changed the way how we prep. Before, we had a much different process since we're only going in for 1 game, but in a best of 3, there's a lot more, like, I'd say diversity for how you want to prepare for each game. And yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like any extra work, it's just a different way we have to prepare.
Have you found that it's kind of changed the way you go about prepping or looking at the game as you go into enter a new week?
Oh, what'd you say?
Have you found that it's kind of changed your style of prep and the way you look at the game?
Oh, okay, I see. I mean, not really. To be honest, like when it's a best of 3, you definitely, it benefits you if you have a big champion pool. So for me, I don't really think too much about, best of 3s.
It's got to feel good. One thing you definitely had to think about was a new AD carry in the bot lane. I want to ask, coming up to these games, was there much scrim time that you actually got with Fabi, with Piglet still being on the team, and how's it gone so far?
Oh yeah, so at the beginning of the week, we just decided, this was the week where we could put Fabi on stage. I think Fabi is a monster AD carry, especially in like challenger scene. He is definitely a lot better than all the challenger AD carries. He's very much an LCS level AD carry, so we definitely wanted to get him LCS experience, and I think the challenger team was also kind of struggling with with whatever they were struggling with, and Piglet definitely helped them out when they were scrimming with them. So the whole week we were just scrimming with Fabi until, before the challenger game, because Fabi played challenger, and then Fabi played for LCS after that.
Seems like he's done great, even to have to play against the Vayne himself, so it didn't seem to do too much to his mentality. My final question for you, back to prep. You guys have Apex tomorrow. Do you feel prepped for it?
I have Apex. Wait, what? Wait, no, I don't. Wait, what?
No, you guys, Apex next week. I'm sorry, not tomorrow. You guys have it. I was like, wait, yes, you do. But no, coming up next week. You guys are done for Sunday. Next week. You did catch me on that. Thank you for the correction.
My bad. I should have filled it in. But yeah, next week, I think our prep's really strong. I mean, I'd say we're definitely preparing more for Immortals because we're actually facing off Immortals. I think Adrian, he's really strong with range supports. And for me, I'm also really getting good at range supports too. So I think for our drafts, I'm not really too picky about what support I get. I think all the matchups are really good for me, so I'm pretty excited facing off against Immortals. And for Apex, I think we'll prepare a decent amount for them too.
Fantastic. May the best team win. Thank you very much, Matt, for the interview, and congratulations on the win. Now we're going to throw it back to Dash to break down the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Riv, trying to get that bonus game in at the end of the weekend.
Matt's like, I'm done, right? I don't want to break.
But Team Liquid picking up their second match victory of the week. That concludes their week of LCS play. So moving to 3-3, this is a huge boon to this Team Liquid roster. They're going to feel very good evening up to that 500 record, bumping up the standings quite significantly here in week 3.
Yeah, I think it was, definitely an easier week when you look at the strength of schedule. But at the same time, if you're dropping these games, that's when you're in full-on panic mode. They got the wins they needed. They were able to get Fabi some experience, which they said they were really looking to do. And, he played pretty well. So I think it was a pretty big win for them on the weekend.
Yeah, let's look at how they did it diving into this game here, game 3 of the series. Champion select. We see that Vladimir go over to Team Liquid again. To me, that was the initial... I was so surprised that Energy was willing to give that back to Phoenix after his performance on it in Game 1. They do it nonetheless, and of course, we do see Dardoch go back to the Olaf and be that terror.
Yeah, I really don't like giving the Vlad over again. You can kind of chalk Game 1 up as like, oh, maybe it was kind of a fluke that he gets those 2 kills early on and we can control him otherwise. But Vlad is just such a powerful pick. And it's the kind of pick you want Phoenix on where he's not interacting too much with the rest of the map. Usually he's just farming, which he does really well. You saw him with a huge CS lead.
Right.
And then when you get into these kind of side lane skirmishes, 10 minutes plus into the game, the Vlad is just so hard to deal with at that point, and we really saw the impact of it. And I don't really like the Vayne. I know we were talking about it, kiting out a Shen and a Olaf, but when you have a Vlad untargetable coming in with a charged E with Sivir speed, the Vayne is just going to get blown up.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's like an idealistic world where you say, well, Vayne is such a great late game tank, and health destroyer, right? I've got true damage procs on my Silver Bolts. This is the champion I want to play into high health targets like Vlad, Shen, and Olaf. But then you forget, in order to deal that damage, you need time to attack, and that's not going to happen when you have an Olaf running at your face, a Vlad who can turn intargetable in 2 different ways through the Zhonya's and the pool, right, with the damage that's coming out on top of that. So, in my opinion, as well as yours, kind of a poor choice there on the side of Energy. Want to move into the game itself because this game got bloody real fast. 13 minutes into the game, we see a 5-for-2 Team Liquid down in the bot lane near This is, I think, the fight where Dardoch gets walled off. This is a weird fight by Dardoch, so not the one we're looking for, but one of the few missteps by Team Liquid in this game and possibly Energy's way back into it was Dardoch getting a little bit greedy there, trying to pick up just the Raptors. We have an extended engage here. Phoenix looking for that flash in order to get the ultimate. Again, underestimating his damage maybe, or the team's ability to follow up. But ultimately, Team Liquid will lose a couple off of this. But here's the big thing about this was it was 19 minutes into the game, and so as soon as we saw this, we're like, oh man, they got the jungler, they got they might go to Bear. Oh, it's 19 minutes into the game. There's literally nothing for Energy to take. All they get is the 2 kills. That brought it from 6.5k gold advantage to a 4k gold advantage for Team Liquid. So they were still sitting very pretty at that 19-minute mark. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that ace in the bot lane that I want to see. If not, if that doesn't get pulled up right now, what I would like to move to is the end of the game, the 4-for-0 that Team Liquid pulls off in the top jungle.
Yeah, near the red bush. So this is one of those times where, once again, we see Dardoch getting walled off, but a big difference is the rest of the team's able to follow it fast, so he's not chunked out by the time this fight starts. What I really like here is Phoenix chasing Okyu and then realizes he doesn't need to kill him. He just moves to the group of 3 that are low on the other side and acts as a flanker as opposed to trying to chase down Vayne for that last kill. I think this was a very smart decision from him, and you kind of see the strength of that speed comp. Dardoch gets caught out, you're like, oh no, and then out of nowhere, just boom, whole team on top of you.
Yeah, it was a very smart pathing by Phoenix, but it also, that replay did kind of serve to show that Vayne didn't have options against Vlad, right? He did put some good damage down, but then I get to E-pool, heal out of that, and return to my team, right? You're not going to kill the Vlad when he can become untargetable. No surprise, Phoenix is going to be our player of the game. 5-1-6 as that Vladimir. Absolutely destructive on that champion today. Wouldn't be surprised if next week when they do play Apex, that gets banned away from him and he doesn't have the opportunity to play that champion.
Yeah, I think he's proven himself on it. You gave him 2 games. He kind of dominated those 2 games. Time to take him off of it.
All right, well, regardless, Team Liquid 2-0, going to be happy with that one. Energy to 1-4, still some struggles for them, but they have some time to turn it around. The standings have been updated, so let's have a look at where the teams have fallen. Still in possession of first place, it's TSM, while Immortals and Envy are now tied for second. Middle of the pack teams with 3 wins include Cloud9, Apex, and Liquid, and CLG leads the bottom teams with 2 wins. Now, Saturday's done, but there's more yet to come with a day of full games tomorrow. NALCS 1 will show the Battle Arenas matches, Energy versus TSM and Echo Fox versus Immortals. Over on NALCS 2, Apex faces off against Cloud9 in the Battle Theater, with CLG and Team Envy following up in that following series. These matches that we're looking at, which ones jump out at you?
Envy CLG. I think we saw a really dominant CLG using the Jax today, and you're going to want to see A, how Envy adapts to that, and B, you know, now that this is the second strong team that they're probably going to play against, how strong they actually are, because they looked really good today.
They did look good.
They have some things to work on. I think the Prox and Gragas play was a little suspect at times, as well as Ninja getting caught out of position a couple times. So they really need to shore up their team fighting more than anything else, but the rest of their team looks pretty strong.
Yeah, we do recall back to the first series of the day, Immortals versus Envy. Even though it was a 2-0 win for Immortals, Envy did look very good in it. My question is, how do they rebound from their first match loss? Not that they haven't lost games prior to this, but they do finally suffer a defeat. They are going up against another formidable opponent in CLG. And in this case, again, they're technically the higher seeded team. They might be feeling some pressure to really step up and shut down CLG here.
Yeah, I think this is kind of like the test that we've been talking about. They have these really difficult teams for the next 3 games now.
Yeah.
And it's really going to put some hair on their chest, step up. But I think as long as they do their prep work, I think CLG, while they look strong, you have to question how deep that strength is, because it might just be off the back of that Jax. So they're going to, and Kindred also, actually, Smithy looked really good on that. So I think if they do some bans, they force CLG out of their comfort zone, they could look for a win.
Yep, 4 sweet series to watch tomorrow. Now, before we wrap up, let's take a look at some of the big plays you called out on Twitter. Our first submission comes from the series between Liquid and Energy from El Flaming Taco. That Anivia wall feels good, man. Let's roll the bird.
In his own jungle, one more hit'll do it. Centaur, no, he bounces away just barely.
Oh,
and
the wall takes him!
Oh, the perfect wall from GBM. Is he playing Irelia or playing Gnar? Because he was trapped in that ice for millennia.
Next, another moment from Liquid versus Energy where Barnaby's one writes the triple kill from the Kid. Here's another look at that big play.
There's the knock-up into the root, lands. That's going to be all the damage. Perfectly played. First blood comes through, and now Fabi is going to have to flash away and stay alive. But here comes the teleport in for Lorlo. Cannot be matched by Quas. Lorlo level 2 has no one to stun, slows down OQ, but look at the damage output. Teleports in to die.
Oh, no.
And now a red buff to chase Fabi. This is catastrophic. This should be the kill. A double pick up, and now Dardoch wants one, but can he get enough? He really wants Kiwi Kid. I don't know if he can quite do it, though. Gets rooted up. He gets going to get one more axe, one more attack, and now a triple kill for Kiwi Kid. 4-1 for Energy.
Go, go.
Olaf missing, Olaf missing.
Fight, go. Fight, OQ, fight.
Okay.
Kill.
Okay.
Nice. No. Kill him. Nice.
That was only the first half of the craziness that happened in that top lane during game 1 of that series between Team Liquid and
Yeah,
Energy.
the Phoenix CP comes in for 2 more kills after that. It was pure madness.
Right, absolutely pure madness. And how Team Liquid did unfortunately walk away with the win there after Energy picks up the triple kill on Kiwi.
Yeah.
But it was a fun game to watch regardless. And finally, from Immortals versus Envy comes a tweet from Hobuddy Gnome, which, Mark, is a play on words of Nobody Home, in case you were wondering.
I didn't get that one.
And he says, well played, Immortals. That was freaking insane. Let's check it out.
Envy trying to stand tall inside Immortals base. That Nexus turret will fall. Immortals has to go for broke as Envy looks for the Nexus. Lod with his eyes focused. That's the frozen tomb on the Lod. He goes down immediately. The Sun Disc doing so much to help stop Envy from getting a win. And it looks like Immortals is going to be able to hold on as they hold their breath. Seraph comes back up from the GA. That's a double kill. And Paul Belter to finish one off himself. The Nexus stays alive.
Bars. I'm gonna go bars.
Hey, Gragas is on me.
Gragas, finish. Stop him finishing. I'm gonna elbow Tronto. Finish Gragas first.
Can we finish?
Yeah, we can finish. Go. We have two. Go top. Yeah, go top. Oh.
Now, that was heartbreaking only because can you imagine if we got to see a third game of that series?
Yeah, you and I are both like getting ready, like, all right, we're going to game 3, here we go. And then next thing it's like, oh,
I guess we're going to wrap this one up for a 2-0, huh?
No, but that was one of those moments. I mean, high action games out of both games in that series. Would have loved to have seen a game 3. Unfortunately, not in the cards for us today, but both of those teams playing very well. Excited to continue to watch them throughout the split. We're all done here, though, for today. So for myself, Mark, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for spending your Saturday with us, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Massive team fights and crazy outplays. I think we're going to get it in our first matchup of the day. Coming up right now, it's Immortals taking on second place, Team Envy. Waiting, but
Here we go.
Face check. That is a bunch of HP going bye-bye on the side of Immortals. A Summoner Heal comes in and they're trying to get themselves out. A nice Soul Flare coming in from Ninja. Rain over, jump in, and Huni tries to get in there as well. Health bars are just melting right now for Envy's side. Huni claws in, he's looking for his main target. That's gonna be Lod. Lod gets himself out quick. The Mikhails gets him to safety, and they're trying to clean up Immortals, which is happening right now. Immortals has to go for broke as Envy looks for the Nexus. Lod with his eyes focused. That's the Frozen Tomb onto Lod. He goes down immediately. The Sun Disc doing so much to help.
Hey, Gragas, he's on me. Gragas, finish. Stop him finishing. Finish, guys. Can we finish? Can we finish? We have two.
Oh, wait. They're trying to go for the finish. Huni, we need you. And then they started hitting the Nexus, and then we were just like, okay, we need to go in. Just go in, guys. And then everyone was just really excited because we won, and our Nexus was like 20% HP.
The minion waves there. KFO doing a decent job, but Darshan stands his ground. Keith, that's a bad time. Darshan is going to get another one.
CLG very happy. This is their first step on the road to recovery, I guess.
Lucy gets split up and destroyed! I don't even know where that guy went. He does have it back up. He misses, but the huge stun on the far side is going to be able to pick up one. And Apex will win this game against Phoenix 1.
Centaur, no, he bounced away just barely. And the wall takes him! Oh, the perfect wall from GBM.
Anivia, no flash. Kill Anivia. Aurelia after. Just end. Enter top after.
That will be the game. That will be the series. Liquid improved to 3-3.